At this time, subject to further recall, you're ordered not to discuss your testimony with any other person other than the attorneys in the case.
Yes,
All
sir.
right? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can the witness be similar admonished about the court's order as to any witnesses as well?
Yes, also don't watch any of the television coverage or news coverage regarding this case. All right? Thank you, sir. Mr. Darden, your next witness.
Your Honor, that's going to take a couple of moments. We may have some sidebar issues.
All right, let me ask the jurors to step back into the jury room then, once you get your witness started, however. Record should reflect that the jury has withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Darden, who is your next witness?
The next witness will be Senior DA Investigator Mike Stevens. He is the investigator that retrieved certain items from the Cold Ground safe deposit box. I don't know that counsel has ever seen the originals of the items contained therein, and I intend to introduce many of those items. And
All right, do you have those items here?
the other item.
All right, is this Mr. Stevens, I take it? For what purpose? To examine the contents there and show them to counsel?
Yeah, and to see if we can reach some compromise on some of the items, which I doubt, but it might take some time.
Well, the only difference is I can wander into the back there, so why don't you pull it out and show it to counsel? Maybe if I stay here, it'll go quicker. I'm sorry?
Can this be cut off? This microphone.
Ah, I understand.
You see what I'm
All
saying,
right.
Your Honor?
Yes, I understand. All right, we will take a recess.
All right.
Mr. Darden, Mr.
I don't mind if we just move some, let's away from here. I don't want to stand
Well,
for the microphone.
there's a lot of stuff. There are 10 or 12 items. Things like newspapers from 1989.
Why don't we step over there?
All right, step over here to the sidebar and Back on,
And I believe the plea. I'm sorry, they also announced the arraignment in these newspapers. I think these are relevant because they help to date the photographs contained within the safe deposit box. It appears to us that what Nicole Brown was doing was leaving a trail for us, some indication as to what happened back on January 1, 1989. I expect that as we proceed through the trial, others will step forward and may testify to having seen these specific photographs before, if not others, that depict other bruises or injuries suffered by Nicole Brown on January 1, 1989.
Mr. Darden, what is the offer of proof that you're going to make to the court regarding Mr. Stevens' testimony regarding the proximity of those photos to the newspapers that you have there?
They're in the same safe deposit box, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. There's another item. It is not dated. It's from the real estate section, apparently, from the LA Times. And this small article is entitled, O.J. Simpson Buys Laguna Beach Home. And I think this is relevant, or it will become relevant as time goes on, as we call Mr. Aguilera to the stand to testify to having seen the defendant strike Nicole Brown with an open hand at Victoria Beach.
But, all right. Is there any objection to any of these items?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just waiting for the bench.
All right.
Ooh, okay.
Are those the items that you're going to offer, Mr. Darden?
Well, we will be offering 3 letters seized from that same safe deposit box, and the defense has already stipulated that the defendant wrote those letters. But we will offer those as well.
All right.
I should indicate that there is a plane ticket to New York in Nicole Brown's name from 1979, from 1978, that's also contained in the safe deposit box. I don't intend to offer that.
Okay. All right, let me start at the top. Mr. Cochran, do you have any of these items that you have no objection to?
Yes, Your Honor. I have no objection to, number one, if he's not going to offer the will of September 30th, 1990, which is, the pages. Eight pages plus a rider, we would offer the will. I think that's relevant. And I would not offer the traveler's indemnity insurance coverage because I don't think it's appropriate to have Mr. Simpson's assets publicly displayed. With regard to the newspapers, Your Honor, all the newspapers that relate to this particular incident of January 1st, 1989, I object. This is all hearsay. That doesn't help us at all. It's hearsay. It's some particular writer's version of events at an arraignment or what was coming up. That's hearsay and should be kept up. There's no exception to that. With regard to these photographs, if I could have just a moment to talk to counsel. With regard to these 3 photographs, Mr. Darden made a representation to me that it's his belief these photographs all relate to the January 1st, 89. I told him that if there is going to be testimony, he indicates Denise Brown would be the person who would perhaps so testify. If there's testimony in that regard, we perhaps will not object to them if they relate to that particular time. We don't need the newspapers for that particular thing, it seems to me. If we don't have an objection to the O.J. Simpson Buys Laguna Beach Home Is that it? What else do we-
How about the 3 letters?
The 3 letters. I previously indicated to council that I would stipulate those letters were written by Mr. Simpson's handwriting.
All right.
Would the court care to hear more argument regarding these newspaper articles?
No.
With regard to the newspaper articles, my only concern really is the date, okay, or the dates. And we could simply redact a lot of the stuff from the newspaper, you know, including the articles about Mr. Simpson beating up Nicole or whatever. I mean, I don't have to have that. What I'm really interested in are the dates and perhaps the headlines, just to establish those dates.
How do we go over hearsay objection? The newspaper hearsay objection.
You mean to the headline? It's not offered for the truth of the matter stated,
It's
Your Honor.
offered for the date, which
It's
is...
offered for the date.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is a newspaper. Let's grab the evidence code and see what it says about newspapers. I think it'll say they're admissible.
Yeah. All right.
Let's grab it.
Counsel, I don't really think that the date is in dispute. The court documents, if you ever intend on, are you ever going to offer a certified copy of the court documents from the West Los Angeles Municipal Court? Because that pretty much would speak for itself, don't you think?
I'll
And
let
since it would be a arguably certified copy, and I would have to take judicial notice of it.
A very good argument on this issue, Your Honor.
But I suggest you not listen to it, because I heard it.
I scare him.
Mr. Cochran's going to object before I even state the argument. But what is important here, Your Honor, is the fact that Nicole Brown apparently felt, even back in 1990, even at the age of only 30 years old, that something bad was going to happen to her, and that it was going to happen to her at the hands of the defendant. She prepared a will in 1990.
All right, well, there's been no objection to the will.
Okay.
The will is a holographic will and bears the date and signature of Nicole Brown Simpson.
Okay.
I assume somebody from her family will come in and say this is her handwriting.
That's true. She left some photographs.
Stipulating if that's her will.
Okay.
All right, and I assume somebody, the offer of proof is that Denise Brown is going to come in and give us a date of those photographs.
Well, Denise Brown will come in and say that she saw these
We're
photographs.
going to talk about this, Denise Brown. We're going to give this part.
All right. Ms. Brown, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Thank you. All
I
right,
would say that the newspaper articles go to the state of mind of Nicole Brown. She's leaving a trail for us. She's trying to date the photographs for us, and I think it's relevant. I think the date that the photographs were taken are relevant, the incident that they relate to are relevant, and I think that these
I agree.
photographs help to establish, the newspapers help to establish that.
all right.
Denise Brown wasn't present at the time that the defendant beat up Nicole Brown in 1989.
But I assume that she'll be able to testify as to when she was shown those photographs and by whom. And the photographs pretty much speak for themselves. But what's relevant to the investigator's testimony is that on such and such a date at such and such a time, he served a search warrant, drilled the box, and this is what was in it. And then somebody else will have to lay the foundation for the photographs.
You're not going to let me put in my newspapers.
I'm going to
I'm not finished yet. I got the podium.
sustain the objection to the newspapers.
It's a very damaging evidence, Your Honor. Very poetic evidence, too.
That's what all the prosecutors say.
The hot property item, that remains?
There's no objection to it. It's
Okay.
relevant evidence. Although the Orange County Recorder Registrar's Office would probably have a certified copy of those documents as well.
That's in Orange County, you know. Confusing things are there these days. As for the will, I'm not going to offer the will. I'm going to offer the photographs, the O.J. Simpson buys Laguna Beach home, the letters retrieved from the safe deposit box.
Or I assume that on cross-examination, Mr. Cochran will elicit from Detective Stevens that he did find some other matters.
Yes, and I want to listen, Your Honor, may I have a second, Your Honor? If
long
I'm going to stipulate to the to the handwriting, I want to talk to Mr. Darden for just a moment, if I might.
Sure.
He has already stipulated to the handwriting, Your Honor, so that's clear.
Yes, he has.
Council's up here making statements. If you don't mind, let me just have my minute to respond. We are going to be offering this particular will. Council talks about, if the court pleases, their interpretation of the evidence. They're always talking about these trails. And I think that the court should be aware that the reason they don't want this will in is as follows. She says, this is my will.
Well, counsel, I've read
Well, but yeah, I'm responding. I know you've read it, but counsel has a penchant for speaking, so the press picks it up, and we shouldn't be precluded from responding, I don't think, Your Honor.
He taught me
I have
that,
this-
Your Honor.
And I,
Mr. Darden, thank you. Counsel, I mean, I've read it, and if it's only for the public's, I mean, you have a copy of that document in your possession. The press probably has seen it already.
all I want to do is respond to what he said, Your Honor, if I might. You
Briefly,
wouldn't preclude me from that, would you?
briefly.
All right. What I wanted to indicate is that this will sets forth a young lady who has tremendous assets, who basically apologizes to O.J. by saying, you have so much wealth, that's why I'm not leaving anything to you. Remember me from early in our relationship before I became so unhappy and so bitchy. So, I mean, I think that this, interpretations are such that she was the one who's unhappy, was talking about her state of mind, which isn't relevant, and then she has all these tremendous assets, including this condo that Mr. Simpson gave her free, so that I think the interpretation that they make is clearly wrong under the circumstances. So I just want an opportunity to respond to what they said.
Let me just ask a question. Has any last will and testament been filed by Nicole Brown Simpson state? I assume yes.
I believe yes, in Santa Monica, I believe.
Okay. So that's a court document. Does it have bear any resemblance to this document here?
I think it may, Your Honor. I'm not sure she says she was bitchy and unhappy in the one that was filed, but I think it bears some semblance.
Well, at this point, what you can do is ask Investigator Stevens if he found it there, mark it for identification purposes. You'll have to make an argument for its admissibility at some point in time. But while we have the Investigator Stevens here, we might as well get
I'd like
it
to
out
be
of
able
the
to
way.
do that.
But it won't be shown to the jury until it's been found to be admissible and not displayed on the Elmo until such is determined.
I won't do like they do, Your Honor. No, I'll abide by the rules.
Okay, and as I understand it, Your Honor, this is not the last will and testament, the September 30, 1990 will. It is not, and the real question here is what made her so unhappy and bitchy, I think.
All
I
right.
think that's clear.
Thank you, counsel. I'm not the one who has to be convinced. So you can save the peripheral comments. All right, let's have the jury.
I do, however, intend to display the letters.
Yes, and there's been no objection to the letters. Because there's no objection. Madam Reporter, how you doing?
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And did you examine the contents of that safe deposit box?
Yes.
Whose safe deposit box was it?
Nicole Brown Simpson.
And did you remove certain items from that safe deposit box?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? Showing you a Polaroid photograph that has been marked Exhibit 10, People's 10 for identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a photograph you removed from Nicole Brown's safe deposit box?
Yes, it is.
Showing you Exhibit 9, People's Exhibit 9. That's a Polaroid photograph, correct?
Yes.
Did you remove that Polaroid from Nicole Brown's safe deposit box?
Yes, I did.
And showing you what has been marked as People's 11. Is that a Polaroid photograph?
Yes.
Was that photograph contained in Nicole Brown's safe deposit box?
Yes, it was.
Now, each of those photographs depict the face of someone, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that the face of someone you're familiar with, or a face that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Who's depicted in each of those photographs?
Nicole Brown Simpson.
Were Were there other items inside the safe deposit box?
Yes, there was.
Your Honor, I'm holding in my hand that which appears to be a 9-page document dated September 30, 1990. May it be marked People's 14?
Hold on, let me get the final word. 16, 1-6.
This is a will dated September 30, 1990, Your Honor. Showing you what is marked Eagle 16. Recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is that an item that you found in the Cole Brown safe deposit box?
Yes, it was in a sealed envelope that was contained inside the safe deposit box.
If I can hand you the envelope, Your Honor, may the envelope be marked and included in People 16?
16A. Envelope be marked 16A, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Okay. The envelope I just handed you, 16A, is that the envelope?
Yes, it is.
The envelope was sealed?
Yes.
I'm holding in my hand appears to be a handwritten letter, consists of 6 pages, and it includes an envelope. If you mark People's 17 collectively.
17.
May I have one moment? Showing you the items marked, People 17 collectively. Mr. Stevens, you recognize these items?
Yes. Council may approach without leave of the court one at a time for me to decide.
Yes, I do.
When was the first time you saw the letter marked People 17?
December 6th, when I opened up the safe deposit box.
Your Honor, if I may I display the letter for the jury?
I think you have no objection. May I just look at them for a second? Sure.
Mr. Darden, do we need the Elmo for this, or do we have this on the Laserdisc?
You need almost this.
All right,
I have no objection.
all right.
One, please. This is the envelope included in People 17, Your Honor. Page 1. Now read the record, the letter into the record, Your Honor.
I think the script, it appears to be, let me ask the jury, can you read the letter, ladies and gentlemen? I'm getting nods even from the end of the jury box. All right. We'll let them read the letter to themselves. Page 2. Page 3.
Mark Peoples 18.
All right, People's 18, two-page letter.
Peoples 18, as well as the letter marked 17, were both contained in the safe deposit box,
Yes,
along with those 3 photographs.
yes.
May I display Peoples 18 for the jury, Your Honor?
And Mr. Cochran. All right.
19, it's a two-page letter, is that correct?
Yes.
That letter in Code Brown Safety Deposit Box?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens, the Polaroid photograph, exhibits 9, 10, and 11. Testify that each of those photographs depict or show Nicole Brown.
Yes.
Do they show injuries to her?
Yes, they do.
That is on each of the photographs?
Yes.
I'm holding here what appears to be a portion of a newspaper article. May it be marked People's 20. It's entitled Hot Property. O.J. Simpson buys Laguna Beach home. You recognize that small piece of newspaper, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the Nicole Brown safe deposit box?
Yes, it was.
There were other items in that box as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you made any attempt to determine the date in which each of those Polaroid photographs were taken?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in that regard?
I took the photographs to Polaroid Corporation in Santa Ana.
And why did you take them there?
There's numbers on the back of the photos. I contacted Polaroid. They told me that they could date them.
There's an offer of proof, Mayor, if council wants to talk to me about it. Straight on, go ahead, listen.
All right, after taking the Polaroid, next question.
I'm sorry, why did you take them to Polaroid without telling us what Polaroid told you?
To date
Mr.
the
Stevens?
photographs.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Cochran?
Thank you very kind, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Stevens.
Good afternoon.
As I understand your testimony, on December 6th of 1994, armed with a search warrant, you went into this particular safe deposit box and recovered a number of items. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Among the items that you recovered were the three letters we just saw, which letters appear to be apology letters to Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that right?
Overruled. Let her speak for
They'll
themselves.
speak for themselves, and I can ask that question.
That's correct.
And those, you found those apology letters in that box altogether, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the letters of apology regarding this 1989 incident, you also found this will which counsel marked. Is that correct?
Yes.
Still up there? May I approach you, Your Honor?
You may.
This document was marked as will, and for the record, Your Honor, this number is
Equals 16.
it was 16 and 16A. Mr. Stevens, sir, this particular document, the will, was inside this particular envelope. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The envelope indicated only open in front of a lawyer, right?
That's right.
All right. And you opened it.
I did it in front of a lawyer.
You found a lawyer?
Yes, I did.
Is there a lawyer in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
And is that him there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Indicating for the record, Mr.
All
Darden.
right, so he was present when you opened it?
Yes.
Okay. And you had occasion to read this, this document dated September 30th, 1990, did you not?
Briefly, I read through it real quick once.
All right. And then I'd like to show the first page of this particular document on the Elmo.
Mr. Darden? He'd like to show it using the Elmo.
I object.
All right.
That's not true at all. Not true. They weren't going to mark it, I thought. Well, we'll
No.
approach. They can approach.
It's marked, but there's no foundation for it at this point.
Well, may I ask a couple of questions?
Well, Counsel, let's do this.
Well,
We're right at, hold on, we're right at 3 o'clock. I need to take a break for the court reporter. Let's do this. Let's let the jury go, and we'll come back and discuss it.
May I ask a question before we go? Are we going to adjourn at 4 o'clock today?
It's Thursday, 4:30.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We have the motion to quash with the jury. Excuse me, the subpoena. Let me talk to the bailiff real quick. All right, counsel, I'm going to take the rescheduled recess, and the part of the problem, and I'll discuss it with you up here as soon as we release the jury. I'll tell you what our logistical problem is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. I have another matter scheduled at 4 o'clock, so we're going to have only a brief period of more testimony when you come back. Please remember my admonition to you: don't discuss the case among yourselves, don't form any opinions about the case, don't talk to anybody about the case or let anybody talk to you about it, and we'll see you back here at 3:30. All right? All right, let me see counsel. All right, let the record reflect that we have been rejoined by all members of our jury panel. Investigator Stevens is on the witness stand under cross-examination. Investigator Stevens, you're reminded you're still under oath. And Mr. Cochran, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Just a few more questions. Investigator Stevens, I presume you found no other letters in that safe deposit box we've not talked about. Is that correct?
There was one other letter.
All right. And we've not marked that this afternoon?
No, we have not.
All right. Did you find some plane tickets in there also?
Yes, I did.
And whose name were these plane tickets in?
If I recall, it was Nicole Simpson.
And was this a trip to New York?
Yes, it was.
Were these tickets ever used, if you know?
It appeared to be the receipt.
The receipt for plane tickets to New York and back to Los Angeles?
Yes, to JFK Airport.
All right. Now, Mr. Darden alluded to in his direct examination a newspaper article regarding the purchase by Mr. O.J. Simpson of some property in Laguna Beach. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that newspaper article before you?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I don't think we've shown that to the jury. May I be permitted to show that to the jury?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may. All right, do we have the Elmo working? This is People's 20. 20.
Your Honor, we report to put up on the board.
This is that Sunday column from the Times real estate section.
Hot property, yes, Your Honor. Can we inquire, Your Honor, whether or not the jury's able to read that?
Seems to be slightly out of focus. And the part about Mr. Simpson's property is the first two paragraphs, so we can just focus in on that, I think. Right.
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
Why don't you move it over slightly to the left? Perfect. All right. Mr. Carkin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have nothing further of Investigator Stevens at this point.
Investigator Stevens, you described the three letters that we displayed as an apology.
Yes.
Was there anything in those letters that mentioned anything about a mutual wrestling match?
I did not object, Your Honor. The letters speak for themselves. The jurors have seen the letters. It's improper reading.
Correct. All this the investigator did was seize the letters.
Well,
He's
couldn't
not the
let-
interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Couldn't the letters be characterized more as a confession as opposed to an apology?
Object.
He
This
was
is
entitled.
argumentative. Counsel knows it.
Sustained. Counsel, the letters have been exhibited in their entirety to the jury. They can characterize it as they wish.
Move to strike, counsel.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any recross on that one question?
No, there was no question.
Oh, they got one in. All right, Investigator Stevens, thank you very much. You're excused for the afternoon. If you return those photographs to Mr. Darden, please. And don't discuss your testimony with anybody other than the attorneys in the matter. Thank you, sir. All right, next witness.
People's 21 is an audio tape. An audio tape of an incident that occurred on October 25, 1993. May it be marked People's 21.
All right, People's 21. All right, Ms. Moore, just come over here and stand by the court reporter, please, and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pleading before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
So please proceed and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Get up.
Terry, Terri, Moore, Moore.
Mr. Darden.
Mr. who?
Darden.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Hi.
Who do you work for?
Los Angeles Police.
And what do you do for the Los Angeles Police Department?
I'm a police service representative instructor.
And what is it that you instruct?
All of the functions of being a police service rep.
Okay. And does that include a 911 operator?
Yes.
Have you been a 911 operator in the past?
Yes, for the past 3 years and 7 months.
And were you a 911 operator on October 25, 1993?
Yes.
And were you on duty at approximately 9:54 p.m. on that day?
Yes.
Were you at your station?
Yes.
Were you receiving calls or taking calls?
Yes.
And on that date and at that time, did you receive a 911 emergency call?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have here what appears to be an LAPD 911 incident report. May it be marked Peoples 22 for identification?
People's 22.
Can we approach for a moment without the recording?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's an issue I need to take up out of your presence. I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room. This should only take about 5 or 8 minutes. Like the jury has withdrawn from the courtroom. Be seated. Thank you. Mr. Darden, do you have this tape you want to play?
As the court is aware, the court ordered us to redact from the tape the following comment: "He's going to beat the shit out of me." And we've redacted the tape, as the court has instructed us to do.
What's the length of the tape, Mr. Darden?
Pardon me?
What is the length of the tape?
Mr. Douglas says approximately 14 minutes. 14 minutes.
All right. No, my concern is Ms. Clark's problem.
I'll stipulate it. I'll stipulate it.
I'm sorry? That I don't have.
All right, do we have the tape queued up?
We're experiencing multiple technical difficulties, so we can do a quick audio check possibly using the speakers.
Put in the earplugs?
No, it's set down to see if we're.
I could just bring in my boombox. Good. Play the tape.
Emergency. Yeah, can you send someone to my house? What's the problem there? Well, my ex-husband or my husband just broke into my house and he's ranting and raving. Now he's just walked out in the front yard. Has he been drinking or anything? No, but he's crazy. Is he black or Hispanic? Black. What's he wearing right now? Black pants and a golf shirt. What color shirt? I think it's black and white. You said he hasn't been drinking?
No.
Did he hit you? No. Did you have a restraining order against him? No. What's your name? Nicole Simpson. Your address? 325 Gretna Green Way. Is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Okay, we'll send the police out. Thank you. Uh-huh. West LA Unit Domestic Violence, 325 South Gretna Greenway, Monica Cummins, code incident 42218825. Emergency. Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back. Please. Well, okay, what does he look like? He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record. Could you just send somebody over here? Okay, what is he doing there? He just drove up again. He just drove somebody over? Okay, wait a minute. What kind of car is he in? He's in a white Bronco. But first of all, he broke the back door down to get in. Okay, wait a minute. What's your name? Nicole Simpson. Okay, is he the sportscaster or whatever? Yeah. Okay, and Thank you. Wait a minute, we're sending the police. What is he doing? Is he threatening you? He's fucking going nuts. Okay, has he threatened you in any way, or is he just harassing you? You're going to hear him in a minute. He's about to come in again. Okay, just stay on the line. I don't want to stay on the line. Just stay on the line so we can know what's going on until the police get there, okay? Okay, Nicole? Uh-huh.
That was the portion that I recall that the other comment was that the court ordered redacted.
There's another part that I'd ask the court to consider redacting.
What is that?
The part about he's effing going nuts. You hear that part?
Well, I think it's descriptive of what appears to go on.
Well, I don't think I expect to disagree with the court with regard to the effing part. That's what I have reference to. So he's going nuts. That's one thing. I don't think you need the expletive.
Mr. Darden?
I'm no great fan of expletives, Your Honor, but I think that the jury has a right to hear the tape in its full context. And this is an issue we discussed weeks ago.
I agree.
I mean, let's move on with the trial.
We want to move on with the trial, and this is all I'm saying to the court is that it's the same as when we had to excise all this stuff about polygraphs to get a dream that he wanted to. So I'll submit it, but I think that the court has, in your discretion, and it doesn't change the flavor to say he's going nuts as opposed to the rest of it.
All right. Court's considered that previously. All right, let's have the jurors, please. You fine?
There's more, Your Honor. Is that all? That's all.
Well, that was the part that was to be redacted, and we wanted to make sure that it had, in fact, been redacted. I think we have enough time on the court day to play the tape. Seated. All right, Mr. Darden, you may continue. Certainly. Mr. Darden, you may.
Or showing you what has been marked as people's 22-part identification. You recognize that document?
Yes,
What is that document?
that's an incident history.
And what exactly is an incident history?
Whenever we create an incident, and it gives, then we input comments, the address, the name of the person calling, and any other pertinent information.
To be redacted.
Moore, M-O-O-R-E.
All right, next witness.
People's 21 is an audio tape. An audio tape of an incident that occurred on October 25, 1993. May it be marked People's 21.
All right, People's 21. All right, Ms. Moore, just come over here and stand by the court reporter, please, and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pleading before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
So please proceed and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Terry, T-E-R-R-I, Moore, M-O-O-R-E.
Mr. Darden.
Mr. who?
Darden.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Hi.
Who do you work for?
Los Angeles Police.
And what do you do for the Los Angeles Police Department?
I'm a police service representative instructor.
And what is it that you instruct?
All of the functions of being a police service rep.
Okay. And does that include a 911 operator?
Yes.
Have you been a 911 operator in the past?
Yes, for the past 3 years and 7 months.
And were you a 911 operator on October 25, 1993?
Yes.
And were you on duty at approximately 9:54 p.m. on that date?
Yes.
Were you at your station?
Yes.
Were you receiving calls or taking calls?
Yes.
And on that date and at that time, did you receive a 911 emergency call?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have here what appears to be an LAPD 911 incident report. May it be marked People's 22 for identification?
People's 22.
Can we approach for a moment without the recording, right?
I need,
Redact from the tape. As the court is aware, the court ordered us to redact from the tape the following comment: he's going to beat the shit out of me. And we've redacted the tape, and, as the court has instructed us to do.
what's the length of the tape, Mr. Darden?
Pardon me?
What is the length of the tape?
Mr. Douglas says approximately 14 minutes. 14 minutes.
All right. No, my concern is Ms. Clark's problem.
I'll stipulate Mr. Clark.
I'm sorry?
I'll stipulate no fees.
I don't have.
All right, do we have the tape queued up?
We're experiencing momentary technical difficulties, so we can do a quick audio check possibly using the speakers.
Put in the earplugs?
No, it's set down low. See it right.
I could just bring in my boombox. Good.
Emergency. Yeah, can you send someone to my house? What's the problem there? Well, my ex-husband or my husband just broke into my house, and he's ranting and raving. Now, he's just walked out in the front yard. Has he been drinking or anything? No, but he's crazy.
Is he black, white, or Hispanic?
Black.
What's he wearing right now?
Black pants and a golf shirt.
What color shirt?
I think it's black and white.
And you said he hasn't been drinking?
No.
Did he hit you?
No.
Did you have a restraining order against him?
No.
What's your name?
Nicole Simpson,
Your address?
325 Gretna Green Way.
Is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Okay, we'll send the police out.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. West LA Unit Domestic Violence, 325 South Gretna Greenway, Monica Cummins, code incident 42213825.
Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back. Please. Well, okay, what does he look like? He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record. Could you just send somebody over here? Okay, what is he doing there? He just drove up again. He just drove somebody over? Okay, wait a minute. What kind of car is he in? He's in a white Bronco, but first of all, he broke the back door down to get in. Okay, wait a minute. What's your name? Nicole Simpson. Okay, is he the sportscaster or whatever? Yeah. Okay, and
Thank you.
Wait a minute. We're sending the police. What is he doing? Is he threatening you?
He's fucking going nuts.
Okay, has he threatened you in any way, or is he just harassing you?
You're going to hear him in a minute. He's about to come in again.
Okay, just stay on the line.
I don't want to stay on the line.
Just stay on the line so we can know what's going on until the police get there, okay? Okay, Nicole?
Uh-huh.
That was the portion that I recall that the other comment was that the court ordered redacted.
There's another part that I'd ask the court to consider redacting.
What is that?
The part about he's effing going nuts. You hear that part?
Well, I think it's descriptive of what appears to go on.
Well, no, I don't think I expect to just read the court with regard to the effing part. That's what I have reference to. So he's going nuts. That's one thing. I don't think you need to explain.
Mr. Darden?
I'm no great fan of expletives, Your Honor, but I think that the jury has a right to hear the tape in its full context. And this is an issue we discussed weeks ago.
I agree.
I mean, let's move on with the trial.
We want to move on with the trial, and this is, all I'm saying to the court is that it's the same as when we had to excise all this stuff about polygraphs to get a dream that he wanted to. So I'll submit it, but I think that the court has, in your discretion, and he doesn't change the flavor to say he's going nuts as opposed to this.
All right. The court's considered that previously. All right, let's have the jurors, please. You fine?
There's more, Your Honor. Is that all? That's all.
Well, that was the part that was to be redacted, and we wanted to make sure that it had, in fact, been redacted. I think we... Certainly.
Or showing you what is remarked as people's 22-part identification. You recognize that document?
Yes,
What is that document?
that's an incident history.
And what exactly is an incident history?
Whenever we take a call that comes in from 911 or any other console, we create an incident, and it gives, then we input comments, the address, the name of the person calling, and any other pertinent information. And it generates an incident number so it can be later referenced, and the officers can know where they're going and what they need.
Okay. Now, by looking at that incident report, can you tell us when and if a 911 operator received a telephone call from 325 Gretna Green?
Yes.
Who received the first call?
There was another operator who was sitting on the console 40, which was right next to me.
Okay. And who was that person?
That was PSR Stephanie Martin.
Stephanie Martin?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did Stephanie Martin receive the first 911 call?
She received it at 21:44 hours military time, which is 9:44 p.m.
Okay. And did she complete the incident report?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did she indicate the name of the caller?
Yes.
And what's the name?
Nicole Simpson.
Okay. And did she indicate the address from which the call originated?
Yes.
And what address was that?
325 South Gretna Greenway.
And did she indicate anything in the comments area regarding the nature of the call?
Yes, it shows indicated a suspect description and the nature of the trouble.
What does it say exactly in the comments area?
I'll object that the document speaks for itself. Here's analysis section.
Would the court like to take a look at the report? It is a rather unique sort of document, and actually it takes a qualified person like...
That's true. Well,
I'm not objecting.
I think we've seen a foundation for the first part at this point, haven't we?
Yes.
All right, why don't you proceed?
When was the second call received?
Approximately 21:54 hours.
Okay, so the first one was received at 21:44?
Yes.
That's 9:44 p.m.?
Yes.
And the second call was received at 9:54 p.m.?
Yes.
And which 911 operator received that second call?
I did.
Did the caller identify herself?
Yes, she did.
And did you have a conversation with that caller?
Yes.
Are 911 calls recorded?
Yes.
And was that call recorded?
Yes.
How many telephone calls from Nicole Brown Simpson did you receive that night?
1.
And how long did that call last?
If I remember correctly, it was approximately 14 or 15 minutes.
Now, the events described on that incident log occurred on October 25, 1993. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you since had an occasion to listen to a recording of your conversation with Nicole Brown Simpson back on October 25, 1993?
Yes.
And you listened to that tape upstairs in my offices, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have such a tape. It has been marked People's 21 for identification. May we play it for the jury?
All right, let me just ask this. Ms. Clark, do you have any timing problems at this point? Okay, play the tape.
Emergency. Yeah, can you send someone to my house?
What's the problem there?
Well, my ex-husband or my husband just broke into my house, and he's ranting and raving. Now, he's just walked out in the front yard.
Has he been drinking or anything?
No, but he's crazy.
Is he black or Hispanic?
Black.
What's he wearing right now?
Black pants and a golf shirt.
What color shirt?
I think it's black and white.
You said he hasn't been drinking?
No.
Did he hit you?
No.
Does you have a restraining order against him?
No.
What's your name?
Nicole Simpson,
Your address?
325 Gretna Green Way.
Is it a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Okay, we'll send police out.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Anyone Philly unit domestic violence, 325 South Gretna Greenway, monitor comments, code to incident 4221 RD 825.
Emergency. Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back. Please.
Well, okay, what does he look like?
He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record. Could you just send somebody over here?
Okay, what is he doing there?
He just drove up again.
He just drove
somebody
up.
over.
Okay, wait a minute, what kind of car is he in?
He's in a white Bronco, but first of all, he broke the back door down to get in before.
Okay, wait a minute, what's your name?
Nicole Simpson.
Okay, is he the sportscaster or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Thank you.
Wait a minute, we're sending the police. What is he doing? Is he threatening you?
He's fucking going nuts.
Okay, has he threatened you in any way, or is he just harassing you?
You're going to hear him in a minute. He's about to get in again.
Okay, just stay on the line.
I don't want to stay on the line.
Just stay on the line so we can know what's going on until the police get there, okay? Okay, Nicole?
Uh-huh.
Just a moment. Does he have any weapons?
I don't know.
Okay.
He went home and now he's back. And the kids are upstairs sleeping and I don't want anything to happen.
Okay, just a moment. Is he on drugs or anything?
No.
Okay. Just stay on the line, just in case he comes in. I need to hear what's going on, all right?
Can you hear him outside?
Is he yelling?
Yep.
Okay. Has he been drinking?
No.
Okay. One fellow unit, addition on the domestic violence, 325 South Gretna Greenway. The suspect has returned in a white Bronco. Monitor comments, incident 4221. Okay, Nicole?
Mm-hmm.
Is he still outdoors? Or?
He's in the backyard.
He's in the backyard?
Screaming at my roommate about me and at me here.
Okay. Okay, what is he saying?
Oh, something about some guy I know and hookers and keys and I started this shit before and it's all my fault. And now what am I going to do? Get the police in on this and the whole thing.
Okay.
It's all my fault. I started this before. Brother. So many kids exposed.
Okay. Has he hit you today or no?
No.
Okay, you don't need any paramedics or anything? Okay. You just want him to leave?
My door. He broke the whole back door in.
And then he left and he came back?
And he came and he practically knocked my upstairs door down, but he pounded it, and then he screamed and hollered, and I tried to get him out of the bedroom because the kids were sleeping in there.
Okay.
And then he wanted somebody's phone number, and I gave him my phone book and put my phone book down to write down the phone number that he wanted, and then he took my phone book with all my stuff in it.
Okay, so basically you guys have just been arguing? Is he inside right now?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment. Is he talking to you?
Yeah.
Are you locked in a room or something?
No, he can come right in. I'm not going where the kids are because the kids are...
You think he's going to hit you?
I don't know.
Okay. Stay on the line. Don't hang it up, okay?
Take partial for traffic. Holland, North Santa Monica.
Anyone still a unit to handle code to the South Los Angeles.
14.
What is he saying?
What?
What is he saying?
What else?
61, give me an open track for, give me a track frequency for this possible DPAs on...
What's unit to domestic violence at 30 Crescent 325 South Gretna Greenway is now too high. The suspect is now entered in the vicinity of confusing the lead. It's code too high. It's been 4221 RD 825 children involved. He's still yelling at you? Just stay on the line, okay? 8070 and 81, 8070 81, domestic violence, 325 South Gretna Greenway, 325 South Gretna Greenway, 8070 and 81, code 2 lines within 4221, RD 825. Is he upset with something that you did?
Oh, a long time ago. It always comes back.
From our caller,
Is your roommate talking to him?
No, I could talk. Listen to him.
I know. Does he have any weapons or anything with him right now? No. Okay. Where is he standing?
In the back doorway. In the house.
Okay.
Could you just please, OJ, could you please leave? Please leave. Okay, please, the kids. The kids are right at the time, please.
Is he leaving?
No.
Does he know you're on the phone with the police?
No.
Okay. Where are the kids at right now?
Up in my room.
Can they hear him yelling?
I don't know. The room's the only one that's quiet.
Is there someone up there with the kids?
No.
What is he saying now? Nicole?
Oh,
He's still on the line?
yeah.
You think he's still going to hit you?
I don't know. He's gonna leave. He just said that. He just said he ain't leaving.
Are you the only one in there with him?
Right now, yeah.
And he's talking to you?
And he's also talking to the guy that lives out back is just standing there.
Oh, okay.
He just came home.
Oh, okay. Is he arguing with him too? Or
Oh,
no?
absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Nobody's arguing.
Yeah. Has this happened before or no?
Many times.
Okay. The police should be on the way. This seems like a long time because it's kind of busy in that division right now.
Regarding Gretna Greenway, the suspect is still there and yelling very loudly.
Is he still arguing? Oh. Was someone knocking on your door?
No, that was him.
Oh, he was knocking on the door?
There's a locked bedroom, and he's wondering why.
Oh, okay. He's knocking on a locked door?
Yeah. You know what? Okay, that window above you is also open. Could you just go, please? Can I get off my phone?
You want to, you feel safe hanging up?
Well, you're right.
You want to wait till the police get there?
Yeah.
Nicole, is he still arguing with you? He's moved a little bit.
I'm just ignoring him.
Okay. But he doesn't know you're on.
best.
Okay. Are the kids still asleep?
Yeah, when they sleep, they're like rocks.
What part of the house is he in right now?
Downstairs.
Downstairs? And you're upstairs?
No, I'm downstairs in the kitchen. He's in the den. Now he's walking around. Down the kitchen.
Do you see the police, Nicole?
No, but I will go out there right now.
Okay, you want to go out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang up.
Okay.
Darn, I believe that's the end of the tape.
Did you hear the police arriving in the tape?
Yes, I had the radio frequency up.
May the record reflect that Mr. Fairwell began the tape counter at 0 and it is now 181.
181.
During the conversation you had with Ms. Brown, did you ask her if this event or events like this had happened on other days?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said yes.
Say, please, what's it? Object. What's your say?
Overruled.
Now, when the first call was received, was it given some type of priority in terms of how urgent the call was being considered by the 911 operator?
Yes.
And what priority code was it given at 9:44 p.m.?
It was given a code 2 priority, which is urgent but not life-threatening.
And was that priority code upgraded at some point?
Yes,
And who upgraded the priority of that call?
I did.
Okay. What did you upgrade it to?
I upgraded it to code 2 high, which is now potentially life-threatening.
And why did you do that?
She stated that he was not there, but he had returned, and she felt that she was in imminent danger, and so I made it life-threatening.
And did you have
Questions for Ms. Moore?
Just briefly, Ms. Moore, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And with regard to the tape we just heard, you listened to that tape on occasions before this afternoon, have you now?
Yes.
And prior to the day, when was the last time you listened to that tape?
Approximately 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And was that in Mr. Darden's office?
Yes.
Okay. And you, of course, listened to the tape that night, the night of October of 1993, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you made this determination of this call, and you continued to monitor it and talk to Ms. Nicole Simpson, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ascertain during the course of that tape that at some point when she first started talking to you, she was upstairs in some, particularly in a bedroom or something like that? Is that correct?
I believe so.
Did you ascertain that at some point she left that room and came downstairs into the kitchen for her conversation?
Yes, maybe at the end when I asked her, where was she?
And you were able to determine, were you not, that during this entire tape and during the entire episode, she was never struck by the gentleman who was in the background. Is that right?
Yes.
And that at or about the time or shortly after the time that she came downstairs, were you aware that police arrived at the location?
Yes.
All right. And at one point during the tape, did she indicate that she wanted to get off the line, that she felt that she wanted to hang up the phone? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was prior to the arrival of the police?
Yes.
And during the course of the tape, the onset of the tape, you could hear the person in the background, and she told you that person was talking to her roommate or a male who lived in the back house. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as you sat there listening, you basically heard the same things we heard and just carried on this conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And at the time that the conversation ended, at that time you felt or you had information that the police had arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
You felt the situation was in hand at that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
You'd never talked to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson before that time, had you?
No.
That was the first and only time?
Yes.
Thank you very kindly. I have nothing further.
Any redirect, Mr. Darden?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Moore, thank you very much for coming in. You're excused now. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the lawyers on the case. All right, thank you very much. Next witness. Yes, I just did. Sure. Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon at this time, and we will resume again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, have any contact with anybody, or allow yourself to be influenced or contacted by anybody on the outside. Have a pleasant evening. Enjoy the movies. And the Flintstones wouldn't have been my pick, but to be influenced or contacted by anybody on the outside. Have a pleasant evening. Enjoy the movies, and we'll see you. Enjoy the movies, and the Flintstones wouldn't have been my pick, but okay. All right, we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Chris, can you go straight through to noon since we're getting all started? 2 seconds. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Mr. Gordon. The jury is not present. Mr. Cochran, you had a comment to make?
Yes, Your Honor. I have 3 quick matters, if I might. Yesterday, at the end of the day, when we were leaving, Your Honor, I was advised that when Mr. Ron Shipp left the witness stand, finally, he walked through the gates there, and he made what has been called a power sign toward the Brown family. This was seen by people in the back row. And the jury was apparently still here. And given that eventuality and the fact that we were told by independent people that that took place, the court needs again perhaps to inquire or check with your staff or check with the photographers in the back row. And I think you can verify that. Those kind of over displays by this witness, I think, have no place. And again, I think it would require an admonishment of the jury because it's just thoroughly, thoroughly improper. That's item number 1. The second item has to do with a discovery issue. I had a conversation with a man named Scott Kennedy, Your Honor, on Wednesday evening. Mr. Kennedy is a man who says that, who took a video of the ending of the recital on June 12, 1994. A video that includes Mr. O.J. Simpson with one of his children, his greeting the Brown family, has the Brown family on it. And apparently the indication is that none of these parties knew they were being videoed. The concern that I have regarding Mr. Scott Kennedy is that he indicated to me, he sent this video to Ms. Marsha Clark, he said specifically last summer. And in our, at least my review of the discovery, we have never, ever received that. This video has now been shown, and we expect, of course, to have our copy shortly. But if the prosecution had that, we were entitled to that some time ago. And Mr. Kennedy said that he did, in fact, send it specifically to Ms. Marsha Clark, and there was no follow-up on it. The third thing has to do with a witness by the name of Leif Tilden, L-E-I-F-T-I-L-D-E-N. Mr. Leif Tilden is a witness that has been, in fact, interviewed by the prosecution. He's a witness who says that he saw 4 men in the area of the Bundy Street address near Dorothy on the night of June 12, 1994, as I understand it, 4 Caucasian men, or not African-American men, between the time of 10 and 10:30. He also indicated he has, in fact, been interviewed by the prosecution. We received no information about this man at all, no reports or whatever. As the court has pointed out to me, discovery is reciprocal. These are, I stand here understanding that, and I want to bring this to the court's attention for each, the last 2 matters, and also the Shipp matter. I'd like the court to conduct some investigation because we should not be prejudiced because a witness like Shipp is overzealous. On these other 2 things, we would like to have an understanding if the prosecution has the Kennedy tape, and we'd like to have the reports, if they're available, on Mr. Leif Tilden. We think he will be a very important witness, especially in view of the fact that the prosecution knew that they had another witness who talked about 4 men and around that area at between 10 and 10:30 on June 12th. Certainly would be misleading to the jury to have Ms. Clark's opening statement, a reopening statement, on Monday. So I want to put those things on the record, if I might.
Mr. Darden? Good morning.
It's correct that members of the DA's office have interviewed the gentleman Mr. Cochran just referred to. We did that roughly 24 hours ago. Just this morning before coming down here, I signed off approving the release of the tape of that interview to Mr. Cochran. And so we're aware of that person. We're aware of our duties under the rules of discovery, and we are complying, and they will be receiving written notification moment. And I should indicate as well that this isn't someone that we've known about for several weeks or several months. He came forward after he heard Mr. Cochran's opening statement and his reference to Ms. Gerchis. And I believe he'll testify that he saw 4 young men in the area that night, but that they appeared to be college students. None of them wore knit caps. In fact, not all of them wore caps at all. And the caps that were worn were baseball caps. And so I don't know how relevant his testimony will be if he's called as a witness, but we will certainly provide counsel with that discovery.
All right. That appears to be within the court's order, which was to give notice within 1 business day,
Oh, absolutely.
unless there's some other reason. Okay. How about the Scott Kennedy video?
I'm not aware of that video, and Mr. Fairtlow is here, and he handles most of the discovery. If we have such a video, we'll turn it over. I don't think we do, but someone upstairs, I'm sure, is checking right now, and if we have it, we will give it to Mr.
All right.
Parker.
I'd like to know when we come back at 1:30. And if you recall, I've asked both sides to submit to the court an inventory by today, and the record should reflect I have received the defense inventory this morning from Mr. Douglas, and I will, so that I'll know what everybody has from this point on.
Okay, your senior DA investigator, Mike Armstrong, is working on that right now. It'll be here by 3 o'clock.
All right. All right, and as to the gestures by Mr. Shipp, any comment by that?
I saw no such gesture, but I don't think any such gesture by Mr. Shipp is any more inappropriate than what happened here yesterday. I believe it was yesterday when the court was introduced to Mr. Douglas's wife, Mrs. Douglas, and after that introduction, and I have no problem with that, she walked over to the defendant, she shook his hand, she conversed with him, right here in front of the jury. Right here in front of the jury. I thought that was highly inappropriate, but I didn't bring it to the court's attention. I don't see any need to get or to complain about every little thing that happens in the courtroom, but I didn't see it, and so I can't address. Yeah. In addition, when Detective Farrell left the witness stand the other day, as he passed by, the defendant said to him, "Thanks for telling the truth," or words to that effect, within earshot of the jury. Okay, so if Mr. Shipp perhaps violated the court's rule in some minor way, he is not the only one, and I don't think the court should draw attention, the jury's attention to whatever occurred yesterday. And Mr. Cochran didn't see it. We don't know that it happened. Maybe it did. Maybe it did.
So I think I'm going to have to become Argus. I have to stay here the whole time.
Well,
I'll need instant replay.
Yeah, hopefully that won't be necessary, Your Honor. I think most witnesses, I think, will comply, conduct themselves appropriately. We don't have this problem every day. But this particular witness has shown a proclivity or propensity for doing this. You'd already warned him several times, and you'd already cautioned the jurors regarding him. And then what I'm asking the court to do, since I was advised of this, is to query people who actually saw it, because it would be a flagrant violation. That's far different than Miss Linda Jackson Douglas, who did not shake Mr. Simpson's hands at all, being introduced at a time in an appropriate manner. That's far different. The people always seem to confuse, Your Honor, that whenever there's something that happens, they want to throw something and say, well, so-and-so did that. That's not the question. As Ms. Clark herself said at one point, 2 wrongs, even if there was a wrong, wouldn't make a right. We have to deal with the conduct. The last thing I want to say, and I appreciate Mr. Darden being forthcoming about the tape, they didn't tell me about it. I'm the one who brought it up, and I'm glad we're going to get that. But that videotape was from last summer. This man took the videotape and got it in July. So was your response, we should know something by the end of the day on that? Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Okay. You said
All right.
like it was in July?
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it was brought to my attention that yesterday afternoon when Mr. Shipp was leaving the courtroom, he may have made a gesture to somebody in the audience that you may have observed. You were to disregard any conduct like that here in the courtroom. All right, Mr. Darden, would you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, the people would like to call Sergeant Lerner to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Robert Lerner, R-O-B-E-R-T, L-E-R-N-E-R.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, on October 25, 1993, were you a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Were you a member of the LAPD?
That's correct.
And on that date, around 10 p.m., did you respond to a 911 call for help?
Not for help, but I did respond to a 911 call.
And did you respond to 325 South Gretna Green,
Yes, sir.
the home of Nicole Brown?
Yes.
Why did you go to that location?
The 911 call stated it was a domestic dispute. It was marked code 2 high, which is in an urgent call.
Were you in uniform?
Yes, sir.
Were you in a black and white police vehicle?
Yes, I was working a two-man basic car in West Los Angeles area with my partner, Spencer Marks.
Okay. And did you and Officer Marks proceed immediately to that location?
Yes, we did.
And when you arrived at 325 South Gretna Green, Nicole Brown's home, did you see a vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle?
It was a Ford Bronco, white in color.
And where was that Ford Bronco when you arrived at Nicole Brown's home?
The vehicle was parked southbound in the street in front of the location.
Was the vehicle parked at the curb?
No, it wasn't.
How far from the curb, if you recall, was it parked?
Approximately between 4 and 6 feet.
Okay. Or was it parked or was it stopped in the street?
Apparently it was stopped in the street. The ignition was off, but the headlights were on.
Okay. Did you see anyone inside the Bronco at that time?
No, sir.
Is there a driveway in front of the residence at 325 South Gretna Green?
I don't recall.
Okay, but the vehicle was in the street.
Yes, sir.
I take it you got out of your police vehicle?
Yes.
And did you meet someone at that time?
Yes, sir. In front of the location, 325 South Gretna Green, we met Nicole Brown.
And could you describe for us the Nicole Brown's demeanor?
Well, she was visibly shaken. She was upset. She was concerned, and she was scared.
Did you notice any signs of any physical injuries on her face or on her neck at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you have a discussion with her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you met Nicole Brown in front of the house, was there anyone else with her?
No.
What did you do after you first saw Nicole Brown?
We wanted to make a determination if the individual mentioned in the comments of the call as the individual to whom we were responding was still at the location. She said yes, he was, that his name was O.J. Simpson. He was in the
Sustained.
I'll ask another question, Your Honor. After you spoke to Nicole Brown, what did you do?
we made a follow-up to the rear house, the guest house.
Okay. Did you have to walk from the front of the house to the back?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through the house or did you walk around to the side of the house?
We walked through the house.
Okay. And did you exit into the rear yard of the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there a door, a rear door to the house?
There is. It's a double French door.
And did you take a look at that door as you passed through it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you notice about the condition of that door?
The door had been split near the top and bottom of the door that has the two deadbolts that go into the floor and into the ceiling.
And did you see someone at the rear of the house that night? Someone that you now see here in court today?
Yes, sir.
Point to that person.
The defendant, Mr. Simpson.
Indicating Mr. Simpson.
You saw the defendant in the rear or at the rear of Nicole Brown's house that night?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Was there someone else present at that time?
Yes, there was.
Who else was present?
An individual I learned later was Cato Kalin.
Cato Kalin was present.
Yes, sir.
Describe for us, if you will, the defendant's demeanor when you saw him in the rear yard.
The defendant was agitated. He was upset, pacing back and forth, and he was speaking loudly to Mr. Kalin.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness.
All right, Mr. Cochran?
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor.
Good morning, Sergeant Warren. Learning.
Morning.
Sir, as I understand it, you responded to this 911 call on October 25th, 1993. And what time of evening was that?
It was around 10 o'clock.
And you referred to we in the course of your testimony. Who were you accompanied by at that time, if anyone?
My partner, Officer Spencer Marks.
And the two of you were in a two-person car, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And when you got to the location at around 10 o'clock on October 25th, 1993, were all parties outside the Gretna Green residence?
Nicole was in front of the residence. The other two persons present were in the rear of the residence.
Right.
So, in fact, all parties were outside the residence.
They were outside at different locations,
That's
as
correct.
I understand your testimony. Yes. Then as you got out, you'd pull up in the front of the residence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you first encountered Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson, and you had a brief conversation with her at that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
You had occasion to observe her, and it's true, is it not, that she had sustained no physical injury that you could see, is that correct?
That's true.
And in the course of your conversation with her, without telling us about that conversation, you ascertained that she had not been struck or hit at any time, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, how long would you say that you spoke with her before you went to talk to Mr. Simpson and Mr. Kalin, sir?
It was a brief conversation, maybe a couple of minutes.
All right. And at the time that you were talking to Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson, was your partner, Officer Marks, there also at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And after you spoke with her, as I understand the sequence of events, you then went around to this rear house, is that right?
We went through the interior of the front house to the rear house.
Okay. And when you got there, was Mr. Simpson and Mr. Kalin outside of the rear house?
No, sir, they were inside.
All right. Did you go inside or did you have them come outside?
I went inside.
All right. And were you still accompanied by Officer Marks?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it was you and Officer Marks inside the rear house speaking with Mr. Cato Kalin and Mr. O.J. Simpson, is that correct?
That is correct.
At that time you had a conversation with Mr. Simpson, did you?
Yes, sir.
And in that conversation, Mr. Simpson told you...
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
I'd like to finish the question.
Finish the question.
In that conversation, Mr. Simpson told you about the subject matter of the argument. And you can answer that yes or no, can't you? Yes, he can ask that yes or no.
You can answer the question yes or no.
Yes.
And was Cato Kalin present when you had this conversation with O.J. Simpson?
Yes.
And the entire conversation wherein you were talking, you and I presume your partner, Mr. Marks, were talking to Mr. O.J. Simpson, how long did that conversation last?
Several minutes.
Now, at some point, Sergeant Lerner, you or your partner had occasion to record the conversation with Mr. O.J. Simpson?
No.
You did not do that?
No.
Is there another officer named Lally, L-A-L-L-Y?
There's a sergeant named Craig Lally, yes.
And he was a sergeant at that time in West Los Angeles?
Yes, he works West Los Angeles.
Did he respond to that scene at some time that night?
Yes.
And while you were still there?
Correct.
And while you were there, did you see him with a tape recorder taping statements from Nicole Brown Simpson and O.J. Simpson regarding the events that had taken place that evening?
No.
Are you aware, as you sit here today, that there is a tape recording of the individuals from that particular night?
Objection.
I'm asking if he's aware.
Or you can ask the question.
Yes.
And is there such a tape recording?
Yes.
And you've heard that tape recording?
Yes.
All right, now let's talk about that. Let's not. We won't go into the tape recording right now, but
Before we do that,
Yes, with the court order. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran?
may I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Sergeant Lerner, did you, when you listen to the tape, is there more than one tape?
Not to my knowledge.
You heard one tape when you listened to it, is that correct?
That's correct.
When was that you last listened to the tape?
It was yesterday, I believe,
And where'd you listen to it?
in the district attorney's office.
And they were present?
Yes, Mr. Darden was present.
Mr. Darden played it for you?
Yes,
That was what time yesterday?
yesterday morning.
Before court started?
Yes,
And when you listened to that tape, you could hear the voices of the parties, could you?
yes,
And you recognize those voices?
yes,
And did you hear Mr. Simpson's voice on the tape?
yes, I did.
And who was conducting the interview of Mr. Simpson on the tape that you heard?
I was myself and Sergeant Lally.
So you were present when the interview was actually taking place?
Yes, I was.
And with regard, did you hear the voice of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson on the tape?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear any officers' voices on that?
Yes,
And who was present?
I was present. Sergeant Lally was present.
Did you know these conversations were being taped?
No, I did.
In other words, Mr. Marks was taped, Sergeant Lally was taping and didn't tell you either?
That's correct.
So it was surreptitiously taped?
Yes.
So we're clear about surreptitiously, so you and I know what we're talking about.
Well, I'm not sure if Mr. Simpson knew he was being taped or not. I did not know. So with regard to me, it was being surreptitiously taped
Taped by your brother officer?
by my supervisor.
Okay. And at what point did you find out that the conversation had been surreptitiously taped?
Yesterday.
You didn't know that until yesterday?
Had no idea.
From October 25th, 93?
That is correct, sir.
Now, if you didn't know, you think Mr. Simpson knew?
Sustained.
Yeah, he's right about that, Your Honor, probably. But, I mean, let me ask you another way, Your Honor. Nobody came up to Mr. Simpson and said, we're going to tape you surreptitiously with the tape. You didn't hear him say that, did you?
I don't believe if somebody said we were going to tape him surreptitiously, then it would be a surreptitious
That's
tape.
an oxymoron, isn't it?
I believe it is.
Right. That's the point of the question. So then you heard nobody say that, did you?
No, I didn't hear anybody indicate to Mr. Simpson that he would be surreptitiously taped.
And you didn't hear anybody say to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, you're going to be surreptitiously taped either, did you?
No, I didn't.
Now, this tape that you listened to yesterday morning in Mr. Chris Darden's office, how long was that tape altogether?
It was approximately 30 minutes.
That includes both of the parties, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it includes your questions and answers.
Yes, it does.
So that I can put this in perspective for the jury, you described for us how you met with Nicole Brown Simpson out front, went through the house, right?
Correct.
Then met with Messrs. Simpson and Cato Kalin in the back house.
Correct.
Was Sergeant Lally your supervisor there at that time?
No, there was approximately 10 minutes difference from our time of arrival to Sergeant Lally's arrival.
So by the time he arrived, let's assume it was about 10 minutes after you arrived there, right?
Okay.
At that point, where were you?
Near the rear house, or in the rear house.
Were you still talking to Mr. Simpson and Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
All right. Did he come back to where you were?
Yes, he did.
And in the order of this tape, there was this surreptitious tape. Who was on the tape first, Mr. Simpson or Ms.
Counsel,
Nicole?
I think we're going into the content of the tape at this point, aren't we?
Your Honor, I was
You're asking him to interpret the tape, and at this point it's hearsay.
Because he was present, but, all right, Your Honor, I'll move on. I presume Lally will be here at some point. In the order of events, however, did Sergeant Lally come to the rear house and ask some questions first?
Sergeant Lally approached the rear house. I, at that time, approached Sergeant Lally.
Okay. And then after you approached Sergeant Lally, did you talk to him?
Yes.
And after that, where did Sergeant Lally go?
Stayed with me.
And, okay, the two of you stayed together, and then where did you go?
There were others present.
Okay. Who else was present?
Mr. Simpson was present.
Okay. Mr. Kalin was present also?
He was in the immediate vicinity.
Okay. And did then you hear Sergeant Lally start to talk to Mr. Simpson at that point?
Yes.
And did you complete a conversation with Mr. Simpson before you went some other place?
Yes.
And when you completed the conversation with Mr. Simpson, how much time had passed?
10 minutes, 5-10 minutes.
And when you completed this 5 or 10 minutes of conversation in which you spoke and also Sergeant Lally spoke, right?
Yes. And also Mr. Simpson spoke.
And Simpson. All right, yes. Where did you next go at that point, if you recall?
I went back into the interior of the house, the main house.
And did you at that point meet and talk with or have a conversation with Mr. Cole Brown Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And who was present during that conversation?
Sergeant Lally was present, and Cole Brown Simpson was present.
And did you hear them again engage in conversation?
Yes, there was a brief engagement.
Along with yourself?
Yes.
Now, you described for us that there had been some damage done to some rear double French doors.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was the subject matter of those doors, did that become part of the conversation that was conducted that evening by you? You can answer that yes or no.
Sustained.
Did you determine or ascertain that these double French doors had been partially broken before anything occurred that evening? Did you find that out?
Sustained.
I'll link it up.
Sustained.
Did you take any pictures of those doors that night?
No.
Did Mr. Simpson make a statement about, it's a subject matter statement, may I complete it?
It's hearsay, though. It's telling us what the content was.
Very well. After you completed the conversation with Mr. Cole Brown Simpson, where you were present and Sergeant Lally was present, where did you next go that day, if anything, that evening?
We returned back to Mr. Simpson's location, which was near the guest house in the rear.
And did you have a further conversation with him?
Yes, sir.
And that was, again, you and Sergeant Lally?
Yes,
right?
sir. Correct.
Right. And how long did that conversation, this second or third conversation with Simpson take?
Another probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Now, you had indicated that at some point when you first saw Mr. Simpson, he appeared to you to be upset and agitated. As you talked to him and he talked about the events of that night, did his demeanor change, become less agitated?
Yeah, I would say it did.
And would you say that's reflected in the way he responded to your questions during the various conversations?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Yes. With regard to the change in his demeanor from being agitated to being more calm, would you say that was reflected in the way the two of you talked during these various conversations you had with him?
I would say it had a calming effect on Mr. Simpson, yes.
Right. So that by the time you concluded your conversations, you and Sergeant Lally, he was in a calmer state than he had been in earlier, is that right?
There was a point during the conversation where he again became agitated.
All right. And then you had a calming effect?
Yes.
And then he became calm at some point again, is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
And there were no arrests made that night, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with regard to this entire incident, if we assume that you arrived somewhere around 10 o'clock p.m., Sergeant Lerner, what time did you finally leave the scene that particular night?
On our computer screen when we leave the scene, I put us on a follow-up.
Yes.
And it was approximately 23:28. That would be 11:28.
All right, so you were out there about an hour and a half altogether?
Pretty close.
And with the exception of maybe the first 10 minutes, it was you, your supervisor at that time, Sergeant Lally, and your partner at that time, Spencer Marks.
That's correct.
Right. Did you also talk to Cato Kalin?
Not really.
When you listened to this tape, this audio tape in Mr. Chris Darden's office yesterday morning, did you ever hear Chris Darden strike that? Did you ever hear Cato Kalin's voice?
No, I didn't.
Hope you didn't hear Chris Darden's voice then.
No.
Very well, I have nothing further of this witness at this point, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Darden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Leonard, you were at Nicole Brown's house for an hour and a half?
Objection to the form of counsel's theatrics, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I didn't know that. You were there an hour and a half?
We arrived at 7 minutes after 10. We departed at 28 minutes after 11.
Did you have other calls that you had to respond to or were supposed to respond to during that time?
We were on a high priority call. This particular call was considered a high priority call, and so we were off the air.
So you had no other responsibilities or duties during that 1.5 hour period, that is, except to deal with the situation involving Mr. Fendad and Nicole Brown?
That is correct.
Did you stay at the location any longer than you felt necessary?
No, sir.
So you felt that you needed to be there an hour and a half?
Correct.
Why?
We had a duty to ensure that our investigation was complete, that there was no possibility or limited possibility of any further incident that evening, and we were required to complete a crime report at the location.
You indicated, or rather you told my good friend Mr. Cochran that the defendant was upset when you first met him.
Yes, I did.
And you say that he then became calm. Is that right?
He calmed.
And I believe you told Mr. Cochran that you had a calming effect on him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Nicole Brown didn't have a calming effect on him.
Objection to the form of that question. Counsel's speculation. Objection to the form of that question.
Sustained.
Were you the only person that had a calming effect on the defendant?
Objection to the form of that question.
Overruled.
People there.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I believe my partner also had a calming effect, as well as Sergeant Lally.
Well, both you and your partner are police officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were in uniform.
Yes, sir.
Is that what calmed the fact that you were police officers?
No.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
But he was upset when you first saw him, and then at some point...
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Overruled.
But then at some point he became calm, correct?
He did become calm, not directly because of the uniform.
What calmed him?
I imagine
Sustained.
Did you make an effort to calm the defendant?
yes, I did.
But he became angry and upset again, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
And did you calm him again?
Attempted to.
Were you able to?
I thought I was fairly successful in that the incident did not escalate after my arrival.
Well, what do you mean when you say that the incident did not escalate?
Up until the time of my arrival, there had been no physical contact between Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown. And the entire period that my partner and myself and Sergeant Lally were present, it didn't escalate into a physical confrontation between the two parties.
How many officers arrived at Nicole Brown's house that evening?
I believe there were a total of 5.
And did all 5 of those officers remain at that house for 1.5 hours?
For the most part of it, yes. There were 2 officers arrived after my arrival and departed about the same time.
You were working the PM shift?
Mid-PMs.
How many patrol officers community work with me and should.
Overruled.
Mid-PMs has one basic car and usually an X car, usually 4 officers.
So all the officers on the shift, or rather all the patrol officers on the shift were at Nicole Brown's house for an hour and a half?
There was one mid-PM watch unit, which is myself, and one unit from the early PM watch, which normal end of watch hours is 11:30.
So half the watch then was at Nicole Brown's house, Sergeant Lerner?
Yes, sir.
You're right. I object. It's
Over.
redundant, it's cumulative.
Overruled.
And about the tape you just mentioned, you didn't tape the conversations, is that correct?
No, I didn't tape the
You
conversation.
don't have the tape, do you?
No, I don't.
You didn't know the conversations were even being taped?
Had no idea.
You're not really the person to ask about that tape, were you?
Well, just one, you can't ask him that. I object.
That's argumentative. That's argument.
I'm
Sustained.
sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
All right.
I apologize, counsel. I have nothing further.
All right.
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Couple.
A few more questions, Sergeant Lerner. As I understand it, there were no criminal charges filed regarding this incident, right?
That's incorrect.
There were criminal charges filed?
Yes. Well, I don't know if they were filed. I completed a crime report regarding trespass and
But
vandalism.
you never had to go to court on this case, right?
I never went to court on
All
it.
right. You never had to testify or anything?
No,
right?
sir.
As far as you know, Mr. Simpson never went to court on this case, right?
As far as I know.
All right. Now, with regard to that, this time you spent there, when you, Mr. Simpson, had left the scene before you actually left, right?
That's correct.
All right. And you and your partner stayed there for a period after that, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were talking about escalation. After you left, maybe around 11:30 that evening, you received no further calls to, or did not have to respond to the Gretna Green residents that evening, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had done your job with
I
regard
felt
to
so.
ameliorating the situation and making it better, is that right?
Apparently so.
All right. Thank you very kindly, sir.
Couple of questions, Your Honor. You say you completed a vandalism and trespass report?
Yes.
Is there a special box that you check on a crime report in situations like these?
Yes.
What does that box say?
That's a domestic violence involved box.
Domestic violence?
That's correct.
You checked that box?
Yes, I did.
On the crime report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything on that?
Nothing on that, Your Honor, and you may be excused.
All right. Sergeant, I'm going to excuse you from further attendance today. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else until the trial is completed, except with the lawyers on the case. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Darden,
One moment to check and see if the next witness.
please. Madam Reporter, how's your paper supply? All right. Stand over here behind the court reporter, please, and face the clerk.
Right over here now.
Right there. Stand right there. Raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now hearing before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Catherine Bowe, C-A-T-H-E-R-I-N-E, Bowe, B-O-E.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Without giving us your specific address, can you tell us, or rather give us the intersection in which you live?
I live at the intersection of Shetland Lane and
And during 1992 and 1993, did you live next door to Nicole Brown?
Yes, I did.
Her home on Gretna Green was directly adjacent to your home?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you lived at your home with Carl Colby, is that right?
Yes, my husband.
Let me direct your attention to April of 1992. First of all, during April of 1992, did you know Nicole Brown?
Yes, I did know Nicole.
Okay. And did you consider her a friend?
Yes, I certainly did.
Did you know her husband at the time?
I did know her husband.
I'm sorry?
I did know her husband.
Okay. The defendant seated here in court? You knew him?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the last week of April 1992, at about 11:30 p.m., did you see the defendant at that time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where were you when you saw the defendant?
I was in my upstairs bedroom.
Okay. And where was the defendant when you saw him?
He was on the sidewalk below.
And what did you see the defendant do?
I saw him walking around on the sidewalk, walking from Shetland up Gretna Green, slowly.
Did he only walk from Shetland to Gretna Green one time?
I felt uncomfortable watching him, so I didn't.
Non-responsive. Ms. Bo, if you would, listen carefully to the question that the attorney asks you and try to answer only the precise question that is
All
asked
right.
of you. Mr. Darden?
Thank you. Okay. How many times did you see the defendant walk from Shetland to Nicole Brown's house on Gretna Green?
On that night, I saw him walk once.
Okay. Did you ever see him walk back, that is, from Nicole Brown's house to the corner at Gretna Green?
No, I did not.
What did you do the first time you noticed the defendant outside on the sidewalk? Well, strike that. Let me withdraw that charge, if I may. Okay. You saw someone on the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
Did you know who it was when you first saw him?
No, I did not. Not immediately.
Not immediately. Is that no? Yeah. Is that no?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you later determine who that person was that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At what point was that?
Just some few minutes later.
And how did you determine the identity of the person you saw on the sidewalk?
I recognized him.
Okay. Now, you mentioned a moment ago that you felt uncomfortable watching the man on the sidewalk. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after you saw that person initially? Did you continue to watch him?
No, I didn't.
What did you do?
I turned away from the curtain,
Okay. Where did you go?
further into the bedroom.
Okay. Where was your husband, Carl Colby, at that time?
He was with me
Okay.
at the window.
Did you return to the window?
Only after he went downstairs.
Okay, but at some point, you returned to the window.
Yes.
Okay. Where was your husband, Carl Colby, when you returned to the window?
He was going downstairs.
Okay. Why did you return to the window?
Because I wanted to know who it was.
Okay. And the second time that you went to the window, were you able to recognize the person you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Who was that person?
OJ.
The defendant?
Yes.
Now, how much time went by between the first time that you went to the window and the second time that you went to the window?
2 minutes, 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. Now, the second time that you went to the window, was the defendant in the exact same spot that he was when you first went to the window?
No, he was moving slowly forward.
In what direction?
North.
Toward Nicole Brown's house?
Yes.
Now, you knew the defendant prior to that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
You'd met him before?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Now, what was the defendant doing out on the sidewalk the first time you saw him?
He was thinking.
Objection, cause for speculation, motion to strike.
The answer is actually non-responsive, so the answer will be stricken. Juries to disregard.
Well, what did you see the defendant do? What, if anything, was he doing that you could see the first time you saw him?
He was just walking along.
All right. And was he walking in a northerly direction the first time you saw him?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And the second time you saw him, was he still walking in a northerly direction?
Yes, he was.
Overruled.
Did you see the defendant do anything other than walk in a northerly direction either of those 2 times?
No, I did not.
Did the defendant ever leave your view?
No, he did not.
Can I have 1 moment? After the first time you saw the defendant, at the time in which you didn't know who he was, did you call 911?
No, I did not.
Did someone call 911?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Overruled. She can answer the question as she knows.
My husband prepared to call 911.
Motion to strike, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Did you see your husband pick up the telephone?
No, I did not.
How did he prepare to call 911?
Objection, cause
He
for
headed downstairs.
Overruled.
And as your husband headed downstairs, you continued to watch the man on the sidewalk?
Yes, I did.
How long did the man remain on the sidewalk? The man you identified as the defendant?
All the time that my husband was downstairs,
Okay. How much time was that?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Did your husband call 911?
Yes, he did.
What happened next?
I went to tell him that it was OJ.
You went downstairs to tell your husband that the man on the sidewalk was OJ, the defendant?
Mm-hmm. I did, yes.
Okay. And did you tell him that?
Yes, I did.
Did you look back out toward the sidewalk at that time?
I looked, I recognized him, and I went to tell my husband.
Okay. You went downstairs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is there a window downstairs, a window that faces Gretna Green?
Yes, there is.
Did you look through that window when you went downstairs?
No, I did not.
What did you do after you told your husband that the man on the sidewalk was OJ?
I went back upstairs,
And what did you do?
and I went to bed.
Okay. Did you ever look out the window again?
No, I did not.
Did the police arrive at your house?
I don't remember.
Did you ever see the defendant walk up to the front of the house occupied by Nicole Brown?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever tell the police that you saw the defendant walk to the front of the house
No, I
next
did
door?
not.
Did you see the defendant's car at all?
Yes, I did.
Where was his car?
It was parked on Shetland Lane.
The defendant's car was parked on Shetland Lane.
Yes, it was.
Now, the front of Nicole Brown's house faces which street?
Gretna Green.
So the defendant's car was parked around the corner?
That's right.
Is there a driveway in front of Nicole Brown's home?
Yes, there is.
Is that a single-car driveway?
No, it's a large driveway.
A three-car driveway?
Two-car.
Okay. And are there places to park in front of the house, that is, at the curb?
Yes, there are.
Okay. The defendant didn't park at the curb in front of the house?
No, he did not.
He didn't park in the driveway?
No, he did not.
And when you say the defendant parked on Shetland Lane and around the corner, how far down the street, how far away from the intersection at Shetland Lane and Gretna Green did the defendant park his car?
One building beyond the corner.
Okay.
It was really in front of our building that he parked, and our building is very long.
And that's because your building has several units.
3, yes, that's right.
Do you know why the defendant didn't park his vehicle in front of Nicole Brown?
Sustained.
No, I don't.
Well,
Had you ever seen the defendant arrive at Nicole Brown's house at night?
Objection.
overruled. It's foundational. We'll get, I assume there's some more questions coming behind us. You can answer the question.
No, but I wasn't often over there at night myself.
Okay. So you never saw him arrive at Nicole Brown's house at night? Is that
No.
correct? Okay. Did you ever see the defendant leave anything from Nicole Brown, that is, on her doorstep?
I'm sorry?
Did you ever see the defendant, O.J., leave anything at Nicole Brown's doorstep?
I didn't see things, him leave anything. I saw things that he had left, that Nicole told me he had left.
Did the defendant ever visit you at your home?
Yes, he did.
On how many occasions?
Only a couple of times.
Okay. Now, you have a son, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And your son played with the defendant's son, Justin, is that right?
That's right.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about his relationship with Nicole Brown?
On a couple of occasions, I did.
Let's talk about the first occasion. Where did that conversation take place?
Well, that took place in my kitchen.
How is it that the defendant found himself in your kitchen?
Well, Nicole wouldn't let him in the house at that time.
Sustained. That's stricken. Jury is ordered to disregard that last answer. Yes, let's see the court report, please. All right, thank you very much, counsel. Ms. Bowe, if you would you listen very carefully to the question that's asked and answer only the precise question that is asked of you? Also, if one of the attorney makes an objection after the question has been asked, don't answer the question until I rule on the objection, okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Darden, you may continue.
Was the last objection sustained?
It's been so long, I don't even remember.
It was a very good question, Your Honor.
Yes, it was, because it was not a statement by the defendant.
Now, the reason that the defendant came to your home on those few occasions you just mentioned a moment ago, okay, how did you learn the reasons? Was it from watching something or from talking to someone?
That's what he told me.
Okay, that's what the defendant told you. Is that right? You have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. The defendant, what did the defendant tell you? What reason did he give you for coming over to your house?
Overruled.
He didn't have to give me a reason. The boys were back and forth. My kitchen door was open. I was working in the kitchen. He would be coming by to see Nicole and the children. He didn't tell me why he wasn't allowed in the house that day. He just hung out in my kitchen for a while.
Okay. Did he tell you that he wasn't allowed in the house that day?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you would have conversations with the defendant, is that right?
One time I fed him a piece of peach cobbler. Another time we stood and talked. Yes, we had dialogue.
Okay. Did you talk about Nicole Brown?
I did not talk about Nicole.
Did the defendant talk about Nicole?
The defendant talked about Nicole.
Okay. What did he tell you? What did he say about Nicole?
That she wouldn't let him in the house.
Did he say
And
anything?
he told me that I had heard an argument between them prior to one of these occasions. And from what fragments I heard, she was angry at him about...
Please let her continue your...
Next question, Mr. Dark.
You heard an argument between the defendant and Nicole Brown.
Yes, I did.
You could hear the defendant speaking?
My kitchen door was open. I could hear the defendant speaking. They were going through the driveway, which is right next to my back door.
And they were arguing?
Yes, they were.
And could you discern from what the defendant was saying what it was that they were arguing about?
Yes, I could.
What were they arguing about? That's good.
Come on over here to the sidebar with the reporter, please. Don't go away.
Okay. What, if anything, did he tell you about the nature of his relationship with Nicole Brown?
He implied that she was upset over his womanizing, but that was in the past. The womanizing was in the past.
Is there a park located near your home?
Not on foot, but there is a park nearby, yes.
What's the name of that park?
Kenter Canyon Recreation Center.
Okay. Was there ever an occasion in which you had a conversation with the defendant at that park?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
It was around the same time. In the spring.
Okay. Did you and the defendant go to the park together?
We went with our two boys and Nicole.
And while at the park, did you and the defendant have a conversation regarding the nature of his relationship with Nicole Brown?
That was part of the conversation. Yes, we did.
And what was the general subject matter of the rest of the conversation?
I was addressing what I recognized as his stress.
Okay. The defendant seemed to be under stress.
Yes, he did.
What caused you to think or believe that the defendant was under stress?
Well, he was arguing loudly, and also I saw a lot of the white of his eye showing between the lid and the iris, and that's an indication of stress. And I brought it to his attention at one point during the dialogue, and we talked about that.
Okay. Well, who was he arguing loudly with?
Nicole.
What was he saying to Nicole?
I gather that he was angry at her, thinking that she had been with another man, and she was angry at him for being angry at her.
Could you elaborate on that?
Well, after a while she wouldn't argue anymore, and she just fumed on a stone wall, so I was stuck with OJ.
Okay. And you had a conversation with the defendant then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And tell us the conversation you had with the defendant at that time.
Well, he said that she was sleeping with somebody who had been staying at her house. And I was reluctant to discuss it. But because he seemed so upset, I felt I could put his mind more at ease by telling him that I didn't think she was. In fact, I was sure she wasn't because my boy was over for overnights, and Nicole had specifically told me that this individual was staying in the spare room. And when my son was there for an overnight, the next day I did ask him where he had stayed, where the guest had stayed. And my son told me that he had stayed in the spare room. But when I told OJ that, he scoffed at me as though to indicate that I shouldn't believe her. But I did believe her because she had never lied to me. I had no reason to think that she would ever lie to me. I couldn't convince.
Hold on. Next question.
Was the defendant upset or angry during that conversation?
Yes, he was very upset.
And were you able to relieve his stress somehow?
Eventually I was.
How long did it take you?
Well, I'm not sure I entirely succeeded, but maybe 15 or 20 minutes.
Why aren't you sure that you entirely succeeded?
Because he was convinced that I was mistaken, that he knew how things were.
Was the defendant and Nicole Brown living together at that time?
No, he was not. He was divorced at that time.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Shapiro? Certainly.
Mr. Simpson? Good morning. I'm Robert Shapiro. I represent Mr. Simpson.
Good morning, Mr. Shapiro.
How are you today? How would you prefer that I address you?
Miss Bowe is fine.
Miss Bowe, because everybody has different connotations these days, and I don't want to insult you at all.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
How long had you known Nicole Simpson in 1992?
I really became friends with Nicole Brown Simpson when she moved in next door.
Which was when?
So it was I don't remember when she moved in.
Can you give us an approximate year or month?
Does somebody know what year when she moved in next door to me?
All right, let me go on to another question. Did you know O.J. Simpson prior to the time that Nicole Simpson moved in next door to you?
No, I did not.
And when Nicole Simpson moved in, she moved in at the time that she was going through a separation and later a divorce.
That's right.
And the incidents that you're relating to now in April of 1992 took place during the time that the divorce was pending, which was filed in about February. Is that correct?
I believe the divorce was final at that time.
In 92?
Am I mistaken?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Shapiro going to take the stand?
Yes. I mean, it's a court record. I mean, if we're going to argue about the date of the divorce,
All right,
we're
counsel,
going to do it forever.
counsel, hold on. The date of the legal documents and the date of the divorce are not disputed. So, Mr. Shapiro, why don't you proceed?
Yes. The date of the divorce, she filed for divorce in February of 92, and the divorce was final 6 months later in October, or thereabouts, 8 months. To put that in perspective now, when you saw O.J. Simpson during this period of time, did you ever see him in the company of his son and your son?
Yes, I did.
On how many occasions?
A half dozen?
And did he ever accompany your son and his son to athletic practices?
Yeah, they certainly, I'm not hating on this, but yeah, there is lots of laughter in the trial that we don't usually see in our modern trials. Like we were commenting before a couple of streams ago. Yeah, if this is, and their hairstyles are receding, right? In this time they must have done things different. Now people usually just shave the hair off when they start receding. And these outfits are really cool looking. She has a nice outfit on. In my opinion, it's not something people wear in the modern day, but it's white with some sort of a designer red thing right there. Yeah, so different eras seem to do different things, styles and etc. Judge has a toupee. Yeah, get him, Judy. Yeah, don't hold back. Notice women have shoulder pads. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did.
So you would find nothing unusual about Mr. Simpson coming to your house at all, would you?
No, not at all.
And if he came to your house, would you find it unusual if he wanted to go next door and visit or talk to somebody who he was going through a divorce with?
Overruled.
Can you say that again?
Would you find it unusual that while he was coming to bring his son to play with your son, that he might want to stop by next door and talk to a woman who he was going through a divorce with?
You mean he would come by and stop by and talk with Nicole?
I'm saying, would you find it unusual if he came by with his son to visit your son, that he might, during that same visit, go next door and check and see Nicole?
It would be unlikely that he would come to my house without going to Nicole's house, yes.
And during the time that Nicole lived next door to you, did you ever see any evidence of any physical abuse on Nicole?
No, I did not.
The individual that your son said was spending the night with Nicole the day that the night your son slept over?
Objection, Your Honor, that mistake. He was spending the night with Nicole.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
You referred to an incident where there was a discussion about a gentleman being over at Nicole's house, and O.J. had some degree of being concerned about that. and discussed it with you. Is that correct?
Yes,
Was that gentleman's name Keith?
yes.
And Nicole had told you that nothing happened between herself and Keith of any sexual nature.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I can answer the question?
Yes.
Nicole told me that he slept in the spare bedroom. We did not discuss whether or not they were or had been or were becoming lovers.
And O.J. said that he was upset because he believed that there was some sexual activity in the close proximity of children, including your son.
No, I don't think he was concerned about whether it was in the proximity of the children. I think he was concerned of whether it was his wife.
On occasion, would you know O.J. to bring flowers by to Nicole?
I did see the flowers that he left for her and that he had delivered to her.
And on the particular occasion that you're talking about in April, before you realized it was O.J. Simpson and your suspicions were aroused, was there anything unusual about the way he was walking up to her house?
Unusual?
Yeah.
Probably the only thing unusual about it was that it was 11:30 at night.
And you don't know whether Nicole was home or not, do you?
I assume Nicole was home.
And you don't know whether he had been invited to come over or not, do you?
No, I don't.
And he wasn't dressed in any unusual way, was he?
No, no.
Didn't have any hats on or any disguises on?
No.
And as far as parking the car, let me mark two photographs, if I might, for identification, please, Your Honor.
Sure, without the reporter. All right, noted. Thank you, counsel. You may.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Ms. Bowe, can you identify these two photographs for the jury, please?
Yes, I can. This is my house here, which is on the corner of Gretna Green and Shetland Lane. Here is Nicole's house, her driveway, and here's the little stone wall. My kitchen door is in the back there. The boys would be back and forth across the wall.
This photograph is identified. I don't have my glasses on. What's the number on this?
P24.
And the second photograph?
This is Nicole's house with the garage door closed.
And would you identify that photograph?
P23.
Now, P23 is directly in front of Nicole's house?
Yes, it is.
Shows cars right in front.
Yes.
Now, there are large trees there, are there not?
Yes, there are.
And are those the type of trees that tend to drop a lot of berries and other types of residue?
Well, those are bottle brush trees, and they have big red blossoms like brushes.
Do you know that there may be some people who prefer not to park nice cars under trees that have a propensity to shed?
No, those are jacaranda trees.
Well,
The
we're getting a
jacaranda
great
trees-
lesson in trees here today.
The jacaranda trees are actually in front of my house.
Well, if somebody didn't know the difference between those trees, and somebody took great care in their car, do you think they might have a little bit of anxiety about parking there?
I think they might have anxiety about parking on that street because Gretna Greenway is a through street, and you might not want to park your car on a through street.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Do you want to show the jurors those photos?
Yes. I was going to put it up on.
All right. Mr. Darden, redirect.
Very I had Mr. Fairlow, People's 24, and asked him to put it up on the screen.
All right, and Ms. Bove, there's a monitor right to your right there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Now, the house on the left, is that your home?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And the house to the right of the photograph, that would be 325 South Gretna Green.
That's right.
Okay, there's a nice big driveway there, is that correct?
That's right.
Showing you People's 23. Okay. There are two cars parked there in front of 325 South Gretna Green, is that correct?
That's right.
Do you know who owns those cars, who they belong to?
No, I don't.
Did you ever see the defendant park his car in the driveway?
Yes, many times.
Directly beneath that big tree Mr. Shapiro alluded to?
Well, I saw him park in the driveway, which isn't directly beneath the tree, and I saw him park on Gretna Greenway in front of the house sometimes as well.
How many times did you see him park on Shetland?
Several times.
And that would be around the corner, is that correct?
That's right.
And on those occasions that he parked his car on Shetland, was there room for him to park his car in the driveway in the close?
Well, I can't remember every occasion that he parked on Shetland Lane. There may have been, there may not have been.
Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't.
Sometimes she parked her car in the garage. Sometimes she left it in the driveway.
Thank you, that's all.
Mr. Shapiro?
No further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Bove.
All right, Ms. Bell, thank you very much for coming in. Please
Your
don't
Honor.
discuss your testimony with anybody
No, I
else
won't.
except to the lawyers until the end. Ms. Bell, thank you very much for coming in. Please
Your
don't
Honor.
discuss your testimony with anybody
I
else
won't.
except to the lawyers until the end of the case. All right,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much, ma'am.
Good day.
All right, Ms.
Okay, they are laughing quite a bit now because Abs was talking about inappropriate considering the two people were brutally stabbed to death in this case. We were watching it a couple of days ago and we commented about this. And yeah, laughter is the best medicine, and like some people were mentioning about, laughing might brighten up a courtroom. But yeah, it depends on like what the circumstances are. I do agree with you, Abs, that it's they are laughing quite a bit where it may not be completely necessary, but hypothetically, if they have something funny or humorous happen, that's fine. But if it's something a little bit inappropriate, yeah, usually judges now shut this up, and I will certainly do commentary about this specific day. It's lots of laughing in this one. Yeah. So now we'll continue.
Mr. Darden, your next witness, please. Certainly.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Carl Colby, C-A-R-L-C-O-L-B-Y.
Mr. Colby, the witness that just testified a moment ago, that's your wife, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, throughout 1992 and 1993, were you living in a home located at the intersection of Shetland and Gretna Green?
Yes, we were living on the northwest corner of Shetland and Gretna Green.
Okay.
Two-story house, cheek to jowl with 325.
Okay. So Nicole Brown's home was directly next door to yours during April of 1992, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have a son, is that correct?
Yes, we have a son now 6 years old who was in school with Justin Simpson, OJ's son, and they were best friends, and they saw each other constantly. And when they moved in, actually,
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, you can hear me now. I thought I pressed the unmute button. Okay? I thought I pressed the unmute button, but I didn't. Because I'm I was being a Kmart alien for a second. So yeah, his hairstyle is very modern for the time he's in, the design of it, and yes, he does have a full head of hair. Yeah, and he does look rich. Yeah, certainly more modern, like our time period, more so than the other time period. You got a swirl going on. Spray men use lots of hairspray back then. Okay, okay, yeah, they did use hairspray back then. That's true. I had a full head of hair back in the 90s too. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, so you also had a full head of hair back then, right? And if the plumber destroyed your toilet and using water pressure, and you took a plumber to court that uses snaking gear, that would be equivalent. Yeah. Yeah, very, very good. Okay. So, actually, right, I thank God for my toilet, though. It's industrial grade from Home Depot. I've never seen toilet take so much of a beating and still flush strong. But yeah, shout out to Home Depot. And Pat, okay, Judy says blow dryers. Yeah, they also use blow dryers. John Travolta was in a movie called Hairspray in like '06, and I'm like, okay, they used hairspray back then. That's when I first was learning about hairspray stuff people did in that time. And they also did blow drying. Yes, and they would put different types of things and gels in their hair too. Oh, you use hair gel, yeah. That's cool, yeah, because even like with me, I'm not wearing any hair gel right now, but usually, there are certain styles that use hair gel with to shape it a certain way. Yeah. So, yeah, I like, as I said, this is a very good study about comparing that time period to our current day. Looks like Lizzie McGuire's dad. Yes. Yes, it does. I completely agree. Yeah. He looks like an older version of the husband in Beetlejuice with the glasses. He reminds you of him. Also. They've been using hairspray since the 50s. Okay. It was the 50s? Okay, thank you. We had mousse and spray. Yes, mousse too. Yes. I've heard of that one. Alien needed a second to compute what I said, probably thinking, can this bitch not put her out-of-pocket comments in my chat? You're right, Abs. You're right. Your unhingedness is humor for me. All right, Aquanet. Okay. That too. Okay. All right, now we'll continue.
Next door, it was a big surprise and a terrific event because two friends who went to school together were now living side by side. So they saw each other nearly every day.
Okay. And you became acquainted with the defendant here, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you became acquainted with Nicole Brown?
Yes, more with Nicole Brown because she lived there and we would just have more encounters with her.
When did Nicole Brown move into the house next door, if you know?
I believe it was in the beginning of 1992.
January 1992?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when she moved into the house, did the defendant move into the house with her?
No, he did not.
Now, directing your attention to the last week of April 1992. Did you have an occasion to call 911?
Yes, I did.
And what caused you to call 911?
Well, it was an evening, approximately 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, and it's a residential neighborhood, very quiet. And sometimes before retiring, I just go check the locks and look around downstairs, make sure the lights are off, things like that. And I happened to look outside, and I saw a man outside on the sidewalk.
And what was that man doing?
He was standing on the sidewalk looking at what apparently was the residence next door, directly to the north of us.
And what time of the night was this?
I'd say it was approximately between 10:30 and 11 o'clock that night.
Okay. So the man was standing on the sidewalk?
Yes, initially, when I first spotted him, he was standing about 5 yards south of the driveway and relatively stationary looking at the house. And then, since I saw him, I was curious, and I didn't recognize him. So I thought to myself, what is a man of this description doing outside at that time? So...
Sustained. All right, Mr. Darden, next question.
So you became curious?
Yes, I was curious.
Okay. And did you continue to watch the man?
Yes, I did.
What did you see the man do?
I saw him observe the residence next door and then walk around the corner, which would be southerly and then westerly on Shetland, and then go back around again and look again at that residence. And I was a little bit concerned because...
Okay, well, let me just stop you there.
All right.
So that is clear. When you first saw the man, he was on the sidewalk 5 feet from Nicole Brown's driveway.
Actually, it misstates the answer.
It was 5 yards.
5 yards. Okay. And then he walked back around the corner?
Yes, and then he walked in a southerly direction and then back around the corner. Our house is on a corner like this. So then went southerly and then westerly and then back around again.
Okay. And did he walk back to the same spot he was in when you saw him initially? How many times did you see this man walk within 5 yards of Nicole Brown's driveway and then walk back around the corner?
Just those two incidents.
Okay. And were you concerned at all?
Well, I was concerned because first of all, I didn't
I asked if he was curious before.
He asked if he was concerned.
Well, I
He said
thought
yes.
that the-
Hold on. When there's an objection, Mr. Colby, if you would, allow me to rule on the objection, and if it's okay to answer the question, I'll tell you that, all right? You've answered the question, were you concerned? The answer to that question is either yes or no. You've answered it yes.
The answer is yes.
All right. Next question, Mr.
All right.
Darden.
What did you do after you saw the man return to a point within 5 yards of Nicole Brown's
Well, I
driveway?
thought that the man might be a...
Okay.
Correct.
I
All
called...
right, hold on.
Okay, well,
Listen,
what-
Mr. Colby, I realize you're not used to doing this every day. Listen very carefully to the question that Mr. Darden or Mr. Shapiro asked you and answer that precise question, please. All right, Mr. Darden.
Okay. What did you do after you saw the man return to the driveway?
I called 911
Why did you call 911?
because I felt that the gentleman in question could be a possible burglar or intruder to my residence or to one of the residences in the neighborhood.
Now, after you called 911, did you continue to watch the man?
Yes, I did, and when I called 911, I told him it was that it was not an emergency.
All right. Please, just answer the question. Thank you.
When you called 911, did you continue to watch the man?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you see the man do after you called 911?
He went back to the original position and looked at the residence, and then left.
Now, as the man left, did you recognize him?
Yes, I did. After I'd made the call, I recognized him.
And who was that man?
It was Mr. Simpson.
Did you ever see the defendant approach the front door at Nicole Brown's home that evening?
No, not that evening.
Did you ever see Nicole Brown that evening?
No, I did not.
Could you see Nicole Brown's driveway at all that evening?
Yes.
Was her vehicle or her car parked in the driveway?
I don't remember. I don't believe it was.
Did you see the defendant's car in Nicole Brown's driveway?
No, the defendant's car was around the corner
And how do you know the defendant's car was around the corner?
because I saw him drive away.
Did you see him walk around the corner?
Yes,
Did you see his car parked around the corner?
I only saw it drive off.
And the corner you're referring to, that would be Shetland, is that right?
Right, into the cul-de-sac.
Now, I believe you indicated before that your home is located at the intersection at Shetland and Gretna Green, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How far down Shetland Lane, how far away from the intersection was the defendant's car the first time you saw it that night?
Approximately 50 to 60 yards down. I saw the car as it departed.
Okay. Now, what did you do after you realized that the man you saw looking at Nicole Brown's home was in fact the defendant?
Well, I was embarrassed that I'd called 911 because I didn't feel that Mr. Simpson was a threat to me or to anyone else in our neighborhood. So I did not call the police back because shortly thereafter the police did appear and I told them who it was and what the nature of the incident had been.
Okay. Did you have any conversation with the defendant prior to him leaving?
No, I did not.
Had you ever seen the defendant arrive at Nicole Brown's house late in the evening and just stand on the sidewalk?
No, only that one incident.
Did you ever see him outside in front of Nicole Brown's house late at night?
No, I did not.
If you know, what was he doing that night, the night that you saw him and called 911?
No, I think we can describe what he observed. Oh, well,
What was he doing?
He seemed to be hesitant and to be attempting to perhaps observe something that may have been occurring within the house, but he never took action and stepped onto the property of the house, or he didn't do anything untoward.
There's a big picture window in front of 325 South Gretna Green. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We can put People's 24 in the Alamo, Your Honor.
All right, 24, and Mr. Colby, right to your right, there's a monitor for you to look at what's being depicted.
Yes, I see it.
Mr. Darden.
Where do you see the picture window? Where? Just take a look at the monitor. Where is the picture window located?
The picture window is far right-hand side, in the shadow of the trees, to the right of the driveway.
Okay. Thank you. And you can see through that window from the sidewalk, can't you? Or do you know?
Conceivably.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Shapiro.
Good afternoon, Mr. Colby.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm Robert Shapiro, one of Mr. Simpson's lawyers, and I have a very few questions for you this morning. Do you know whether or not O.J. Simpson was simply waiting for Nicole Simpson to arrive that night and meet her?
I have no knowledge of that.
Do you know if she was home?
I don't know that either.
Do you know if they had any prearrangements that night?
No.
And as you say, you were embarrassed by the fact that you had called the police because really there was nothing suspicious.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question again?
You were slightly embarrassed that you had called the police when you realized it was O.J. Simpson because there really was nothing suspicious that evening.
Well, I can't speculate as to whether it was suspicious behavior or not. All I've said is that I observed the party on the sidewalk.
And just a final question. One of the lawyers from my office, Sarah Kaplan, called you, did she not?
I don't remember that.
And, do you recall last week called and asked to talk to you about your observations? Do you remember her or not?
I think so.
And you told her that you wouldn't speak with her?
I believe I did say I didn't speak to her.
Was she rude in any way to you or offensive in any way?
No, but no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Darden, any redirect?
Why is it that you refused to speak to Sarah Bell?
I felt that to come forward and to speak to you, Mr. Darden, and to you, Ms. Clark, was appropriate behavior, and I don't attract the attention of the press or of any other party.
By the way, that night, the night in which you saw the defendant in front of the house, did you know that Nicole had filed for divorce?
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Colby, thank you very much for coming. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the attorneys till the case is over.
I will. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Mr. Darden, your next witness.
Any chance we can have a 5-minute break, Judge, for the next witness?
I'm getting the signal that jurors want a 5-minute break. All right, let's take a quick 5-minute break. Witness. All right, with the reporter, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have one or two other legal matters I need to take up out of your presence. Since we're 5 minutes to noon, I'm going to send you out to an early lunch. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to talk to you about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has finally been submitted to you. All right, Deputy McNair, let's excuse the jury, but we will go back into session briefly for a few discovery matters. Parameters for those missing articles, correct?
Yes. And that is being done. We informed the people early this week that we, in fact, had done an extensive search and had compiled what we believe to be every public statement made by Denise Brown regarding this case. And we do not feel that we have any legal obligation whatsoever to inform the prosecution of this, but in a spirit of cooperation and good faith, and in a spirit of trying to save time, because I feel that I will be using these documents for cross-examination, that the people will have adequate time to get ready.
All right, Counsel, I appreciate your having already made a copy. Save my staff some time.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to order the prosecution, since these are otherwise copyrighted materials, not to make any further photocopies of that. They may not be copied or otherwise disseminated, and they're to remain in your possession, Mr. Gordon, or possession of the prosecution team.
Yes, Your Honor, we're awaiting the other data search, and we'll conduct it as soon as we get it.
All right, but given the parameters of what's left of our court day, I suspect we won't even finish direct examination today. So you'll have the weekend to peruse those matters. All right, anything else we need to put on the record before we take our recess for the noon hour? No? Terrific. All right, and Mr. Shapiro, you're excused. Was that another beeper?
Thank you very much.
Whose beeper was that?
Suspects.
I don't have one, left mine upstairs.
Okay, that's not what I need.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, you're excused until 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll stand in recess until 1:30, discovery matters and other remaining motions at 1:30. All right, thank you, Counsel.
They have indicated, I believe, around January 4th, when we were provided with the DOJ reports, that they were done testing. We, at that point, began discussions about getting access to the exhibits so that we could conduct our own independent examination. I would indicate to the court that under the Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, Mr. Simpson has a right to effective assistance of counsel, and in fact, we have an obligation to provide that effective assistance to him. Fundamental to that right is our obligation to examine all of the evidence that might be used against him. And we must be able to do that in a meaningful manner. Right now, up to this point, we've only had access to this evidence from afar. When Drs. Bodden and Wolf were allowed to look at exhibits, they were instructed that they were not allowed to touch anything, they were not allowed to take anything out of any bags, they were not allowed to do any photographing. This is obviously one of the reasons why there are no reports from those people, because they would not prepare reports based on that kind of a cursory examination. That is not a meaningful examination from our standpoint. Proposition 115 requires that we make available to the prosecution any scientific reports, evidence examinations that we intend to use. while 115 imposes certain obligations on us, it also creates certain protections for us. We are not required to turn over expert reports or investigative reports that we do not intend to use in our case. And the reason for that is so that we can conduct an effective investigation. We may find some things that we don't like and we don't want to use, and that's our right to not use those things, and we don't have to turn them over to the prosecution. To allow a prosecution expert to be looking over our shoulders, as you will, while we conduct scientific testing is, in a sense, requiring us to make disclosure to the prosecution of the results of all examinations that we do, whether we like the results or not, whether we intend to use the results or not. I would point the court to the case of Prince versus Superior Court, which is at 8 Cal. 4th, 1180, which I believe the court's already familiar with. That case involved a situation where there were two vaginal swabs, and the court ruled that the defense had a right to one of those swabs, since the prosecution would have the other swab and could do whatever testing they wanted to do on that swab, and that the defense would have the right to conduct independent testing out of the presence of the prosecution on the remaining sample. The basis for that ruling was the Sixth Amendment effective assistance of counsel. I would also point out that under Code of Civil Procedure 2018, which is the work product statute, the policy of that section is to preserve the rights of attorneys to prepare their cases and to prevent attorneys from taking undue advantage of an adversary's industry and efforts. And I would submit to you that testing that might be done by our experts at our direction are certainly work product under that guise until the point where we decide that we're going to submit something to the court or to the jury, at which point the prosecution has a right to have that. I might also add that we were not permitted to be present when this evidence was collected. We were not permitted to be present when it was transported or when it was initially prepared for analysis at Piper Tech with the LAPD people. While we have been allowed to watch while some of the DNA testing has been done, we have not been allowed to do any testing on our own. The court has, up to this point, has been unwilling to impose any kind of timeliness requirement on the prosecution. They've had this evidence for an extended period of time. I believe in your order, your ruling on the Griffin hearing, you pointed out that the defense should use or the prosecution should use all conservative methods in order to preserve possible samples for testing by the defense. And we're at a point in time now where the trial has already started. We would like our opportunity to examine this evidence, and if we decide that we want to conduct a specific test, we think we have a right to do that in private and not reveal the results unless we decide that we're going to use those results. So with that, I would submit the matter and ask that we be allowed to, that the exhibits be provided to us as soon as possible, and that we have no objection to them being there while we open them up and look at them, and they can videotape that if they like. But at a point in time where we decide that we want to do a specific test, we submit that we have a right to do that in private.
You have no objection to the presence of the custodian of these items being present when they're displayed, examined, splits are taken, but for the actual testing, you want that done in private?
That's correct.
All right. All right, are there any unusual items here, Mr. Blazier? You have the lists, the numbers that you list on page 2 of your letter. Are there any items that are of unusual difficulty in handling?
I don't believe so. I think most of the, or a lot of the items have been already tested by the prosecution. We did not ask for large pieces of the Bronco. That might be troublesome to transport back there. All of the coroner's exhibits are all relatively well contained and ample quantity that if the prosecution wants to do further testing, presumably they could. So I don't think that there's anything that requires any kind of a special order.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Good afternoon, Mr. Harmon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's funny how we can live through the same events and have a different appreciation for them.
Well, there's a jury instruction on that.
This is all not in front of the jury, so. A little history, I think, is in order. On November 28th, we wrote the court and told the court and counsel that the socks and the glove were back here And if you wanted to do any sampling or examination, feel free to. We just wanted to videotape it. And in light of Mr. Cochran's opening statement, I'm just thankful that they didn't take us up on that for reasons that will become obvious in a few minutes. So some of these items, and those two in particular, have been here for months, and no one took us up on that. Much to our surprise, on January 9th, we got a letter from the defense team saying they wanted all their lawyers to go visit the lab the next day. And, you know, those are not easy arrangements to make. And then they also said that they wanted designated items to be sent to Dr. Lee in any fashion we desired. And they never designated them. And that's when I made the mistake of doing something that I had tried not to do in this case. I tried to discuss this with Mr. Scheck. And if you recall, when we went on the record after that, I asked Mr. Scheck that whenever we had any communication, let's put it in writing so our memories can't fade and we can't forget what really was discussed. So this latest letter is, or actually we responded to that January 9th letter on January 9th, and we said, and this is a quote, "We are in receipt of your letter of January 9th, 1995. You have not provided us with adequate time nor given us sufficient information to intelligently respond to your requests. Please file appropriate legal motions with the court." January 9th. Nothing happened. January 30th, 3 weeks later, we get the letter that brought us here today. And much to my surprise, the letter says that Mr. Clark and I agreed to something. Now, we agreed to something when full information was provided. At that time, Mr. Scheck suggested that we abide by the rules of Cellmark. And if you recall, this was long before I was involved in the case. Cellmark would allow defense experts to view testing. And we were very surprised that, that something like that would be so easily resolved between Mr. Scheck and I. And then nothing ever came of it until we read this letter reading that we had agreed to shipping everything, when in fact no numbered items had ever been mentioned in any of those conversations. If there was ever any agreement, it was that our experts would be allowed to watch, to videotape the samplings, examinations, and tests, just as we have allowed the defendant to do at every turn in this proceedings. The ubiquitous Dr. Blake, the ubiquitous but invisible Dr. Blake, continues to visit the Department of Justice. And this is done very cordially by them. They tell him when things are going to happen and change their schedule so that he can show. I think it's at this point we need to reflect back on something that I watched at home on television back in August, not realizing I'd be here. Ms. Clark offered to have the ubiquitous Dr. Blake do all of the testing, all of the PCR testing that apparently, and I say apparently, is now being requested of this court. I'm somewhat surprised to hear Mr. Blazer, perhaps he hasn't been informed of this, and if he hasn't, it's another curious event, say that they've never had any of the evidence, when you know, Your Honor, that you signed an ex parte order way back in October for items 47, 50, and 78. And those items were released to the defense team. Mr. Blazer apparently doesn't know that. Perhaps this is another one of these instances where they've tested something in secret and they don't even want him to know what the answer is. It's clear that what they want to do is hide the ball. And I'm going to convince you today, Your Honor, that on many of these items the time has come to realize that this is not about finding the truth that's in that physical evidence. And physical evidence is a totally different category of evidence in this state. That this is only about winning at all costs. The defendant has requested 184 items, most of the physical evidence in this case, to be transported to a laboratory on the East Coast right when we're in the middle of our case, or I shouldn't say middle, but right when we've begun our case. Some of them are really interesting and intriguing items. Now, they haven't said what they want to do with it. They haven't said what kind of tests they want to perform on it. And I think there are legal reasons why they have to specify that I'll address. They want I've picked out some of the more intriguing items. Item number 118. It's a knife that Mr. Cochran had up on Greg Matheson's report It's a knife with someone else's blood on it, other than the victim's. That's one of the knives that, or one of the items they want to see. They want number 136, which was seized from Ronald Goldman's apartment on June 15th. Dino, the autobiography or biography of Dean Martin, for some strange reason. They want number 143, a knife found all the way down in Oceanside. Perhaps the most interesting item that they've...
Oceanside, as in San Diego County?
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay.
They must know something that we don't know. The item that I found most intriguing and interesting is they want number 200, a cassette was seized from Mr. Simpson's Bronco, Carlito's Way, the soundtrack. And all I could think of was perhaps they want to play it backwards like the Beatles' I'm the Walrus. And if you do that, remember you hear Paul is dead, there'll be a clue as to who really killed the victims in this case.
You're dating yourself.
It should be obvious.
And Your Honor, you seem to understand it also.
Among the list of items are some items that are still being tested at Department of Justice. This list was done very carelessly without any real consideration for what we have already told them. Items 79, 81, and 86, they're at the Department of Justice. They know that. We've told them that.
What are those items?
They are clothing items belonging to Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown. I can't sort them out now. I don't quite have them memorized yet. In 303 and 304, and this is not inclusive, but I'm pretty sure it is, those are some stains from the Bronco that were collected the second time around, I believe, in August. Those things are still at the Department of Justice, and we've told them that all along. No specific reason is provided for any of these items. No specific test is mentioned, and there are legal reasons why it's incumbent upon them, in my opinion, to provide that kind of specificity. So the defendant now wants all of these 184 items to be shipped off to the East Coast. What's interesting about the timing of the request, Your Honor, it's made immediately after Mr. Cochran has publicly accused the prosecution of conducting unreliable DNA tests on contaminated samples, the same time he's accused someone in law enforcement of planting Nicole Simpson's blood on the defendant's socks. Because defendant or his team apparently seeks to perform tests which consume or alter some of these items of physical evidence forever, they have to justify, under the authority of People versus Cooper, what these items are, why these samples are needed, and who will perform the tests. If the DNA tests are being contemplated by the defense, how have those tests suddenly become reliable in their hands when Mr. Cochran has announced to this jury and the world that they're unreliable in their forensic application? Perhaps they're contemplating having Nobel Prize winner Mullis perform some of his cyberspace 21st century tests on these items. And hopefully, I add this parenthetically, hopefully the court will allow the people, when we cross-examine Dr. Mullis, to engage in some of the probe and questioning that Ron Shipp underwent in terms of his consumption habits and his bizarre scientific opinions. If Mullis performs these analyses, it will be the first time he's ever tested forensic evidence. Somehow, perhaps the defense has suggested that the way Mullis will do it will overcome the technology transfer point that Mr. Cochran alluded to in his opening statement. Well, because of those shocking allegations, specifically with respect to Nicole's blood on the defendant's socks, which Mr. Cochran made public for the first time on Monday, the prosecution presently intends to perform tests on those blood-stained areas of defendant's socks which are able to detect the presence of the preservative in reference samples, in the sample that was preserved by the coroner. There is a preservative named EDTA in those tubes. They're pre-manufactured. There's a specified amount of that preservative in those tubes. We intend to pursue that with all of our vigor to refute the allegations which have cast a cloud over many of the people who worked in this case. Had these allegations been made months ago, we could have done this months ago. But for whatever reason, those ugly rumors circulated and circulated, And then finally, on Monday, Mr. Cochran pointed the finger. Unfortunately, when he pointed the finger in his sock timeline, he left out one important event that totally undermines the chronology that he created or demonstrated in front of the jury. And the event that he left out was before that leaked story, the LAPD had done conventional screening on that sock and determined that the PGM subtype belonged to Nicole and did not belong to any of these other people. So it was known. That doesn't mean that it didn't appear that there was a leak, but that's an important part of the story that Mr. Cochran left out. We are under a legal obligation, in light of these allegations under Brady versus Maryland, to pursue this issue. Not that we believe it will produce exculpatory evidence, but we have an obligation to do so, and we intend to do so with all the resources that may be available to us. And we also have a moral and an ethical obligation to pursue this. And this isn't any inquiry motivated by advocacy. This is a purely scientific inquiry. We can't rely on tainted evidence. We have no doubt that the blood on those socks, which we have identified conclusively through multiple DNA tests, belongs to Nicole and was transferred there during the savage, brutal killings of Ron Goldman and Nicole. We have an obligation to those people whose reputations stand to be tarnished by Mr. Cochran's careless charges with no substance to them. The tests will show that the blood on those socks, which Mr. Cochran admits is Nicole's, did not come from the reference sample that was laced with EDTA that was obtained by the coroner's office. It's a question of scientific truth, which can only be addressed by fair and impartial scientists, not attorneys whose interests are irreconcilable or whose careers serve to be promoted or advanced by careless charges such as that. In fact, we've invited and we continue to invite input from the scientific community about how to approach these tests and to design them in a way that there will be no question that when those tests prove that there's no EDTA on the stain that's been identified as coming from Nicole, there will be no question. No one will have a lingering doubt. Right now, we actually invite the defendant to join us in this search if they want to find out what the truth is about how those stains got there. Perhaps we can agree on a series of different tests to be performed by different labs, overseen by a mutually agreed upon blue ribbon panel. If this is about finding the truth, we'll agree. If it's about winning at all costs, we won't. There are only two possible outcomes to this test. There's either going to be EDTA there or there's not going to be EDTA there. And we're willing to accept the outcome, whatever that is. One can only imagine the only reason the defense might not want to join in mutually agreeing on this is because they already know there's no EDTA there, and they already know how that blood got there. We agree to accept those results in advance. We sincerely hope that the defense agrees to do so too. And we especially hope that should we prove conclusively through a series of tests, well-established tests in the scientific community, the defendant will not fall back on the dated legal artifice of People versus Kelly to try to prevent the results from being presented to this jury. That kind of tactic would only subvert the truth even more. I believe at this point we have demonstrated that those socks need to be maintained in our possession until we have had an opportunity to pursue this scientifically. That includes all the reference samples. And I'm broadening this a little bit too to include the other two reference samples for reasons I'll allude to. If we're forced at this point to turn over any of those items of evidence, that could compromise our ability to produce a definitive answer about the presence or absence of EDTA on the stain that's been conclusively identified as coming from Nicole on the from the socks found in the defendant's bedroom. No court should force us to part with those items at this point. In Mr. Detective Van Adder's pocket, going to another side of town, and he never pointed out what stains might have been polluted or planted by Detective Van Adder. There's a reason he didn't do that, but that specter, that image is still floating around of Van Adder driving across town rather than taking the short route. There's a reason that he wasn't specific, and that is because all those evidence stains were collected before the reference sample had been obtained from Mr. Simpson. But still, in light of that misleading impression that was created, we want to maintain possession of all three reference samples, and they exist in tubes, they exist in cards, they exist in swatches.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, Your
As
Honor.
to those reference samples,
The
the
defense
three
has already gotten samples
splits.
from them. I'm sorry.
All right, okay. Then I won't concern myself with those.
Yeah, they have already, I could pull out the dates, but the defense has already had access to the reference samples, all three of them. So there, in my opinion, there's no continued need to obtain those items.
Are there any items on this list that you're willing to concede that they're entitled to have in their possession for testing and you have no further objection?
Well, how about Dino and Carlito's Way, for starters? We made progress this afternoon. Well, I think it's incumbent on them to specify what it is that they need, and when I finish in a moment, I think you'll see the reason why, Your Honor. Under the authority of Keenan versus Superior Court, which we list in our letter, we have a legal right to observe these tests, not only to observe them, but to maintain the integrity of the evidence. That's at 126 Cal App 3rd, 576. Defendant, there's no surprise that they should rely on Prince versus Superior Court. I think the court needs to look at what our Supreme Court has said, People versus Cooper, 53 Cal 3rd, 771. They simply assert that this kind of monitoring would violate the attorney-client privilege and work product privileges. And remember, a couple months ago, we went through some discussions about attorney-client privilege and work product privilege. People versus Cooper, in my opinion, disposes of that. And if it doesn't, it's incumbent on them to point out by specifying what it is that they want to do and how much that they're going to consume. You know, if we just ship all this stuff off under their theory, it disappears into the black hole of Calcutta, and we never get to see or find out anything that comes out of it. I've just sent a letter to the defense team today. I want to know what's happened to 47, 50, and 78. We're entitled to present and account for the chain of custody. And I wasn't that actively involved at the time they obtained possession of it, but I think we're entitled to know that. What's left? You know, there have been serious allegations about how terrible the cesspool of the LAPD SID is, and we're entitled to clear those up by demonstrating that everything is accounted for. Remember the time or the chart about Mr. Simpson's reference sample? They've made some serious charges about that, and we're entitled, but if we give them stuff and are never able to account for it, I mean, there are two different issues. There's the chain of custody, and then there's the mandate. To me, the precise legal question is, what legal authority do they have to shield those results? That's our evidence. And we're more than happy to let them be as effective as they can be. But the law in this state and in this country doesn't allow them to be any more effective than the physical evidence allows them to be. And there's the bind. They want to take our evidence, they want to do some testing somewhere, and they haven't even told us that's where the testing is going to be. It is my opinion that the lab that we'll be shipping it to is merely a conduit to prevent us from, what good does it do to tape this and film this in one place if it's going to be shipped out all over the country from there? How are we ever going to be able to account for things? You know, juries ask, I'm sure you've seen some strange questions. They want to see things sometimes. And where are we when we say, well, we shipped it all off to them? I'm sure that they'll probably object to any reference to them having had access in the actual trial, too. I'm trying not to predict the future, but you know that's coming, too. That not only, if they prevail on any of these issues, not only do they reserve the right to attack our evidence, even if they've gotten the same answers, as they surely will in this case, but then they'll try to prevent any reference to the fact that they got the stuff in the first place, seriously misleading the jury and depriving us of any opportunity to show them that this is merely about criticizing what our evidence shows, but not about showing that the answers are inconsistent. And I just close on a practical matter. You know, the trial's begun. You can imagine what's going to happen when we say, can we have the glove? We're going to need it about 10 o'clock tomorrow, and then they have to track it down. So at this point, Your Honor, I see three categories. I see the socks and the reference samples. I see all the items of biological evidence that we may intend to pursue once we pursue the question on the sock, the question of is there any EDTA in any of the samples that we've associated with Mr. Simpson. And what's interesting, there aren't that many samples that we've associated with Mr. Simpson except that have a purely sinister implication to them, except for the crime scene drops. There's blood in his Bronco, there's blood at his house, and there's also his blood, which has been identified on those very same socks, too. But Mr. Cochran has raised the specter that Detective Van Adder or some other dark agent of his did something with Mr. Simpson's reference sample and planted it somewhere. And depending on how the first set of EDTA tests are done, and I can't even give you a timetable on that, Your Honor. We've been making many phone calls since Mr. Cochran made that announcement to the world the other day. But we reserve the right to be able to try to detect EDTA or determine that there is no EDTA in many of these other samples, too.
All right. Mr. Glazer?
Yes, all right. I'm not going to talk about Mr. Shipman or Carlito's Way. This is absolutely ridiculous. We've made allegations that maybe some of this evidence was tampered with, and now they're saying we can't even look at it to try and demonstrate that. Just because of what our defense happens to be doesn't give them legal authority to say we can't look at the evidence at all anymore. The only authority that Mr. Harmon cited is People versus Cooper, and Cooper does not say that we have to tell them what our tests are going to be, that we have to tell them when we're going to do it, that we have to tell them how much we're going to use, and that we have to tell them what the results are. What People versus Cooper says is that where a sample is so small that both sides can't do testing individually, that it has to be done together, that the defense does not have a right to deprive the prosecution of doing testing by doing it themselves and destroying all of the evidence. That's all that Cooper says. Prince came after Cooper and said that that's what Cooper said, but with Prince, where there's additional materials for the defense to do testing, they have a right to do it, and they have a right to do it in private. Mr. Harmon seems to be forgotten that we have a constitution in this country that provides that the defense has certain rights, that we have an obligation, that there's attorney-client privilege, that we're not required to provide information that might incriminate our own client if indeed that is out there, and that we have a right to conduct our investigation in a way that best allows us to prepare our defense. If Mr. Harmon is here to say that the fact that the socks, that there was an announcement to the press that Nicole Simpson's DNA were on those socks while they were still in the crime lab before they'd been sent for testing, if they can't figure out from that we might make some allegation that when the blood later on turns up on the sock that might have been tampered with, then they aren't very good trial lawyers. Certainly they knew that that was a possibility. Now they're trying to tie up that piece of evidence by saying they're going to do other testing which I don't know has passed Kelly Fry. I don't know whether it's admissible or not. They want to tie that up now so that we can't look at that. With respect to the items that they did tell us that they were still doing some testing on, we have no objection to letting them finish that and then have us look at it. The reference samples, we are interested in examining the tubes. If there was tampering with the tubes, we want to look at the tubes and the labels. We're not so concerned about the blood that's on the inside, but on the manner in which it's been preserved in the tubes and in the envelope, and that's what we would like to inspect with those things. Mr. Cochran pointed out in his opening statement that there had been some conventional serology done on those socks. It was the fact that it was announced that there was DNA testing that had been completed when they had never been sent to the lab that we felt was suspicious and is part of our defense and certainly is a legitimate part of our defense. I would just close by saying that if the only authority Mr. Harmon has is Cooper, it doesn't support what he has told this court that it says. It does not say that we have to tell them what we're going to do, how much we're going to use, where we're going to do it, and how we're going to do it. We apparently offered to have Drs. Wolf, Baden, and Lee assist the prosecution's experts in conducting tests early on. They were not particularly interested in that, and now we have a right to do the testing ourselves so that we can prepare our defense.
Why do we have to do this examination and split in New York? Why can't you have your people come here, do the physical examination, take whatever splits are agreed upon by both sides here, and then transport on your own those splits for testing?
Some of the examinations that we want to do are probably going to be microscopic examinations of items to determine whether we need to do any testing. That is done in our lab by our people with their equipment. We have no objection to them watching that so that they see what's done. But in our view, it's unreasonable to require all of those people to come back here not knowing what equipment they might have available to them, not knowing whether they're going to have access to the equipment, not knowing how much time they're going to have. We think it's far more reasonable that they be allowed to examine it in their own setting, and we do not have any intention of shipping this stuff all over the country. They're going to be there. They're going to see what we do with it. They're going to see us take splits. They're just not going to see what kind of testing we might do with those splits.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, we're here, we're in trial. I'm told that the people's opening regarding the domestic violence issues will probably conclude in a week or so, and then we will go into physical evidence. They're going to start wanting to present some of this physical evidence. How can I justify, you say it's reasonable, how can I reasonably allow you to take all this evidence to New York when we're in trial here and one of the parties wants to present it?
Well, first of all, we have no objection to them specifying which particular items they're actually going to use, and we'll do those first and get them back as quickly as possible. There are pictures of all of these things. Pictures can be used until the items come back, but I think the number of items that they actually intend to introduce physical pieces of evidence, I think, are relatively small. Much of what we've asked for are things that they feel are unimportant. They haven't even done testing on some of this stuff. So we have no objection to examining things in an order in which that we can get them back as quickly as possible so that they can be used for whatever purpose they want to use them.
All right. All right, Counsel, I'm going to want from both sides on Monday morning a list of these items as to what it is, where it is, what type of testing the prosecution wants to subject these to and why. Or I can figure out the why. And I'll take the matter under submission till I hear from the prosecution, because just these lists, Mr. Blazer, just the list of the numbers here, I would have to sit down and correlate with my own notes, and I don't know what all these items are.
Yeah, we can provide that.
All right.
So you just want to know what tests we want to do.
I want to know what the item is, I want to know where it is, what its current status is, what additional testing you want to do. I'm curious about this EDTA testing, as to how you propose to do that.
I know I won't be able to tell you that. I mean, we've only had 4 days for a commitment that this is what the defense would show. And so I can't tell you where the tests will be done because we're still...
No, I'm just curious as to what kind of test we're talking about here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because, I mean, I need to know what type of test, so I know logistically, I mean, are we going to have to, is the only place that you can do this somewhere in Virginia, or is it something we can do locally here? Is it something that one of our local universities could do?
Well, we want to try to get away from Los Angeles because of the charges Mr. Cochran's made for obvious reasons, that not that we believe them, but for obvious reasons, that we'll invite the court to even contribute. If you have some labs you want to suggest, it can be there are a variety of tests that can be done in a number of places. So
no, I'm just curious as to how we test for EDTA.
Sure.
And the samples, what type of test it is, how long does it take?
The phones are probably ringing right now.
Who does it?
Sure.
Just curious.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, anything else? All right, let's have the jury. All right, on the record in the Simpson matter, Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, people represented by Mr. Darden and Mr. Gordon. Mr. Darden, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Denise Brown.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat on the witness stand. State and spell your first and last name for the record.
Denise Brown, DENISE-BROWN.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brown, would you pull the microphone over towards you, please?
Okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
great, thank you. Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Ms. Brown, you are Nicole Brown's oldest sister?
Yes, I am.
Do you have other sisters?
Yes, I do.
How many?
There's Dominique and Tanya. And of course, Nicole.
And you are the oldest of the sisters, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And what is your father's first name?
Lewis Brown,
And your mother's name?
Judita Brown.
And where does your family reside?
We're in Dana Point, California.
Now, if you're the oldest of the sisters, who was directly beneath you?
Nicole was.
And who was beneath her?
Dominique
And who was the youngest?
and then Tanya.
You know the defendant seated here at the end of the council table?
Yes, I do.
Is your former brother-in-law?
Yes, he is.
When did you first meet the defendant?
Back in 1977,
And where was he when you met him?
he was playing football for Buffalo.
Did you meet him in Buffalo?
Yes, I did.
You were invited to Buffalo?
Yes.
Who invited you?
Nicole did.
Was your sister Nicole and the defendant dating back then in 1977?
Yes, they were.
And you went there to Buffalo?
She asked us to come up, Dominique and I.
So your sister Dominique also went to Buffalo?
Yes.
Was the defendant married at that time?
Yes, he was.
And who was he married to, if you know?
A lady by the name of Marguerite Simpson.
And what kinds of things did you do when you visited the defendant for the first time in Buffalo?
We went to a football game.
Did both your sisters also go to the football game?
Yes, they did.
That would be Dominique and Nicole?
And Nicole.
And was it a Buffalo Bills football game?
Yes, it was.
Did the defendant play in that game?
He was on the sideline. I don't know if he actually played. I don't remember.
And
Certainly. With the recorder, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Both you and your two sisters watched the game that day, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and after the game, did you go to the defendant's house?
Yes, we did.
All three of you? You and
Yeah.
both your two sisters?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen at the football game?
Actually, no. A friend of OJ's was there. He came over and said hello to us. And Nicole said hello, kissed him on both cheeks. I said hello. She introduced me to him. And that was it.
What was that person's name?
Michael Militello.
May I just... let me ask you to speak to the microphone.
Okay.
Is that the first time you met Michael Militello?
Yes, it is. I don't know.
Millilitello. Millitello. Does that sound about right?
Probably.
You returned to the defendant's home after the game, correct?
Yes.
Anything unusual happened then?
Yeah. OJ got real upset, and he started screaming at Nicole.
Let me see counsel beside that, please. All right. The last question and answer, you were to disregard that, treat it as though you had never heard it. Mr. Darden.
Okay, Ms. Brown, we're not going to talk about anything that occurred between 1977 and December 31, 1984. You understand that?
Okay. Sure.
Overruled. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Later. Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Brown, your sister Nicole married the defendant in February 1985.
Yes, you did.
Okay. Did you attend the wedding?
Yes, I did. I was the maid of honor.
Do you have a half-sister named Wendy?
Yes, I do.
And where was she living in 1987 and 1988?
Wendy?
Yes.
In Arizona.
Was there an occasion during that time period in which she came from Arizona to your family's home in Laguna Beach on vacation?
Yes, she did.
And did she bring someone with her?
A girlfriend of hers who was also living there.
Okay. And what is the girlfriend's name?
Juliana Hendricks.
And did you, your sister Wendy, your sister Nicole, and Juliana Hendricks go out during that vacation period?
Yes, we did.
And was there ever an occasion when the four of you and the defendant went out and went to the Red Onion in Santa Ana?
Yes, we did.
Did anyone else go on that excursion or that trip that night?
There was Dino Bucola and Reggie McKenzie.
And who was Dino Bucola?
He was my boyfriend at the time.
And who was Reggie McKenzie?
A friend of OJ's.
And he is a former
Football player.
And was there some plan or agreement amongst the group to meet at a certain location and at a certain time?
We were going to go and meet them, meet OJ, and we were running a little late, and we got there, and he got upset, but that blew over, and then we continued on. Okay. Went to the club.
So when you arrived late, the defendant got a little upset, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was annoyed with us, yeah, for being late.
Okay, now it was you, Nicole, Wendy, and Julianne?
Right.
Okay. And then the group went out, is that correct?
Right.
Did you all go out in one car?
Oh, there were a couple of cars.
Okay. And who owned the two cars that you used to go out in that night?
I think that night it was OJ's car, and I'm not sure who else was driving, or who else's car it was.
Okay. Did you go to the Red Onion?
Yes, we did.
Is there a bar in the Red Onion?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have something to drink?
Yes, I did.
Really? What did you drink?
That we were all, well, actually, we were all doing shots of tequila.
The defendant was doing shots of tequila?
Yes.
Was Nicole doing shots of tequila?
Yes.
Did Julianne drink tequila?
I think she may have. I'm not sure, but I know that we were.
How about Reggie McKenzie? Did he drink shots of tequila?
Yeah, he did too.
Okay. Now, were there other persons or patrons in the bar?
Oh, it was packed. There was lots of people there.
And did some of those patrons recognize the defendant?
Yeah, he always gets recognized wherever he goes.
Okay. And did the people walk up to the defendant and talk to him?
Oh, sure.
Did he sign autographs?
I don't know if he signed autographs that night, but he's friendly to people. He shakes hands.
Did people in the bar buy him anything?
Oh, they could have. I think the bartenders, they had given him shots of tequila and things like that, sure. I mean, that happens when he goes out.
So the drinks were free?
I'm not saying all of them were, I'm not sure, but people do tend to buy him drinks and they were buying us drinks too because we were with him.
And did you see the defendant drink shots of tequila?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen that night in the Red Onion?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, we were all drinking and goofing around and being loud and dancing and having a great time. And then at one point, OJ grabbed Nicole's crotch and said, "This is where babies come from, and this belongs to me." And Nicole just sort of wrote it off like it was nothing, like she was used to that kind of treatment. And it was like, I thought it was really humiliating, if you ask me.
And when he grabbed your sister's crotch and said, "This is where babies come from," is that what he said?
This is where babies come from, and this belongs to me, and this is mine.
And when he said this, and when he grabbed her in the crotch, were there people around?
Oh yeah, the bar was packed.
Strangers?
Yeah. Yeah. He was talking to the strangers.
Did your sister Nicole react to this at all?
She just kind of wrote it off and just, shrugged her shoulders. Stop it or whatever. I mean, it was, I don't know. She didn't really react. Thanks.
Did the defendant appear mad or angry or upset when he grabbed your sister's crotch and made these statements in front of these strangers?
No. He wasn't angry. It was his. That's the way just the way he acted, the way it was like, this belongs to me, this is mine. He wasn't angry when he said it, he just made it a point. He wanted it to be known, but that was his.
Was she wearing a dress or was she wearing pants, if you recall?
Oh, I don't remember.
And during the time that these strangers were approaching him and shaking hands and things like that, did he appear to shy away from the attention at all?
Oh, no. No, not at all. He loves the attention. He loves it. He's got a big ego. It feeds his ego.
Yes, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to disregard the last answer regarding the defendant's ego. That question and answer is not relevant to the issue before the court at this time. And Ms. Brown, if I can ask you, would you please listen carefully to the question that the attorneys asked of you, and if you would answer just the precise question that they asked you, this will go a lot easier.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Start.
Thank you, Your Honor. You okay, Ms. Brown?
Yeah.
Let me direct your attention to the La Cantina restaurant. Okay?
Okay.
Are you acquainted with someone by the name of Ed McCabe?
Yes, I was.
This is someone you've known over the last decade or so?
I've known Ed for a while. I used to date him.
And when did you stop dating Ed McCabe?
Oh, I think we may have gone out for a year or two, maybe 2 years.
You still speak to Ed McCabe?
Not too often.
Okay. And in what city and state does he live?
He's in New York.
Do you recall an occasion when you and Ed McCabe and Nicole and the defendant went out to dinner?
Yes, I do.
And where did the four of you go after you left the La Cantina restaurant?
We went to OJ's house. OJ and Nicole's house.
On Rockingham?
Yes.
Now, had you had something to drink at the restaurant before?
Yeah, margaritas.
And did the defendant have something to drink?
Yeah, we all did.
All four of you?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do when you returned to the defendant's home on Rockingham?
We were sitting at the bar talking, having some more drinks, and talking.
Okay, and while you were talking, did you say something to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to him?
I told him he took Nicole for granted, and he blew up. He got...
Right. Ms. Brown, if you would, don't volunteer anything beyond the actual question, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Darden.
You told the defendant that he took Nicole for granted?
Yes.
Why did you tell him that?
Because she did everything.
Sustained.
On 352 grounds, Your Honor?
It's irrelevant. Why this witness thinks that Ms. Brown Simpson was taken for granted is not relevant. What's relevant is the fact she made the comment and any reaction to that comment.
What reaction, if any, was there by the defendant when you told him that he took your sister, Nicole, for granted?
He got extremely upset.
And what happened next?
He started yelling at me. I don't take her for granted. I do everything for her. I give her everything. And he continued. And then a whole fight broke out. And pictures started flying off the walls. Clothes started flying. Ran upstairs, got clothes, started flying down the stairs. And grabbed Nicole, told her to get out of his house, wanted us all out of his house. Picked her up, threw her against a wall. Picked her up, threw her out of the house. She ended up on her... She ended up falling. She ended up on her elbows and on her butt. Then he threw Ed McCabe out. We were all sitting there screaming and crying. And then he grabbed me and threw me out of the house.
Are you okay, Miss Brown?
Yeah, it's just so hard. I'll be fine.
Your Honor, if it pleases the court, can we adjourn and continue this Monday morning? Your Honor, was the court instructed to assist Ms. Brown if she needs assistance?
No. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Ms. Brown, if you just stay there for just a second. We're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to speak to you about the case or speak to anybody else about it. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. I'll see you back here Monday morning, 9 o'clock. Have a nice weekend. The Simpson matter, record reflect the defendant is again present before the court with counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, Mr. Gordon. Jury is not present. Counsel, I have just received a letter dated February the 6th. Is Mr. Blazier still here? There he is. On the DNA issue, which I have not had the opportunity to read yet. And I also received a fax from the defense regarding the same subject. And counsel, I take it, Mr. Blazier, you wanted to file some responsive letter?
Yes, Your Honor, there's additional argument in that letter, and we'd like to respond to that, and I will try to do that by the end of business today or tomorrow at the latest.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, also on the issue of the Roy Firestone videotape, did counsel have the opportunity to discuss the matter with representatives of that television program?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Cochran.
Had an opportunity to discuss the matter with the representatives of the Roy Firestone show. And with regard to the foundational questions that I had, I've been satisfied with regard to that, and I've shared that with Mr. Darden. That does not at all alleviate the other problem, I feel, of 352 relevance or whatever. But at least this, regarding the foundation, I had my questions answered.
All right, are you willing to stipulate then to the foundation, at least as to the authenticity, date, and time of that interview?
Willing to so stipulate, yes, Your Honor, but not to the other issues.
Not waiving any of your other objections?
Right. That's correct, Your Honor.
Is that stipulation acceptable to the people?
I didn't hear the language.
Stipulate to the authenticity, date, and time of the interview. That's recorded on the videotape.
Your Honor, you heard the stipulation. That's all I care to say.
Yeah.
Your Honor, in addition to that, I should point out that I was provided with a copy of that video by Mr. Darden today, and also a copy of the infamous long-lost recital video from that was taken June 12th, 1994, sometime after 6:30. Mr. Darden has apparently given me a copy of that this morning. I've not seen it. I want the record to reflect that.
All right.
Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, counsel. All right, counsel, anything else we need to take up before we invite the jury to rejoin us?
I'd like to approach you with the report on what I'm at here.
All right. With the report, please.
But I don't, we're just trying to get on the case here, so.
All right. Do you have the test?
Yes.
All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please. From the views of juror number 1290, which I suspect represents the views of the jurors, and I'll discuss that with the staff and the attorneys. And as you know, I've tried to respond to your requests or any concerns that you have, and it may take me a day or two, but I will address this issue for you. All right, let's resume with Denise Brown. Ms. Brown, would you come forward, please? And would you resume the witness chair, please? All right, good morning, Ms. Brown. You're reminded you're still under oath. All right, would you pull the microphone close to you, please? All right, Mr. Darden, do you wish to continue your direct examination?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Brown, when we left off last Friday, you told us about the crotch-grabbing incident at the Red Onion. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also talked to us about an incident that occurred after you and your sister Nicole and Ed McCabe returned to the defendant's house after an evening at the La Cantina.
Yes,
Recall
I did.
that? Do you also recall telling us that... Was that an objection?
Yes, that's an objection.
Let's say objection then.
It's been asked. Overruled. Counsel, you don't need to directly address counsel. Thank you.
And you also told us that after you told the defendant that he took your sister for granted, that pictures began flying off the walls?
Yes, they did.
All right, let's pick up there.
Okay.
From that point on. The pictures that you mentioned last Friday, where were those pictures located?
They were going up the stairs, up the staircase to the second story.
And had you seen those pictures before?
Oh, sure. Many times.
Okay. How many pictures were there?
Oh, I think there's about 3 or 4 rows going up like this and all the way up the staircase.
Okay. And who was depicted in those photographs?
It was family members.
Brown family members?
Well, Brown families, OJ's family, a lot of different pictures.
And you mentioned that pictures began flying off the walls. How were those pictures removed, or how did they come flying off the wall?
OJ was walking up the hall or up the staircase, and he started throwing them. He took them off the wall and started throwing them down.
And was he saying anything? Did the defendant say anything as he threw those?
He wanted her out of his house.
That's what the defendant said?
He wanted her out of his house, and he continued going up the stairs, and he grabbed the clothes out of her closet and started throwing them down onto the foyer where we were, down on the bottom, and he came back down. He grabbed Nicole. He threw her up against the wall, and then he grabbed her, and the only thing I remember is that he looked so, his whole facial structure changed. Everything about him changed.
Okay, let me stop you there.
Non-responsive. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the witness's comments regarding facial structure and change of expression is stricken from the record as it was not in response to the question. You're to disregard that question, that answer. Excuse me. Mr. Darden.
Okay. Did you see the defendant's face immediately after you told him that he took your sister for granted?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, unusual did you notice about his face at that time?
At that time, he got very upset, and he started screaming.
Now, was his anger manifested in any way other than the fact that he became other than the fact that he began screaming?
Yeah, his whole facial structure changed. I mean, everything changed about him.
Okay. Well, when you say his facial structure changed, what do you mean? Elaborate on that for us, please.
It was a calm, quiet, normal conversation, like we were sitting here right now, and then all of a sudden it turned into the eyes got real angry. It was his whole jaw, everything started, his whole face just changed completely when he got upset. It wasn't as if it was OJ anymore. He looked like a different person, and that's what Nicole had always said when he gets angry.
Let me stop you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the last portion of the answer comments as to what Nicole had said about the defendant's behavior or facial structure. Ms. Brown, if you would you please listen carefully to Mr. Darden and defense counsel's question. Please answer as precisely as you can, and please don't volunteer any information.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Now, had you seen the defendant angry on other occasions?
Not like this.
Okay. Well, this change in his facial structure that you just testified to, is that something that commonly happens when the defendant becomes angry?
I had never seen it like this before. No.
So that was the first time you'd ever seen him get that angry?
Yes.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor? Where did you and Mr. McCabe and your sister go after the defendant threw the three of you out of his house?
We went to the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Okay. And why did you go to the Beverly Hills Hotel?
That's where he was staying, Ed McCabe.
Okay. And were you staying there as well?
We stayed there that night, yes.
Okay. And Ed McCabe was your boyfriend at the time?
Yes, he was.
And did you spend the night at the Beverly Hills Hotel that night?
Yes, we did.
Did your sister Nicole also spend the night with you that night?
Yes, she did.
Did she ever return to the house?
She did the next morning.
Did you try and stop her from returning to the house?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I told her that she shouldn't go back. She says, I'm not going back. I'm just going to go pick up a few things.
Did she say if she'd return back to the hotel?
Yes, she did.
She said she was going to come back to you?
Yes, she did.
Did she come back?
No, she didn't.
Did you report that incident to the police at the time?
No, I did not.
Did she?
I don't think so.
And did Ed McCabe report it to the police?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you consider reporting the incident to the police?
I didn't.
Why
I told
not?
her, I just told her, I said, you can't go.
Question was, did you report it to the police? Did you consider reporting to the police? The answer is yes or no.
No.
All right, thank you. Mr. Douglas.
And why didn't you report it to the police?
Because she said she'd take care of it.
And if you recall, what year was it that this incident occurred?
God, it was in the early 80s. 82, 83 maybe.
Do you know the exact date?
No, I don't.
Okay. Could it have been later than 82 or 83?
I know it was the early 80s. I don't think it was later.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Ms. Brown, after your sister Nicole told you that she would handle it, why didn't you take it upon yourself to take further steps toward notifying the police?
Overruled.
Could you repeat that, please?
Okay. Well, your sister told you that she would handle it, correct?
Right.
Okay. Did she handle it?
I guess in her own way she did.
Well, you told us that you expected her to return to the hotel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when she didn't return to the hotel, did you do anything toward finding out why she didn't return to the hotel?
You know what? I really don't remember. I just told her to come back.
Well, did you do anything toward finding out if she was okay?
Oh, we had talked later on, yeah.
Ms. Brown, I'd like to show you 3 photographs. And these photographs have already been marked peoples 9, 10, and 11 for identification. May I approach you?
You may.
Let me show you 3 Polaroid photographs. Have you seen these photographs before?
Yes, I have.
Do each of these photographs depict your sister?
Excuse me?
Is your sister shown in each of these 3 photographs?
Yes, she is.
Your Honor, if I could put these up on the Alamo. Showing equals 9 for identification. Ms. Brown, do you see People's 9 there on the monitor next to the witness stand?
Yes, I do.
Is that a picture of Nicole?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Directing your attention to her. Jeez, where is it? Is there a red dot? Directing your attention to the left eye, Nicole's left eye in People's 9 for identification. Do you see an injury there at her left eye?
Yes, I do.
When was the first time you saw this photograph?
I saw this in her bathroom drawer. When I opened up her bathroom drawer.
Was this a bathroom drawer located in the house at Rockingham?
Yes, it was. It was in her bathroom.
Whose bathroom was it?
Nicole's.
It was Nicole's bathroom?
Yes.
She showed the photograph to you?
No, I just saw it in the drawer and I took it out and I looked at it.
And did you show the photograph to her?
Yes, she was standing right there with me at the time.
And did you and she discuss the photograph?
Yes, we did.
What did she tell you about the photograph?
Counsel, you want to approach, please? And Ms. Brown, I'm going to need to discuss something with the lawyers. I'm going to ask you to step out of the courtroom. All right, thank you. I'm a little concerned. We're back in open court, out of the presence of the jury. Mr. Darden, I'm a little concerned here. People's 9. The court ruled as to the 1101B incidents, and there were certain specific incidents that were mentioned in the various motions that the court has specifically ruled upon, yes or no. What's your offer of proof as to People's 9?
Your Honor, People's 9, the photograph which depicts Nicole Brown, the one that was just on the Alamo, is a photograph that was recovered from the safe deposit box along with the 1989 photos, as well as the Herald Examiner newspaper article from 1989, the newspaper article that described the January 1, 1989 charges and beating.
All right, well, we all know from apocryphal stories that Polaroid photos can be dated to a certain degree by the code on the back of the photograph indicating the date of manufacture, distribution, blah, 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 about the photograph. What have you found out from Polaroid regarding those photographs?
As far as when the film was produced?
Yes.
1978 or 79.
That film also, they'll tell you about freshness and how long the battery pack will stay alive, and that appears to be an SX70 type Polaroid photo.
Okay, I have no information about battery packs and how long film will stay alive.
How are we going to tie People's 9 to an incident that the court has ruled admissible under 1101B?
Your Honor, there is the issue of the defendant's attempt to minimize what happened in January 1989. And as I've indicated to the court before, it's our position that Ms. Brown left a trail of evidence indicating that there had been a pattern or history of abuse between her and the defendant. I think her state of mind is relevant given the defense posture and cross-examination of Ron Shipp. I think that Ms. Brown's state of mind is going to be relevant in these proceedings in the area or on the issue of why immediately after the murders she told the New York Times that she didn't know anything about Nicole having been abused. And these photographs are no surprise to the defense. These photographs were presented to the court and to defense counsel during the domestic violence motions and hearings.
Well, disregarding the fact that it's not a surprise doesn't make it automatically admissible. Would you agree?
There's never been an objection to having these photographs mentioned here in open court. They were shown to Ron Shipp just the day before yesterday.
Well, let me ask you another question, since we're obviously going to talk about People's 10 and People's 11. How are you going to connect this up to any of our incidents, 10 and 11?
I'm sorry, how am I going to connect it up to?
Any of the incidents under 1101B that the court has deemed admissible for the purpose of this hearing?
I don't think this is an 1101B issue, frankly, but as far as the other two photographs,
well, counsel,
10 and
we can't
11,
just show horrible photographs without tying it to something relevant to this case.
Denise Brown's state of mind is relevant, and so is Nicole Brown's state of mind. They made Nicole Brown's state of mind relevant as it relates to domestic violence. They've introduced evidence that she was drinking, or that the 1989 incident occurred because she was drinking. They've attempted to minimize the defendant's conduct every step along the way, Your Honor. And they've also attempted to imply to the jury or suggest to the jury that it was an isolated incident.
All right, what's my recollection of looking at 9, 10, and 11 is that the manufacturer's code on each of these Polaroid photographs is very different one from another. What is your information as to the date of manufacture of the film of 10 and 11?
10 and 11 are manufactured in 88 or 89, but Denise Brown is going to testify to having taken 10 and 11 herself.
All right, she is the actual photographer of that?
Yes.
All right. So your offer of proof is that this is relevant to a state of mind of Nicole Brown Simpson?
As well as Denise Brown. Now, Mr. Shapiro has been kind enough to share with us his stack of newspaper articles that relate to everything Denise Brown has ever said about this case. And I think we need to explain to the jury why Ms. Brown felt initially that her sister was not the subject of abuse. And I think other things that have been shown to the court and to counsel, things that have actually been objected to, and things that the court has actually advised the people to proceed with caution,
the problem
will become
Mr.
relevant.
Darden, The problem I have, though, is that you're offering a photograph for which there is no foundation as to date, time, and a connection with any one of the 1101B incidents. That's our problem.
And that's why I say I don't see it as an 1101B issue. I see it as a state of mind issue for Denise Brown and for Nicole Brown. And as it relates to Nicole Brown's state of mind, the fact that she is keeping in her safe deposit box these photographs along with her will and these newspaper articles, we think it's all relevant. Not under 1101B, but we think that Nicole Brown's state of mind is relevant.
All right, let me hear from the defense. Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. First, Your Honor has been told by the prosecutors that these three photographs were from 1989 when they were discussed during our hearings regarding the relevancy of domestic discord issues. And with that, we had no objection. We certainly have no objection to the two photographs that were taken allegedly by Denise Brown in 1989 as being similar photographs to those that have been shown to a previous witness and taken by the Los Angeles Police Department. However, for the prosecutor to come to court and offer a witness and flash a photograph without knowing what that witness was going to say about the photograph and telling Your Honor that we haven't asked her. I guess she's going to say they were 1985. I don't know what she'll say. I have to ask her. Is something that is not permitted by our rules of procedure. Further, the fact that I gratuitously turned over an extensive Lexis search regarding Denise Brown and her public statements, both in newspapers as well as about 10 television show interviews that she did, as well as excerpts from a book that she participated in, was only to aid the prosecution so they could not claim surprise and so that they would be prepared should those issues come up. However, I have not yet asked a question, and I don't see how the prosecution can possibly know what questions I'm going to be asking, if any, of Ms. Brown.
Well, counsel, my concern is not necessarily anticipating what the cross-examination of Ms. Brown is going to be. My concern is that showing the jury a relatively graphic photograph of the victim in this matter, one of the victims in this matter, who obviously appears to have been beaten from this photograph, without being able to tie it to any of the incidents that we're talking about here. That's my concern.
That is our concern, and we're reluctant to object, but when they start putting up material letting the court know that this is a 1989 incident, and then saying they can't establish a foundation, they don't know when it was taken, and they haven't even asked their witness, is conduct that should not be permitted. The question is now, what is the remedy that can be done after this photograph has been shown and displayed for several minutes? And when I initially went up to sidebar, Your Honor will recall that I asked that the picture be taken down immediately because of those concerns, and Your Honor did have that picture removed, but it still took a period of time. And I believe that irreparable harm has been done and tremendous bias to Mr. Simpson by deliberately displaying a photograph where they knew there is absolutely no foundation and that it could not be admitted into evidence and was improper to show. Also, Mr. Cochran reminds me regarding the state of mind, Denise Brown's state of mind is irrelevant to these proceedings. She's not on trial. She's a witness so far to 3 events. And her state of mind and what she felt and what she wanted to do is totally irrelevant to anything. If we are so sloppy as to bring it up on cross-examination, then perhaps the people might claim the door was opened. But to try to start with a preemptive strike and to anticipate by bringing in clearly inadmissible material, is not permitted and should not be sanctioned by this court. And there should be a serious misconduct sanction rendered against the prosecution for this behavior.
Such as?
I think to tell the jury to disregard the photograph has no effect whatsoever. I think a more serious sanction is in order, and I would like to have a moment to confer with my colleagues as to what that might be, and also to put in a call to Mr. Dershowitz, who is viewing these proceedings long distance.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Well, let's allow counsel to confer for a moment.
Pardon?
Let's allow counsel to confer for a moment. Mr. Bailey, it would thrill me to death if you didn't do that while we're still in session.
Your Honor, we would like to take a recess at this point in time to confer with Mr. Dershowitz and Mr. Ullman, as well as my co-counsel here in court.
Well, I think we've got enough horsepower here to figure this out, don't we?
I don't know, Your Honor. I have been practicing for a long time, and I've never seen anything quite this extraordinary, where a photograph that is clearly inadmissible is just thrown up on giant screen television for the jury to see. Without even knowing. I mean, Mr. Darden is on the record as saying, I haven't asked the witness about this. I don't know what her answers would be.
I know.
Hold on.
And the sanctions, certainly the easiest sanction is simply disregard it. Well, most of us who have been practicing for a long period of time know that not only is that not effective, all it does is serve in some instances to reemphasize the point. And perhaps there should be some sanctions that all issues of domestic discord be stricken from this record, and that we move on to the real issues of this case, and that is who committed these horrible murders. And I think that might be an appropriate sanction under these circumstances, that the people will have all of the evidence that they have presented stricken because of this type of conduct.
Could you give us about 2 minutes here?
Hold on. Mr. Darden?
Even approach anything that can be construed as misconduct. These photographs were shown to the court, they were shown to the defense a month ago. They were presented here in open court, and they were shown to a witness, and they were marked.
Mr. Darden, please, let me ask you a question. The problem I have is that we've shown the jury this photograph without a foundation as to where and when this photograph was taken or by whom, and we don't know if it ties up to any of the incidents that I've indicated are admissible under the 1101B ruling.
Did the court rule it inadmissible, the recovery of 3 Polaroid photographs from a safe deposit box?
It may be irrelevant.
Okay.
And if it's irrelevant, the inflammatory nature of that particular photograph, which you have to admit is a pretty strong photograph.
That's why we have the learned counsel on for the defense, Your Honor. They could have objected. They have an evidence list just like I have.
That's why we're here.
Right. That's right. They certainly didn't. They didn't object to it. They've known about it for a month. They saw it last week, and they didn't object to it. But now they object to it today after the jury sees it?
Well, now we found out there's no foundation for it.
There is a foundation for it. Denise Brown is going to testify to having seen that photograph. It ends up in a safe deposit box along with the 1989 photographs. The defense has indicated that they're going to call Lenore Walker, and if the court reads Lenore Walker's writings as it relates to domestic violence, the fact that the victim left a trail just like the trail left by Nicole Brown, is very relevant, extremely relevant. It's going to be relevant as to Lenore Walker's opinion when she arrives here.
Why isn't this a rebuttal issue? Why is this in the case in chief if it's not one of the 1101B issues, one of the 1101B incidents that I've allowed?
Because it's relevant as to Denise Brown's state of mind. It's also
Denise
relevant
Brown's
as to,
state of mind is irrelevant.
okay. It's also relevant as to
Take that to the bank.
Pardon?
Take that to the bank.
Is that an indicated ruling?
It's a strong inclination.
At any event.
At least at this point, to establish Denise Brown is here to testify to the nature of the relationship as to 3 specific incidents.
Can I?
This photograph is not related to any of those three incidents, so it appears to me to be irrelevant. What concerns me is the rather inflammatory nature of that photograph, and to show it to the jury without any foundation for it is more than inappropriate.
Your Honor, everyone understands when those photographs were recovered. Everyone understands that in the photographs.
Doesn't make it admissible that they know about it, counsel.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish.
Can we put two photographs up on the screen for you for a moment, so that I can just make one other point on the issue of their failure to object?
All right. I see number 9, and what else, Mr. Fairtlow?
It's also number 10.
All right. What's the point?
Okay. The point is this: look at the age of Nicole Brown in number 9, and look at the photograph marked number is 11, number 10. Okay. No one's hiding anything from the defense. They know that Denise Brown saw this photograph. They know that Denise Brown, or rather that the photograph was taken out of the 1989 safe deposit box. You can look at the photographs and clearly discern that she is younger. She appears youthful in people's mind for identification. If they wanted to object to the introduction of these photographs, they could have.
They are.
Okay. Yeah. After they've been shown to the jury. I mean, did I just throw it on the Alamo and then flip the switch and have it jump out there in front of the jury? Of course not. I even asked permission to put the thing on the Alamo. I mean, what more do they want? How many days or months do they need to formulate an objection? Maybe Mr. Dershowitz should come here from New York and help them decide when to object or not.
I think he's in Boston. Big difference.
If I might just respond to my
Mr.
learned counsel.
What
First
about
of all,
the two-attorney rule, Your Honor? What about the
this is
one
separate.
attorney rule on an issue?
He was the one who responded to this.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry. No, actually, I'm incorrect, Mr. Shapiro.
That's right, Mr.
I'm addressing a slightly different issue, Your Honor, than what Mr. Shapiro
No, we're
was doing.
talking about the same photograph, counsel.
Side, Your Honor. Much more trial experience.
Mr. Darden, thank you. Mr. Shapiro?
Your Honor, the prosecution during their presentation on these issues told Your Honor these photographs were 1989. I don't think there's anything more to say. If we're going to call an expert in as to being able to tell the age of a woman when she has been out at a New Year's party and according to the evidence, been drinking and been involved in a domestic dispute, and then show a picture of her made up, that could be the next day after. I don't think there is any room for any doubt that this court has been told, counsel has been told, and I'd like Mr. Darden to tell Your Honor that he didn't tell you these were all 1989.
These were all archived in '89. They all relate to the 1989 incident. I think that's the only conclusion we can draw, given what was contained in the safe deposit box, Judge. I mean, it's clear to me that what Nicole Brown was doing was, one, identifying her future murderer, her future killer, and she was trying to establish for us, for myself and Mr. Gordon and Ms. Clark, proof of a pattern of abuse.
Mr. Darden, that may very well be, but I think that comes in the people's rebuttal case after you see what Dr. Walker says, after you've established that through your own experts and through the cross-examination of Dr. Walker. But to throw up a photograph that we can't date to any of the incidents that I've allowed is not appropriate. That's the court's ruling.
Well, I think their failure to object
No.
is a waiver.
Counsel, when the court allows 1101B evidence, you as the prosecution have to be very conservative as to how you go about doing that. If you can't tie this photograph to any one of those three incidents that Denise Brown can testify to, that photograph is not coming in. All right, listen. Yes.
the reason that one might assume that that photograph was thrown up relates back to the testimony of a police officer named Edwards, who testified that he took photographs, but the photographs did not adequately depict the injuries as he observed them, because they were taken with Polaroid film and because Nicole Brown Simpson did not want to go downtown for proper photographs.
We're talking about sanctions.
Well, I'm leading to that. The inference now is this is the way she really looked in 1989. And I think the sanction should be that the jury should strike from their deliberations any reference to an incident in 1989, any reference to any injuries that were suffered by Nicole Brown Simpson, and any photographs that they have seen or any testimony depicting those injuries.
All right.
Your Honor, when we began this trial, the court ordered the defense to provide us an opportunity to look at their exhibits. And we were given a nanosecond to do that, and when we realized that there was a problem with one of those exhibits and objected, the court found that we had waived the right to object because the objection was untimely, as the court ruled. I think the court should find the same in this situation. They knew what Exhibit 9 was. They've seen it. They've had it in their hands. They've possessed it. It was an issue in the DV hearings. I mean, to sanction us now?
Do you have a foundation for this photograph?
Yes, it is the photograph that Denise Brown saw in the 80s at Rockingham.
Doesn't help us. Thank you. Say how the jury, please. You'll see in about 30 seconds. Reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time I need to speak to the lawyers on issues that are oftentimes complex and require extensive argument. Don't necessarily require it, but we get extensive argument. And I think it's easier for me to have you step into the jury room so you can use the facilities there and stretch a little rather than for us to stand over at sidebar for 20 minutes to half an hour. That's the reason for that. The reason for our discussion today was that last photograph that you were shown, People's Exhibit number 9. I am not going to allow the use of that photograph despite the fact that you've already seen it. I know it's difficult to unring a bell, but I'm going to ask you to disregard what you saw in that particular photograph. The reason for that is there is no foundation. That's a legal finding. There is no foundation for that photograph. In other words, we don't know the date, time, and place where that was taken, by whom, and what it purports to depict. All we have is the picture, and we can't tell the place, date, and time, and who was there, who took it at this point. So I'm going to ask you to disregard that photograph, and we'll continue with the testimony of Denise Brown. Brown, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, Ms. Brown, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, Ms. Brown, you're reminded you're still under oath. Would you just pull the microphone close to you, please? Thank you. Mr. Darden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I present to the witness on the Alamo People's 10 for identification?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Brown, showing you what has been
marked People's 10 for identification. Is that a photograph of your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
And is that a photograph that you've seen before?
Yes, it is.
Do you know who took that photograph?
I did.
Do you recall when it was that you took that photograph?
Yeah, it was right after the '89 incident.
Was it on New Year's Day itself?
Yeah, I think it was a couple of days later.
That photograph depicts certain injuries to your sister, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
The swelling over her right eye, that isn't how she usually looked, is it?
No, it's not.
You want to show that you're in People's 11 for identification? Ms. Brown showing you People's 11 for identification. In this photograph, your sister has her right arm raised, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see any injury to her right arm there?
Yes, I do.
What do you see?
A bruise. Big bruise.
And directing your attention to the right side of her head, around her forehead. Do you see any injuries to the right side of her head?
Yes, I do.
That's not how she usually looks.
No, it's not.
You told us a moment ago that you took these photographs, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would you describe for us, please, the circumstances that led to your taking these photographs?
Nicole asked me to take them for her.
Sustained. Not sustained. Next question.
How many photographs did you take of her that day?
Overruled.
Okay. I'll re-ask the question. The day that you took the last two photographs you just saw here, 10 and 11.
Right.
Okay. That day, did you take any other photographs of your sister?
All right. Without the court reporter first.
Yes, they are.
And after you took those photographs, what did you do with them?
I gave them to Nicole. She took them.
Okay. And did you know back in 1989 whether or not your sister Nicole had a safe deposit box at Union Bank?
No, I did not.
Ms. Brown, last week we played for the jury an audio tape of an incident that occurred in 1993. Have you heard any portion of that audio tape? Have you heard any portion of that audio tape?
I don't think so.
The 1993 tape of the incident at Gretna Green?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the answer, Your Honor.
No, she doesn't believe that she heard it. Okay. Is that correct, Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Dark.
When was the first time you learned that something had occurred on October 25, 1993 at Gretna Green?
Sustained.
Were you present at your sister's house on October 25, 1993?
No, not that I remember, no.
Your sister was married to the defendant in February 1985, is that correct?
Yes.
And since that date, did you on occasion socialize with the defendant?
Yes.
And did you socialize with the defendant
And your sister?
Yes, we did.
You went out together?
Yes.
Went to clubs?
Yes.
What kinds of places and what kinds of things did you do with the defendant and your sister?
Overruled.
We used to go out to dinner. We used to go dancing. We did family vacations, ski trips. We did a lot of things together. We were a family.
And you considered the defendant part of your family?
Absolutely.
So not everything that happened between your sister and the defendant was bad, correct?
No, not at all.
Lots of good times.
Yeah.
Did the defendant own any property in Victoria Beach?
Yes, he did. He had a house.
I'm sorry?
He had a house on Victoria Beach.
Okay, a beach house?
Yes.
And were there occasions when your sister would go down to the beach house on Victoria Beach without the defendant?
Yes.
And would she bring the children sometimes?
Yes.
And sometimes the defendant would come with her, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your family, the Brown family, did you live close by or near the beach house?
Yes, we do.
During those occasions when your sister came to the beach house alone or without the defendant, did you meet her there on occasion?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
On those occasions when your sister came to the beach house alone, would you meet her at the beach house on occasion?
Oh, sure.
Okay. And would she come to your family home alone and without the defendant on occasion?
Oh, yes.
And on some of those occasions, would you hear from the defendant?
Yes, we did.
He would call?
Yes, he did.
And was there any pattern to the number of calls you would receive from the defendant on those occasions when your sister came to the beach house or to your house alone?
Objection calls for speculation and
Sustained.
On those occasions when your sister would come, we'll strike that. Strike that. On those occasions when your sister was in Laguna Beach or Victoria Beach alone, would the defendant call?
Yes, he would.
Would you answer the phone?
Sometimes, on occasion.
And on those occasions when you answered the phone, was there a pattern as to what the defendant would say to you?
Sustained.
Do you recall when it was that the defendant bought the house in Victoria Beach?
No. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if it was in the 80s as opposed to the 90s?
Yes, 80s.
Okay. Do you know the exact date each and every time your sister came to Victoria Beach?
Do I know the exact date?
Yeah, the exact
No.
dates. Okay. Were there many occasions?
Yes.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Was there ever an occasion your sister came to Victoria Beach alone and the defendant didn't call?
No.
All right, that last question and answer will be stricken. Juries to disregard. Mr.
Can we
Dart.
approach for a moment, Your Honor?
Yep, with reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, you may continue.
Ms. Brown, you have a niece and a nephew by your sister Nicole, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that is Sydney and Justin?
Yes.
Do you recall in which year each of your niece and nephew were born?
Sydney was born in 1985, and Justin was born in 1988.
I take it that your sister gained weight while she was pregnant.
Yes, she did.
And after each of those pregnancies, did she keep the weight on for a while?
Yeah.
While she was actually pregnant, did you ever hear the defendant comment about her weight?
Yes, I did.
What did the defendant say about your sister's weight while she was pregnant?
Sustained.
This is the defendant's statement, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Overruled.
Could you repeat that, please?
What did the defendant say about your sister's weight while she was pregnant?
I used to call her a fat pig. He used to comment like this all the time.
Okay, he'd make hand gestures,
Yes.
holding both hands apart, as you just indicated on the record.
Yes.
And did you actually hear him call your sister fat pig while she was pregnant?
Yes.
And after she had each of the children, would he make similar comments about her weight?
Yeah, he hated fat women.
He would tell your sister that he hated fat women?
He would always comment about her weight.
And you would be present on occasion when he made these comments?
Yes, I was.
Did your sister Nicole react in any way on those occasions when the defendant would call her a fat pig or say that he hated fat women?
At one point, she didn't care how much weight she gained. She just wanted him to leave her.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Brown, who else would be around on those occasions when the defendant made these comments about Nicole's weight?
Oh, God. I don't know. My mom, she heard it too. My sisters, other people.
And when the defendant would make these comments about your sister's weight, did her demeanor change at all from what you could see?
She would just sort of sit there. She really didn't do anything. She just got quiet.
And on those occasions when the defendant would call your sister these names, did you say anything to him?
Oh, I don't remember.
At some point your sister lost the weight, is that correct?
Yeah, she looked great.
Do you recall when it was that she lost the weight?
It was a couple of years ago. Almost 3 years ago, I guess.
And do you know how she lost the weight?
Yeah, she started running and eating really healthy.
By the way, the comments the defendant made about your sister's weight, were those comments made in public?
Yeah.
On those occasions when you saw the defendant, and this is after your sister lost the weight, did his attitude about her weight change at all?
Yeah. He loved it. Look at her. She looks great, doesn't she? She's mine.
That's what the defendant would say?
Yeah, she was always like a possession.
Well, during the years when she was carrying the weight, did he ever say, look at her, doesn't she look great, she's mine?
Oh, maybe when she was dressed up or something, who knows?
You know, I need the court's guidance on one matter. Can we approach that sidebar for a moment?
Madam Reporter, how's your paper supply? All right, let's call court, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief 20-minute recess at this time. I'm going to ask you to step back in the jury room. We'll resume and go through to the lunch hour. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions. Allow them for a moment, please. All right, good morning again, Ms. Brown. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Darden.
Ms. Brown, you described for us the incident after you went to the La Cantina restaurant, and you also described the incident at the Red Onion. And you also testified that you consumed alcohol on each of those specific occasions. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And on those occasions, did you have a drinking problem?
Yes, I did.
You're a recovering alcoholic?
Yes, I am. Sober for over a year now.
During January of 1992, did your sister leave the defendant?
Yes, she did.
Overruled.
And did she move somewhere else?
She did.
Where did she move to?
To Gretna Green.
Okay, and did you visit her there?
Yes, I did.
How did the defendant react to your sister leaving him in January 1992?
It's vague.
Did you ever discuss with the defendant his feelings about your sister leaving him in January 1992?
Let me talk to counsel with the reporter, please. All right, Mr. Darden, you may continue.
Ms. Brown, directing your attention to June 12, 1994. On that day, was a recital held for your niece, Sydney?
Yes, it was.
And where was that recital held, if you recall?
I think Paul Revere School.
And that's a middle school in Brentwood?
Yes, it is.
It was a dance recital, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you drive up from Laguna Beach to attend the recital?
Yes, I did.
Did other members of your family also drive up from Laguna Beach to attend the recital?
My whole family did.
That would include your sister Dominique and Tanya?
No, Tanya wasn't there. Dominique was, my mom and dad. My son. Dominique's son.
I'm sorry, your son and who else?
My son and Dominique's son.
Did you go to the recital?
Yes, I did.
Did your sister Nicole go to the recital?
Yes, she did.
When you arrived at the, strike that, was the recital held in an auditorium?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at the auditorium, was it full of people?
Packed.
Okay.
Yes.
And were you given a program for the recital?
Yes, we were.
And so did you know when and at what point Sydney would be dancing in the recital?
We did. She was second to last.
And how long was the recital scheduled to last, if you know?
I think it lasted longer than it was supposed to. I remember that. It lasted a couple of hours.
You know, when you and your family first entered the recital hall, did you take a seat?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did your other family members take a seat?
Yes.
Was the defendant with you when you first arrived at the recital hall?
No, he was not.
And when you and your other family members took a seat in the auditorium, were you able to sit together in the same row?
No, we were not.
So the group was broken up then?
Yes.
Okay. Different people sat in different rows?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did the defendant arrive?
Yes, he did.
And when he arrived at the recital, did you greet him?
He walked in on the other side and got a ticket from Dominique, and he kind of waved like that.
Okay, kind of waved to you?
Right.
And did you acknowledge his wave?
I just smiled.
And your parents were there in a second?
Yes, they were.
Did the defendant greet your parents?
Yes, he did.
And how did he greet your parents, if you recall?
He went over and he was talking to them. They were sitting one row in front of me.
Did he also appear to greet your sister Tanya when she gave him the ticket?
Tanya wasn't there. It was Dominique.
I'm sorry, Dominique. Did he also appear to greet her?
Appeared so.
Okay. Did he greet Nicole?
No, he did not.
Did the defendant say anything to Nicole that you heard?
No.
Was your sister Nicole seated to any other member of your family?
Nicole and Dominique were in the back, in one row behind me, and over about 3 or 4 seats.
Okay. And were they sitting directly next to each other?
I think so, unless there was a child in between them.
And so the defendant greeted Dominique, but he didn't greet your sister.
He didn't greet Nicole.
And when he greeted you and your sister Dominique and your parents, what was his demeanor?
He had a very bizarre look in his eyes. It was a very far away look.
Let's give it to counsel. Objections overruled.
Thank you. You said he had a bizarre look, a faraway look?
He had a very far away look. It was actually really kind of spooky. It was a frightening look.
Was he smiling?
No. No.
Can you describe for us physically his physical demeanor at the time?
He just had a very different look about him. It wasn't like OJ just walking into a place and being, hey, here I am, kind of sure of himself type of attitude. It was more of a like a glazed over, kind of frightening, dark eyes. It just didn't look like the OJ that we knew.
Have a moment, Your Honor. Did he always have this glazed over look, that is, throughout the time he was at the recital that you saw?
Well, I wasn't watching him the whole time.
Okay, so the look you described for us a moment ago is the way he looked when he walked in and greeted your parents?
He was talking to my parents, which was right in front of me, so I was able to look at him. And then he sat behind me.
So did you turn around and look at him during the time that he was sitting behind you?
Yeah, I talked to him.
Did he appear happy and cheerful?
No, not at all. Actually, the only thing that he said to me was that he was here and he had to jump on a plane to Chicago.
And when the defendant sat behind you, did he sit directly behind you?
Yes, he did.
Did he remain sitting behind you?
No, he did not.
He got up?
Yes.
How long did he sit behind you before getting up?
Oh, I'm not really sure, long enough to say those things. But then he got a chair and put it in the corner by one of the back doors. And he stuck the chair in the corner away from all the auditorium seats.
Well, had you said something to the defendant that might offend him?
No.
Did he tell you why he was taking a chair and taking it to a corner of the auditorium and sitting there away from everyone else?
No.
He sat in that chair in the corner of the auditorium?
Yes, he did.
He sat there alone and away from everyone else?
Yeah, I guess somebody went up and talked to him, but the majority of the time, I just saw him there by himself.
What was he doing as he sat there in the chair?
Every time I turned around, because my son went outside to play with the rest of the kids, every time I turned around, he was staring at Nicole.
Did you ever go over and talk to him? That is, while he was seated over in the corner in the chair alone?
No, I did not.
Was there ever a break or intermission? Was there ever a break or an intermission during the recital?
God, it was so long. I think there was a break, yeah.
Did you leave the auditorium? Do you recall?
No. Only at the end.
Okay. Do you recall if Nicole left the recital during the intermission?
I don't remember.
Did you ever see the defendant move the chair out of the corner?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see him get up from that chair in the corner and walk away?
No.
How long, if you recall, did the defendant sit in that chair in the corner and stare at your sister?
Oh, I don't know. I was watching the show. It was just every time I looked back to look for the children, that's when I would see him staring at her.
Did you point this out to anyone?
No, I didn't. No.
At some point the recital was over, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you and Nicole and your mother and father leave the recital hall?
No, actually, they left first, and my mom and dad and myself, we stayed there and we watched the very last show, the very last dance.
Your nephew, Justin, was in the auditorium, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did he visit with his father, the defendant?
Yes, he did.
And did everything seem as normal and okay with the defendant and Justin?
Yes, seemed to be.
Did you ever see Justin with the defendant while the defendant was sitting in the corner?
I think Justin was sitting on his lap.
Now, had you and your parents and your sister planned to go somewhere after the recital was over?
Yes, we did. We were going out to dinner.
Okay. And where were you planning to go?
We were going to Mezzaluna restaurant.
And as you left the recital hall, did you see the defendant?
Yes, we did. We walked out with him. Or actually, he was outside, and we met him as soon as we walked out the door. And we walked to the front of the school with him and a friend of his.
Did he give his daughter Sydney anything?
I didn't see him give them to her, but he had given her some flowers.
Did you say anything to the defendant as you left the recital hall?
I don't know if I said anything, but there was conversation going on.
Okay. You heard the defendant talking?
Oh, yeah.
Who was he talking to?
My mom, my dad,
What did you hear him say?
Ron. You know what? I don't remember. It was just about we're going to the restaurant, and I'm not sure what else.
Did you invite the defendant to go to the Mezzaluna with you and the rest of the family?
No, I did not.
Did you hear anyone else invite the defendant to go to the Mezzaluna?
No, I did not.
I take it that you and your family and the children got into your cars and vans and the like?
We got into the cars, and we drove over to Mezzaluna restaurant.
Did the defendant go with you?
To Mezzaluna?
Yes.
No.
Did you have dinner?
Yes, we did.
What did you do after dinner was over?
We got up and we walked out, and Nicole was gonna go get some ice cream with the kids, and we kissed each other goodbye. The last thing I told her was that I loved her. I'm sorry.
Brown, do you want us to just take a few moments now?
Do you mind?
Mr. Darden?
Yes, Your Honor?
I asked your witness if she wanted to take a few moments.
Oh, I'm okay. I'll be all right.
Ms. Brown, when you last saw your sister, what was her demeanor?
She was happy because we'd made so many plans to go do stuff. We were gonna take the kids on a camping trip. We were gonna go to Yosemite. We were gonna go to Club Med. We were gonna just do everything with the children.
Ms. Brown, I see that you're wearing in court today studs on one ear and a dangling sort of earring on the other ear. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
Not at this point.
It is relevant. It is relevant. Or you can just let me ask two follow-up questions that are relative to the obvious. You got to approach it.
Let me.
Are you upset that the killer of Ron and Nicole was never found?
Right now, I'm not going to discuss.
Police are looking for a man who ran away.
Thank you. Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Ms. Brown, I, as you know, have to ask you some questions.
Yes.
In preparation for your testimony, did you properly meet with members of the district attorney's office to go over the areas that you would be questioned on today?
Yes.
And have you done that on several occasions?
No.
How many occasions did you do that on?
Twice.
And did you meet with any other lawyer to go over any of the testimony that you might offer in court today?
No.
You haven't talked to any other lawyer about this?
No.
Other than prosecutors? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Mr. Darden.
And have you had a chance to review a transcript of the statement that you gave to the district attorney's office and lawyers in January of this year?
Excuse me?
Have you had a chance to see a transcript of the statements you gave to the district attorney's lawyers and investigators in January of this year?
Yes.
And when was the last time you had a chance to review that?
It was maybe about 4 days ago.
And was it accurate? The things you said in that transcript?
As far as I remember, yes.
There wasn't anything that you called to the attention of any of the lawyers that you wanted to change?
Not that I remember.
The incident that you spoke about, and let's refer to it as the alleged Rockingham incident, the first incident when you were there with Ed McCabe.
Right.
Did you talk about that incident with the district attorneys?
Yes, I told them about that.
And did they ask you when this occurred?
Yes, they did.
And did you have an answer for them?
I had thought it was like I didn't know the exact year, but it was like in the mid-'80s after I had remembered.
Is that what you remember telling them?
I think I told them at the first that I didn't remember when it was that I would check.
Did you tell them that you didn't know whether it was before or after O.J. had married your sister?
I told them I didn't remember, that I would check for them.
Do you remember telling them that it was either, that you couldn't even recall if it was before or after the marriage?
I did tell them that I would check.
And then you checked later?
Yes.
And what did you check to find that out?
Pictures that I had when I was dating Ed McCabe.
Ed McCabe was your boyfriend at the time?
Yes, he was.
And would you describe him as a substantial individual?
Yes.
He's a man who is involved in advertising?
He was at the time, yes.
And he still is?
I think now he has his own company.
And at that time, he was a well-respected man?
Yes, he was.
And you dated him for about 7 months?
I thought it was longer, but
How long do you recall?
I thought it was over a year.
And how long into the relationship was it that the events that took place in Rockingham were described? How long had you been seeing him?
I don't really remember how long we had been going out.
And prior to going back to Rockingham, you said you had been at some type of restaurant,
Right.
and there was some drinking going on?
Yes.
And you have told us that you had some problems with alcohol in the past.
Yes.
And do you recall what your state of sobriety was that night?
I had had a few drinks.
What do you remember as a few drinks? Do you have any specific recollection?
Of how many drinks I
Yes.
drank? No, I don't recall.
Did you feel the effects of the liquor? Do you
Sure,
remember
we were
that?
all happy.
And then you came back to the Rockingham house,
Yes.
and you had margaritas there at the house, did you not?
We had more drinks at the house.
And would you say that your state of sobriety was at least impaired?
Slightly.
And that would go for the same for everybody who was there.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection that O.J. didn't like people smoking in his house?
Oh, he didn't like cigarette smoke at all.
And your boyfriend, Ed McCabe, was a smoker, was he not, at that time?
Yes, he was.
And Nicole was kind of a part-time closet smoker, was she not?
I don't know if it was at that time, but yes.
And do you recall there being some words spoken by O.J. to Ed McCabe about smoking in the house and giving cigarettes to Nicole?
No, I don't.
Do you recall any discussion about that at all?
About smoking?
Yeah.
No.
If Ed McCabe's recollection on this issue was different than yours, would you say that that might be a fair recollection?
Sustain.
When was the first time that you had to think back about this incident in the early 80s?
The first time?
Yeah.
Actually, a girlfriend of mine reminded me.
How long ago was that? I'm just trying to get the time sequence, not how you did it, but when did you first refresh your memory about this incident?
It's never left my mind.
When were you called upon to recall that? Have you talked about that? Is that something you've talked about over 10 years with people?
That's when my girlfriend, she said to remember that, remember this.
When was
remember
this? I just don't want to know the time. About what?
When I told my girlfriend about it?
When your girlfriend told you about it, remember this, when did that come up?
It was after the murders.
So that's some 12 or 13 years later, is that correct?
This happened early 80s, yes.
Have you talked to anyone who was at the Rockingham house about that incident since the time that you were there at Rockingham?
There was only the four of us there.
Okay. Have you talked to Ed McCabe about it?
I did.
When did you talk to him about it?
I called him, gosh, I'm really bad with time. Maybe a month or two ago.
And Was his recollection different than yours?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You told us you spent the night at the Beverly Hills Hotel because O.J. didn't want any of the three of you in his house.
Right.
And that the next day that Nicole came back to Rockingham with Ed McCabe.
She went back to Rockingham.
Did she go back with Ed McCabe?
Not that I recall, no.
And if you recalled that differently, would you have any opinion about that?
Objection.
If you recall that differently, would you have any opinion about that? I think it's a vague
Do you recall Nicole leaving the bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel with Ed McCabe?
No.
Do you recall how she left the Beverly Hills Hotel?
She left on her own.
Did she have a car?
Yes.
Is that how you got to the Beverly Hills Hotel in her car?
Yes.
And the place you stayed was what they call a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel?
Right.
It's like an apartment unit, it's not really a hotel room.
Right.
I want to now direct your attention to the incident that you referred to as the Red Onion incident.
Okay.
And at that time, you were dating a gentleman by the name of Dino Bucola.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And he's a pretty special person to you, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He's a man that you dated for about 4 years,
Yes.
and that you still see him, although not romantically.
Right.
And would it be fair to say that Ed Bucola is a surrogate father to your young son?
Who?
That Dino Bucola is the surrogate father to your young son?
Actually, they're really good pals.
He refers to him as my little buddy,
Yes.
but he doesn't, your son does not see his natural father, does he?
No, he does not.
And the person that he relates to as the father image is in fact Dino?
Actually, no.
Does Dino pick him up on weekends and take him on outings?
He comes and sees him usually on Sunday when
And
he's in town.
How long?
This line of questioning
Overruled, I think it establishes a relationship with Mr. Bucola, but I assume there's not a whole lot more than
No. And for how long a period of time has he been seeing him on Sundays?
It's not every Sunday. It's whenever Dino's in town. He sees him. It's been over, gosh, you met Sean when he was 3 months old. And it's been ever since.
And how old is Sean now?
Sean's 8.
Up until recently, you've been living with your parents, with Sean, in Laguna?
I still live with my
You
parents.
still live with them? And
Oh,
that,
yes.
that's been also all through Sean's life?
Yes.
overruled.
During the time that Nicole was separated and later divorced from O.J., you told us she had her own place on Gretna Green,
She was living in Gretna Green, yes.
and then she had her own place on Bundy.
Yes, she did.
Did you ever live with her during those periods of time?
On Gretna Green or Bundy?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Did she ever come back home to live with the family?
To live? No.
The incident that you were telling us about at the Red Onion, and you told us a list of people who were there, and I don't want to go over it, but it was about 6 or 7 people.
Right.
At that time, were you also still drinking?
Oh, I was drinking at that time, yes.
And how would you describe your consumption of alcohol?
I said I had a problem.
That can mean different things to different people, and I don't mean to embarrass you, but on this particular evening, could you tell us how much you had to drink, if you recall?
Oh, I don't recall how many drinks, no.
Can you give us some type of approximation as to what your drinking pattern would be like?
On that night, we were
Yes.
doing shots of tequila.
And how many shots would you imagine that you would drink? I know it'd be impossible to remember precisely.
That night, I don't remember.
Did you give us any idea?
I don't remember.
How about, did you have any margaritas there?
Yes, we did.
Remember how many margaritas you had?
No. It was in between dancing, going having a drink.
It was a party atmosphere, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And the Red Onion was very crowded,
Yes, it was.
a lot of noise,
Yes.
a lot of loud music.
Yes.
And how would you describe your state of sobriety when you were at the Red Onion?
Happy.
In terms of intoxication, if we use the terms sober being one who had just consumed a minimum amount of alcohol but still would be able to drive, and drunk and intoxicated in between, would you be able to put yourself on that scale?
Well, I would not have driven home.
And isn't it a fact, Ms. Brown, that your boyfriend at the time, Dino, was the designated driver for the evening, and he was the only one who didn't have anything to drink?
Right.
And you've talked to him since about this event, have you not?
We discussed it vaguely.
And his recollection is different than yours, isn't it?
Sustained.
You told us that your sister met O.J. Simpson when she was very young, I believe was 18 years of age.
Yes.
And you're aware, are you not, that just prior to that she was dating another gentleman who was in fact older than O.J. Simpson?
Sustained.
You described your sister to the district attorney as being smart, as being intelligent, and as being very beautiful. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also describe her as being independent?
Yes.
Did you describe her as being strong?
Yes.
Did you describe her as being tough?
I may have said those words. I don't know.
Did all those things apply?
Yes.
Did you describe your sister to the district attorney as having a temper and a mouth on her?
Probably.
I take it there are times that even you and your sister had disagreements.
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. You can ask a question.
Not very often.
Did it ever happen?
On occasion.
Did you ever say things to her that you later regretted?
Counsel, this is a sister-sister relationship, siblings. Doesn't tell us much.
Well, husband-wife.
That's the whole continuum.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just was trying to bring out volatility in relationships,
No,
even among
no.
family members.
Counsel wants to object. She should testify.
All right, let's move on.
Thank you. Did you, from time to time, meet friends of O.J. Simpson and end up dating them?
Who?
Anyone, any of his friends?
I have dated a friend.
Is this relevant who Ms. Brown dated?
We see counsel at sidebar. Mr. Shapiro.
I'm not quite this thin.
Darren, that was called for. Mr. Shapiro.
Yes. The incident at the Red Onion, there was another friend of Mr. Simpson's there, a football player named Reggie McKenzie.
Yes, he was.
Is he a gentleman that you also have dated and been romantically involved with?
No.
Have you dated him?
Have I dated Reggie?
Yes.
No.
I want to now direct your attention to the incident at the recital.
Okay.
The recollection of events that you have is that O.J. was always behind Nicole,
No, he was behind me.
and Nicole was where in relationship to you and him?
She was one row back and to the left of me, and OJ was on the other corner to the right of me.
Was he behind her?
I don't think so, because she was at the very last row.
When you say he went to the corner with the chair, was he behind her or not?
I don't think so. I think they were parallel.
Parallel. And your attention was directed more towards watching he and your sister rather than watching the show and the performances?
No, at that time I was concerned about where my son was.
How long into the performance was this?
When they went outside to play, I'm not really sure.
Do you have any ideas to time framework?
Gosh, I really don't know. It was before Sydney came on to do her dance.
Do you remember O.J. leaving without flowers and then coming back sometime later with flowers?
No, I don't.
Did you see him walk in with flowers?
No, I don't.
In fact, you never saw him give flowers to Sydney,
No,
did you?
I did not.
And you've told the district attorney that he didn't give flowers to Sydney.
I didn't see it. I didn't see him give her flowers.
How much time elapsed from the time that you were leaving the performance to the time that you finally said goodbye to the people outside?
The people, meaning
Did you say goodbye to people before you got in your car and left? Out in
we
front?
said goodbye to OJ and to Ron Fishman.
And how much time elapsed from the time you left the theater or the auditorium to the time that you said goodbye to O.J. and Ron?
Oh, just a minute or two, a couple of minutes.
What was O.J.'s demeanor when you said goodbye to him?
Quiet.
May I just have a moment, please?
Certainly.
With the court's permission, we'd like to show a video of Mr. O.J. Simpson at the Paul Revere School, just leaving the recital for purposes of impeachment.
All right, have we seen this before?
Yeah, 352 objections at this point in time.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, given the hour, I'm going to take our recess as far as the jury is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to talk to you or otherwise contact you. And we will see you back here at 1:30. And Ms. Brown, you can step down. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else. You're ordered to be back here at 1:30. All right? And you
That's correct. Impeach that.
All right. Do we have the tape queued up?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. May we play it, please?
All right.
Yeah, this is what Mr. Dart gave us. We have to get our own.
Well, then it's a good thing we looked at it first.
Yes, I think so. This may be a different tape, though, Mr. Dart. It's just don't mistake the thing changed.
Take that as a compliment.
Are we rewinding the tape? Mr. Fairtlow, is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
All right.
was taken by Mr. Scott Kennedy, an investment broker. He sent a copy to the prosecution back last July. We never got a copy until last week. You will see Denise Brown kissing Mr. Simpson. You see Mr. Simpson kissing Judith Brown. You see again Mr. Simpson laughing and talking with Mr. Lewis Brown. The other gentleman in the kind of red sweater, that's Ron Fishman, was there. He was smiling and talking to him. The vehicle that drove up, the Cherokee vehicle that drove up, that was again, Senator Nicole Brown, Simpson in the vehicle. And also that's Justin, the son of jumping in his arms. This was taken after the concert.
Recital.
All right. Recital.
Absolutely, Judy, because back then, phones and way we communicated and connected and all was so different. So, like on a phone, you have a camera, you have like social media on a phone, you can watch a movie on a phone, you could it's like the technology has gone all over the place. I mean, I think about some of my relatives I've had from back in that time that aren't here anymore, and around this time period too, that would be very surprised about what we're able to do now with the technology. Indeed, there's you could talk to people on live streams. It's and the information gets spread so quickly. Yeah. And it said had very large portable phones, expensive. They were about a foot long. Yeah, that's true. And now they're so small, you can do so many things with them. It's quite shocking. He liked his cell. I stuck mine in a drawer. Oh, okay. We had special purchased Dell 2000 Millium Edition. Oh, okay. Yeah, a teacher I had a car phone, and it was a big clunky thing. The computers, like for instance, like this computer is a small flat screen, and the computers are now very small. Everything's so thin. They're not all clunky like they used to be. You have, social media. There's all kinds of new vehicles. Like in the vehicles, you have new technology in the vehicles. So it would certainly be like being in another universe, like I said before, somebody in that time. Yeah, size of a book. That's true. It was the size of a book, and like look at this laptop. It's it's a thick laptop, and now they're so small, and now there's tablets, and all the papers on the table, all the binders is now all on a computer or a tablet. Yes, the walkie-talkies. I had a walkie-talkie before, a walkie-talkie set. Those were. It seemed like a brand new thing when I was like very little, and then now it's something kind of like outdated. Although there, of course, walkie-talkies were before I was born, most likely. But like when I got one, I was like, "Whoa, this is pretty cool." And I was thinking yesterday about the fax machines because they talked about it in this trial. And the fax machine, you're able to transmit information. It's kind of like email. That was the email of that time period, before they had email. You don't need an operator anymore. You can text people. It's really gone a long way. And then they had the iPod, where you had like a little nano iPod, the size of something you could fit in the palm of your hand, and put 1,000 songs in your pocket. So it certainly has changed quite a bit. And now, as I said, movies are streamed now. We've gone a long way from this era. Had walkie-talkies in the 70s as kids. Okay, it was in the 70s when it started. Okay, nice. The crazy copiers, yeah. Oh, another thing that we were talking about earlier in the stream was the Polaroids. So, when I was, of course, Polaroids were out before I was born, but when I was very little, I used one sometimes. They let me use one, and I thought it was so cool. The picture just came out, and just materialized. Now it's all on a phone. It's crazy. But so there's these drugstores you could buy film and a throwaway camera and take pictures of things. And then they had more expensive cameras that you could take pictures of things with film. So I thought that was very advanced when I was little, but now I got like a phone that could take thousands of pictures. It's like, wow. And videos. Yeah, and they still sell Polaroids, like modern versions of them. One of my friends who went to Hawaii around the time period of this trial, or maybe a little bit before, a couple of years before it. She went to Hawaii, and she went to an island where they had feral, I call it feral, but you can say feral wild chickens everywhere. And she took pictures of the different things in Hawaii with a Polaroid, but she had not Polaroid, but I think it was another type of camera, but she had the film, she had a cover on the camera, so some of the pictures didn't quite come out. So, but she did get some pictures, though. And, that was for that time period, that's how people would take pictures, but now they take pictures with the phone. Yeah, I have gone to you use that app to print your pictures. Okay. I've gone to the drugstore and they have a computer machine you could go and hook up your phone to it or whatever to get pictures printed. I've done that before. All I knew was the drugstore, and I assumed they still had a mechanism for it, and they still did. So, yeah, and Google Photos has a way to print them and send them to you. If you squeeze or crush an old Polaroid pics, you end up with a blurry swirl of a color. Yes, that's true. With the Polaroid pictures, you can take if something gets distorted, it'll do a swirl and distort the picture. That's true. Yeah, and as I said, I remember thinking that was a very advanced technology, but now it's although they still have Polaroids, like a modern version, they're kind of like been replaced by other things. And this is speaking from the early 2000s. And there's still, my family had a lot of technology and still used stuff from the 90s. So that's why a lot of times growing up it was similar to that, because they kept the technology from that. They didn't quite switch over to the more modern stuff just yet. And it was just a couple of years ago, like 2005 was 10 years after this trial, so 10 years from this year was 2015. So it was a closer time frame. Yes. That is true, Judy. Yeah, so yeah, the Polaroids are very classic. So in every walk of life, for instance, we order stuff now, a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people order stuff on the internet with Amazon, etc. And back in the past, people used to go to big stores to go and buy merch and buy, like Black Friday, they go in and swarm in and buy a bunch of stuff or buying a video game. Now everything's ordered online, a lot of people do. So even the way we order stuff is online, and a lot of the stores that existed don't exist now. That's why I say in this specific stream, we say Kmart, and I say Kmart and Sears instead of what we usually would say like Temu and Shein, because that's what I would have used in this time period if the internet was what it was now. And I was like an adult back then. That's what I would have said. So, yeah, so certainly a progression from this time period. Things have changed in a lot of ways, right? And here we go. We'll continue.
Mark Shapiro, I understand that you have a better copy of the videotape that you want the court to preview before it's used.
If the court pleases, I think it might be a little clearer. It's hard to tell because the equipment we've shown it on is different than the court's equipment, but with the court's permission, we'd like to run it quickly to get the court's approval.
All right, and after we run that, let's run the Firestone interview that the prosecution wants to run, and we'll hear motions on that. I'm ready.
We were both guilty. No one was hurt. It was no big deal, and we got on with our life. As a matter of fact, after...
With the audio, please.
On 3 occasions in the last 8 years, O.J. Simpson appeared on this program with me. First off, a segment that originally aired in 1989. I asked Simpson about his pleading no contest to a charge of an assault on his wife, Nicole.
The day after this was over, we looked at each other. Hey, we had a fight. We were both guilty. No one was hurt. It was no big deal, and we got on with our life. As a matter of fact, after the Rose Bowl, we hosted a party for a great deal of amount of people, and mostly our friends. Took a trip with a couple of friends who never even knew we had an argument that night. And then 30 days later, I'm reading in the paper, this major thing had happened, quoting things that people say to one another in the middle of an argument, right and wrong. I mean, it wasn't all right what you read in the paper, But it was embarrassing. But because our relationship was strong and all our friends knew it, and they knew what they were reading wasn't necessarily the truth, hey, we just tried to put it behind us and ignore it as much as we could. I mean, we could have easily gone to court and been on the stand, and I think even the city attorney's office realized that they couldn't have won it, but that wasn't the point of filing. The point was to bring attention to a new law that's on the book, and who better to do that than me? And I just said, why me? Why am I the guy that you choose to do this? I don't think I'm a good example, and I don't think this incident this night was a good example of what you guys are trying to, bring to light.
All right, Mr. Cochran, do you want to address the Firestone segment?
Yes, Your Honor, perhaps we should have an offer of proof regarding this, but I can anticipate their offer of proof and then address it if Your Honor, whatever order Your Honor wants to proceed in. I have a 352 relevance objection to this. First of all, in talking with the individuals from that show, this is a tape apparently made in April of 1989, which doesn't say that. It was April of 89. About maybe 3 months after Mr. Simpson had entered a no contest plea. And everybody keeps talking about the search for truth. Why don't we just show the certified copy to the jurors that Mr. Simpson took responsibility for the January 1st, 1989 incident, went through counseling, paid his debt to society, and we've now spent the first week of this trial talking much about that. And I think at some point it becomes clearly a 352 incident. Now, if they're trying to show this in the context of an April 1989 show, and Mr. Simpson is a guest on Roy Firestone's close-up show, his response to what he'd already done, by this time he's entered the plea, he's on probation, Judge, and that's hardly the setting which one would want to talk about this spousal abuse situation involving one's wife, and you saw the response. So I think that this is irrelevant and immaterial. I think the real facts of this would be the certified plea, which we'd be glad to get for the court and present to the jurors of what happened in that case. That case was resolved except he had to successfully complete probation, which he did. And so I would object to the showing of the tape. I think that it certainly is 352, that it doesn't really add anything or help us particularly. If they've got a specific offer of proof that can change our minds, then that's one thing. But the way the record stands now, I don't think they have that, Your Honor.
Mr. Darden?
Your Honor, I don't think the law requires us to change Mr. Cochran's mind before we can admit relevant evidence in this case. Obviously, Mr. Simpson minimized his conduct on January 1, 1989. His statement to Roy Firestone, in fact, is more than just minimizing the incident. It's an outright, untruth. As for Mr. Simpson taking responsibility for his actions, he pled no contest. He never said, I'm guilty, I did it. He pled no contest. He said, I won't fight the charges anymore. He never admitted it. He never admitted beating his wife in public, though he did admit that in the letters to Nicole, the private letters to Nicole. And so his statement to Roy Firestone is a prior inconsistent statement as well.
Subsequent.
Yeah, subsequent. In addition to that, I think the videotape becomes even more relevant given Mr. Shapiro's request that we play the videotape of the recital, or of the events after the recital. When you look at that videotape, the one from the recital, and compare it to the Firestone video, Mr. Simpson doesn't seem real happy on June 12, 1994. And I think that perhaps we should allow Ms. Brown to look at both videos and compare and contrast the defendant's demeanor. And of course, we understand that the 1989 video was filmed 5 years prior. But I think that only enhances the relevancy of that video.
All right.
That is absolutely grabbing at straws. That show is not 60 Minutes. That was Roy Firestone, ESPN Sports. And now we're to be told that look at it to characterize his happiness on 2 occasions. That's for the jury to determine. And I think the jury will clearly be able to determine that, as Mr. Darden said in his opening statement, he was in a dark and ugly mood. You saw what dark and ugly mood he was in. I think that's why they don't want this thing shown particularly. The other thing, O.J. Simpson was shown in 1989, about 3 months after he entered the plea. And nobody ran around worrying about when Spiro Agnew entered a no contest plea. The judge tells you, as you know, Your Honor, that a no contest plea is tantamount to a guilty plea. And so he accepts responsibility for that. And he did it. So, I mean, all the rest of this is falderall. We have to go through all of this, all this time, when the man has paid his debt to society. It has nothing to do with a murder case. And in fact, it is character assassination. And all these little attempts to bring these other incidents in have nothing to do with anything. We should get on with this case, Your Honor. And so this is just another example, and we object. And I want to again reiterate, this is a sports show in which he responds and talks about it. And the other thing, he talks about a consistent statement. He is consistent with what he said to the detectives on that night. They had a wrestling match at some point, but he accepted responsibility. He wrote the letters to his wife. What he said to his wife was what's important. Not what he said on television to Roy Firestone and the characterization of it. And what he did in court was important, because that's where it came and that's where it counted.
Mr. Cochran, before you surrender the podium there, let me ask you one other question, however. As to the foundational issues, as to the Firestone tape, do you lodge any objection, now that you've had the opportunity to speak with the producer or whoever it was, the representative?
No, I don't lodge any objection based upon foundation, except to say this is a sports show, Your Honor, where he's a guest on the sports show.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah, and the rest of the show, let me just say this to you. The shows are 24 minutes and 30 seconds. They've taken 4 minutes out of context. And you know what, Judge? If they're so interested in the truth, why don't they show the entire tape when O.J. Simpson, who's there as a sports star, is talking about sports matters? And then he's hit with this question about the thing with his wife. Now, wouldn't that be relevant if we're going to do the whole thing? And so I have no foundational issue specifically, but except it's taken again out of context. It's a sports show. Roy Firestone is not Mike Wallace. Would you agree with that, Your Honor? That's rhetorical. I think you don't have to answer it. So I think that makes the point. So why don't we show the entire interview with O.J. Simpson?
You really want to get me in trouble?
No, I won't do that to you, Your Honor. But I think clearly the court understands my position in this matter. It's 4 minutes out of 24 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, what I'm trying to ask you, Mr. Cochran, if at some point in time this tape becomes relevant or it's usable for any other purpose, do you have lodge any objection to its authenticity?
No, I wouldn't lodge an objection to the authenticity, but I would like to see the entire tape because it's taken out of context. I don't know. My original argument was that sometimes these programs are taped, they're cut, that sort of thing. I was told it's on real time, and I accept that. But I was told also there's a lot of other discussion. The fact that Mr. Darden seeks to just show this part, I think we're entitled to see the whole thing.
Have you seen the whole thing?
I've never seen the whole thing. It's not been offered to me, and I'd like to do that. With regard to our tape, you're seeing the whole thing. We're not cutting and pasting.
All right, then let's do this then, counsel. Let's allow the defense to see the entire tape before the court issues any ruling regarding this excerpt. I haven't seen the entire tape either.
I'd like you to see it also.
All right.
You know, Mr. Cochran always stands in front of the court and tells the whole world how he's so interested in the truth. And every time the truth he's confronted with it, he runs away from it.
No, he's just,
okay,
what I heard him just say is he wants to see the whole tape before we do anything further.
Mr. Cochran is aware that there's no other discussion on that videotape relating to domestic violence. Okay, all right? I mean, the jury doesn't need to hear how many yards Mr. Simpson ran for in 1973. We all know that already. I mean, there's nothing else on the tape that's relevant. We'd like to put the tape on, perhaps with Ms. Brown, and move along with our case.
Well, I don't know how Ms. Brown can testify to this tape.
Well, I think Ms. Brown can compare and contrast the defendant's demeanor between the June 12 incident and the 1989 incident.
Well, isn't that sort of oranges and apricots?
No, it's oranges and oranges, Judge.
All right. All right, let's proceed with Ms. Brown, and I'll allow Mr. Cochran the opportunity to see the full videotape.
This afternoon, Your Honor?
I hope so. All right, let's have the jury, please. Please. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Brown. You're reminded you're still under oath. All right. Mr. Shapiro, do you wish to complete your cross-examination?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to show you a videotape and ask if you can identify the people who are depicted in the tape that are relevant to this case. Would you please do that for us?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, what is the evidence number on this
I
tape?
believe this is going to be 1002.
All right.
If the court pleases. Thank you.
Paul Revere.
Recognize what is depicted in that brief video?
I saw us saying goodbye to OJ
And where were you saying goodbye to O.J.?
at the Paul Revere High School.
And was
Or
this
middle
directly after the recital that you have just testified to?
Yes.
May we just show some portions of it, Your Honor, and stop it so Ms. Brown may be able to identify for the jury the people who are in the video?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Judge.
This is Ron Fishman,
And is he married to somebody that you know?
Cora Fishman.
Thank you. May we continue, please? Now, there's somebody who is wearing looks like a blue shirt with dark hair facing a gentleman who is O.J. Simpson. Do you know who that person is?
That's me.
And what were you just doing at that time?
I gave him a kiss goodbye.
And right to your right is a gentleman. Who is that?
That's my father.
And right to your left is another person.
That's my mother.
Thank you. May we continue, please? May we stop it right there? And what was your mother doing there?
Oh, I just saw the car go in front of it.
Okay, let's
I'm
see if
sorry.
you can back it up and show Stop right there. The person who was just kissing O.J.'s room?
My mother.
May we continue, please? Person now shaking hands with O.J.'s room?
I don't see anybody shaking hands.
All right, let's see
You're
if we can play that back again, please.
My dad.
And there's a vehicle in front. Whose vehicle is that? Can you tell?
I'm not sure if that's Dominique's or Nicole's Jeep.
Both identical Jeeps?
Yes.
Or similar Jeeps?
Yes.
Can we continue, please? The gentleman right here in this room?
That's Ron Fishman.
Okay. And the little boy who is getting a kiss and a hug?
That was Justin.
That's Justin?
Yes.
Can we continue, please?
Yes. I think it was Nicole.
I'd like to show the witness a photograph that we would like to have marked as our next exhibit, 1003. May we put this up on the screen, Your Honor?
Show that to people. Mark.
In this picture, would you identify the people, please?
That's OJ and Sydney.
And is this the way they were dressed at the school?
Sydney's costume looked different.
So you would say this photograph, in your opinion, was not taken after the recital?
Well, the top part is Sydney's costume, but I don't know, the bottom doesn't portray the bottom of her costume here.
So you would say that this
Oh, there it does.
I'm sorry?
Okay. Now it does, he just changed it.
Okay. Would you say this is the way that Sydney looked after the recital?
With her costume on, yes.
I'm sorry.
With her costume on, yes.
And is that the way O.J. looked after the recital?
I wasn't there when the picture was taken.
No, I said, is that the way O.J. looked after the recital?
Question's vague, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Whole roll.
I guess.
Nothing further, thank you.
We'll leave the picture up for a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Ms. Brown, you take a look at Sydney's the expression on her face.
Yep.
The defendant is smiling, isn't that correct?
Yes, he is.
Sydney smiling,
No, she's not.
and she's looking away, isn't
Yes, she is.
she? She just danced in a recital at her school, had she not?
Yes, she did.
Thank you. Mr. Shapiro about Ed McCabe, a former boyfriend of yours.
Yes?
And you told us that he is in the advertising business. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was he in the advertising business in the early 80s?
Yes, he was.
Was he in the advertising business that night when he threw you and your sister out of the house?
Yes, he was.
Sorry, was there an objection, Your Honor?
What's the grounds?
On the grounds that that question is an improper question on cross-examination, whether he's in the advertising business has nothing to do with being thrown into a house, and it's obviously prejudicial.
Did he work for Hertz back in the early 80s? That is Ed McCabe?
Ed McCabe did the advertising.
He did advertising for Hertz?
Yes, he did.
And he's still in the advertising business, isn't he?
Right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and back in the early 80s when Mr. McCabe was doing advertising for Hertz, Mr. Simpson was their #1 spokesman, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Are you aware that Mr. McCabe is married now?
I heard that he had gotten married, yes.
Did you also hear that the defendant was his best man at his wedding?
I did hear that, yes.
You also told Mr. Shapiro that your sister was intelligent and strong, tough. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she have a habit of keeping things to herself?
Yes, she did.
So she was strong that way, wasn't she?
She was very strong-willed.
You saw the video a moment ago.
Yes.
Did you see the defendant pick up Justin?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him shake hands with different people?
Yes.
Did you see him point his finger?
I don't remember.
Can we run the video one more time? Sure. Ron Fishman, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is he someone that you've seen since since your sister was murdered?
Yes, I have.
Do you know any reason as to why he would avoid a subpoena in this case?
Objection.
With the court reporter, please.
Yes.
Yeah, the screen is very cool because I like how it's on its back, and they're watching it that way. That's very very cool. So much could be done with those screens back then. It's so fascinating, as I said before. Passion says, "I wonder how dusty those flowers in the corner are." Yeah, I know, right? Exactly.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the last question. Mr. Darden.
Ms. Brown, you mentioned, we'll strike that. Can we continue with the videotape, Your Honor?
Right.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Simpson shake hands with your father there?
Yes, I did.
Now, did Mr. Simpson complain to you that he...
Yes. There were a couple of them, besides her. They came before she did, and one of them had this. One of them had glasses, and we were talking about his hair. It was kind of making a joke that he was the only one with hair completely on his head, because a lot of these people had had receding hairlines, but this one guy had his hair all styled up, and he had interesting testimony about the different things of OJ. So not many, but there was a few before her. Yes. All right, let's go.
He was suffering from some type of acute arthritic flare-up in his hands?
Then?
Yes.
No.
Oh, also there is a 911 responder, too. There is another one that was on the stand that was talking much earlier. No, not Kato. I'll get the names. Okay. In a moment. Let's go.
Was there anything about his mannerisms that suggested to you that he was in pain?
No.
Did he walk with a limp?
No.
Both your sister Nicole and your sister Dominique owned black Jeep Cherokees?
Yes, they do.
Continue. You just saw the defendant lift his son Justin, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And how much would you say Justin weighed back on June 12, 1994?
He weighs about 75 pounds.
And Mr. Simpson didn't appear to have any difficulty lifting his 75-pound son, did he?
No.
Continue. Have you been able to tell at all which car Nicole was in?
I haven't really been paying attention to the cars.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let me roll back then just a moment to the arrival of the second vehicle.
There's a difference between the two.
And what is that difference?
Dominique's has a V8 on the back and Nicole's does not. A little sign on the right back corner.
Okay, well, let's go back to... Flight.
I think I did.
Okay. Okay. You saw an emblem in the lower right-hand corner of that black Cherokee?
I think so.
Okay.
Do we have a
No.
do we have a slow capability on this VCR?
Not sure.
Let me ask. Do we have a slow-mo and/or freeze frame? Obviously, freeze frame.
I didn't answer the question. There's another tape.
Mr. Cochran wants to take the witness stand, Judge.
We're just, I want to know, do we have a slow-mo capability on this case, this VCR?
No.
Okay.
We have all this other space-age stuff and no slow-mo. Jeez. Ms. Brown, you think you saw the V8 emblem on the right rear of the first
I think there
vehicle?
was something there.
Okay. And that vehicle would have been driven by your sister Dominique?
Right,
So the second vehicle then would be the one driven by your sister Nicole?
right.
Okay. Did you ever see the defendant address your sister Nicole that afternoon?
That evening, no.
Continue the tape. Now, the defendant's demeanor, up to the point that he smiles at Dr. Fishman apparently, is that his normal public demeanor?
Before he smiles at him?
Yes.
No, he's usually happy.
And did he appear happy up to the point in which you saw him smile?
No, no, not really. Nothing in particular.
Okay. Go ahead. Play the tape. Was there anything at all unusual about the way the defendant used his hands that afternoon that you saw?
No.
Now, you told us that you had an alcohol problem, right?
Yes.
Did the defendant have an alcohol problem?
Sustained.
Go ahead, one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. You just saw the defendant's demeanor in the videotape outside the recital, is that correct?
Right.
Is that the way he appeared inside the recital? That is his demeanor?
No.
It was different inside?
Yes.
His demeanor at the rear of the auditorium was different than it was out in public in front of these other people?
Yes.
And what was the difference? What is the difference?
Well, at the end of this tape, he was laughing and smiling and showing. Inside the auditorium, he wasn't. Inside the auditorium, he was watching Nicole and looking, and no smile on his face at all.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro? Certainly.
See if she can. To the one portion of the video where O.J. is picking up his son, and I would like the witness to see if she can refresh her memory whether O.J. is screaming with a little pain when he lifts up his son. Were you able to discern from his mouth movements and his voice that he appeared to be in pain when he was lifting up his son?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything more on that, Mr. Darden? All right, Ms. Brown, I'm going to excuse you for this afternoon. However, I believe you may be recalled as a witness. You're directed not to discuss your testimony with anybody other than the lawyers in the case. Do you understand the order?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden, your next witness, please.
The next witness is going to be Candace Garvey, and I'm not sure that she's down yet. Take a few minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as... All right, Ms. Garvey, would you come forward, please?
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. Please state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Candace, C-A-N-D-A-C-E, Garvey, G-A-R-V-E-Y.
Mr. Darden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Garvey. You married to Steve Garvey, the former L.A. Dodger?
I am.
And were you also a friend of Nicole Brown?
I was.
Did you attend her daughter Sydney's recital on June 12, 1994?
Yes,
And did you see the defendant here at the recital?
I did.
Did you arrive at the recital with Nicole Brown?
No, I did not.
You have children yourself, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Were any of your children participating in the recital?
Yes.
When you saw the defendant inside the recital auditorium, did you notice anything unusual about him?
I did.
What was that?
Well, my husband and I walked in, and
All right, sustain. Mrs. Garvey, if you would, listen very carefully to the question that the attorneys ask of you. Please answer precisely the question that they ask.
Okay.
All right? Don't volunteer anything. The attorneys will ask you if it's important. Mr. Darden.
Mrs. Garvey, when you walked into the recital auditorium, did you see the defendant?
I did.
Did you notice anything unusual about him at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was just, he was not the same as I had ever seen him before.
And you had seen him on many prior occasions, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how was he different? How is it that he was not the same that evening?
Well, in the normal situation, he is very charismatic and gracious and you know, very kind and a happy person. And this time, I immediately noticed that it was a vast departure from the norm of how I've ever seen him before. He just seemed a little vacant, non-responsive.
You said things to him and he didn't respond?
That's correct.
What kinds of things did you say to the defendant?
I said hello, hi, how are you? And he stared at my husband and I, and really nothing in response. And so I said, well, I had the baby. And he just stared at me and said, yeah, Nick told me. And my husband walked away at that time. And I almost couldn't even move. I mean, I knew something was wrong, and I felt very uncomfortable, and I just,
Have you ever seen the defendant angry?
I saw him upset once before.
Okay. And the time that you saw him upset before, how did his demeanor on June 12 compare to that prior occasion?
Well, the one time I'd seen him, he was,
Overall. Although we couldn't get some foundation as to where and when the prior occasion was, how long ago.
Did you attend a Christmas party in 1993?
I did.
Who threw that Christmas party?
I think we have the same other problem once you move on to the date of the recital.
Okay, but you have seen the defendant angry on prior occasions.
I did.
So his demeanor on June 12, how did that compare to his demeanor on that other occasion when you saw him angry?
Well, the other occasion he was vocally angry and visibly, vocally, and angry. This time it was almost like he was simmering. I mean, it's hard to describe. He just, when he stared at me, I felt like he was looking right through me, and it scared me a little bit.
Did you ask him what was wrong?
I did not.
Did you suggest to him that he take any particular course of action?
I did not. Not at that time.
Have one moment. With Nicole?
I did not.
Did you sit in the same row that she sat in?
No.
Did you see where the defendant sat during the recital?
Yes.
Where did he sit?
He was in the very last row on the right-hand side of the auditorium.
Was he seated next to someone else?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And where was Nicole seated at that time?
I saw her once when I came back. I left the recital at one point and came back, and I saw her at the back of the auditorium I came in a different way than I came in the first time. So if he was facing down, looking down to the stage, he was on the right, she was on the left.
Okay. Did you ever see the defendant sitting in a corner, in the corner of the auditorium?
That's where I saw him. He was in the back corner of the auditorium.
And did you watch him at all?
I saw him as I was leaving the first time. I left in the middle of the recital because my daughter, as it turns out, her dance was either the last or the second to last dance. And so I needed to go home and come back, and I saw him as I was leaving.
And on that occasion, when you saw the defendant seated in the corner of the auditorium, did he still appear angry?
Sustained.
Well, did he appear angry?
Yes.
Overruled.
Did you notice whether or not the defendant was paying attention to the events going on the stage?
Overruled.
No.
You never.
Well, could you please say that again?
Okay. Was the defendant paying attention to what was going on stage, or was he looking elsewhere?
When I was leaving the first time, he was sitting, and I don't think he was watching. I don't know if he was watching. He was looking over to the other side of the auditorium. When I first, and yes, because I came up and spoke to him.
Okay. And so that we understand clearly, the defendant was seated on the right hand of the auditorium. Is that correct?
Yes.
The right-hand side?
Right.
Okay. And Nicole was seated to the defendant's left?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the stage?
In front. looking from the back of the auditorium down to the stage. That's my view. Does that make sense?
Okay, so the stage was in front of the defendant.
That's
then.
correct.
Okay, but he wasn't looking toward the stage when you looked at him.
When I was walking up towards him to leave, I mean, I don't know who he's looking at, but he was not looking down towards the stage because I don't think he saw me coming because I walked right up to him and he was not looking in my direction.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about the defendant's facial features while he was at the recital?
Just his jaw was set. It was just not the same person I'm used to seeing.
How many times did you actually have contact with the defendant?
3 times.
Okay. And where were you the first time?
Right in the, when you walk through, when you come into the auditorium, but not into the actual auditorium, the little room in front of the auditorium, I saw him there. I spoke to him then. And then when I was leaving the first time, I spoke to O.J. then, and then I spoke to him when the recital was over.
Okay. And was his demeanor any different each of those 3 times that you spoke to him?
No, the last time I spoke to him.
Correct. That'll stand. Next question.
Okay. Was his demeanor any different the 3rd time that you spoke to him as opposed to the first 2 times?
No.
Oh, you can ask the question.
Pardon me?
The answer was no to that question?
Yes, I said no.
Thank you.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant the 3rd time that you spoke to him?
Yes, I did.
And what was that conversation?
I was talking about how great the girls were and what a great job Sydney did, and Taylor, my daughter. And I think I mentioned that my husband had been taking videos of the girls and that we had taken close-ups of Sydney. And weren't they great and darling? And he just looked at me and said, uh-huh.
And that was it?
That was it. I mean, nothing else.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Cochran?
Thank you again.
It's good to see you, Liberty. Hope you've been doing well. It's a pleasure to have you on board. And yeah, many people that were around during this time period that were watching this trial have been commenting about where they were and how they watched it. So it's been very cool to see where everybody was and how they consumed it. So another thing I want to notice about earlier was, and we had many good witnesses today. I didn't write everybody's name down when I should have done that, and I'll do that next time. But I was, very cool witnesses. But in this trial, something that I've noticed was there's been lots of laughter going on. It's we talked about it before, but it seems like the audience does it quite often in the earlier videos. I did save some the different scenes until I go back to at some point. But yeah, it's certainly something I don't see in courtrooms today. I remember Judge Penny during the Depp trial was going to throw people out the courtroom if they laughed at anything. So things have changed, and nothing wrong with laughter. And someone says something funny, that's okay. But there's times when it's appropriate and when it's not appropriate. Yeah. So that is something that I'm noticing more in this trial than before, than other ones. It's a kid's recital. He is supposed to be the giddy with the excitement. Not attending recitals properly is violating Section 6, Substance 24 of the Personal Penal Code. Thank God, no kids. Oh, right. They can be. It can be mental gymnastics. Right. Right. Okay. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garvey. Now, speaking of videos, your husband took some videos of that afternoon?
He
Is that
did.
correct? And have you ever seen a video of Mr. Simpson shortly after this recital interacting with the Brown family and with his son Justin?
I did.
And when did you see that video?
I saw it on Friday.
And where did you see it?
I saw it in the offices upstairs.
In the DA's office upstairs here?
I did.
Who showed that video to you?
Well, when I walked in, I didn't know I was coming down here Friday, and when I walked in to the witness coordinators, it was on her TV.
Well, who was the witness coordinator?
Patty Fairbanks.
And she was showing this particular video?
Not to me. I mean, I think there was somebody else that works in there watching it.
Okay, who was she showing it to that you know?
I don't know.
All right, well, I want to show you a video now, and you can tell us whether or not it's the same video they were showing up on Friday
Okay.
at the DA's office, okay, when you walked in? All right. What number is this for the record, Mr. Duffy? 1003, Your Honor. I'd like to, this is 1002. I'd ask this witness to take a look at this video.
All right, Mrs. Garvey, there's a monitor right to your right hand, right there.
Yes, it is.
There, depicted there. Who is that?
Ron Fishman?
Is that Dr. Ron Fishman?
Yes, sir.
He's married to Cora Fishman?
That's correct.
You recognize those people there? Stop it there, Mr. Douglas. You recognize those people depicted there?
Yes.
Who do you see depicted there?
I see O.J. kissing Nicole's mom, or her mom kissing him, and her dad and Denise, her sister.
All right. By the way, you can continue on, Mr. Douglas. It's the same video that you saw on Friday up in the DA's office?
I did.
Same video?
Yes, I did.
All right. Who's that with OJ? Is that Dr. Fishman?
Yes, sir.
And who's that who's just jumped up in Mr. Simpson's arm?
Justin.
That's his son?
Yes.
Now, see that smile on Mr. Simpson's face there?
Yes, sir.
Is that the way you normally saw him?
Yes,
Happy,
sir.
as you described?
Yes, sir.
Charismatic?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well,
But he looks happy.
He looked happy in that photograph you did?
Yes.
And is that the way, and those are some of the people who were at that concert we've been talking about here?
Yes, sir.
Is that right, Ms. Garvey? All right, now, when you came in the room in the DA's office on Friday, what time of day was that, by the way?
It was about 5 o'clock.
And did you talk to one of the deputy district attorneys?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
No.
Friday. I
On
got
Friday,
here, I don't know, 1 o'clock?
All right, and did you, after you saw this tape, you saw it with Ms. Fairbanks, did you?
Yes.
Did you then have occasion to speak to one of the deputy district attorneys assigned to this case?
No, I did not.
You didn't talk to him at all that day?
No, I did not.
You just came down here on your own?
Well, I was called to come down.
All right. And you just waited for a while?
I waited, yes, and they sent me home.
All right, now, I want to show you another photograph. At this point, we'll put it on the Elmo. The number? Defendant's 1003. Did you see while you were at that concert on June 12th, 1994, at some point, did you see Sydney Simpson?
Oh, yes.
And do you recognize the little costume she's wearing there?
Oh, yes.
And did you see her father present her with some flowers on that day?
I did not.
You weren't present when that happened?
I was not, no.
That's, you're looking at the photograph, however. You recognize O.J. Simpson, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize Sidney?
Mhm.
All right. Now, you spoke with the in the DA's office back on September 6, 1994, at about 11:30. You were interviewed by Detectives Van Adder and Lang, and Marcia Clark was present. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
At that time, you gave them a statement about what you had seen on June 12, 1994. Isn't that correct? And you were striving to be as accurate as you could at that particular time. Is that right?
Yes.
You got to answer out loud.
I'm sorry, yes.
All right. And you described for Van Adder, Lang, and Ms. Marcia Clark that as Mr. Simpson sat in that last row, he appeared to be deeply engrossed in conversation with Dr. Ron Fishman. Isn't that correct?
I think my husband said that.
Well, were you present?
I was.
And you saw that yourself, did you not?
Yes.
In other words, you saw Mr. Simpson talking or having a conversation with Dr. Fishman. Is that right?
No, when we were walking into the recital originally, that's when we saw them talking.
All right. Well, I'm just asking you. You saw them talking, did you not?
Yes.
And that was the same Ron Fishman we just saw in the video.
Yes. I think I said that he was talking to, I don't know if it was Ron that he was talking to. It was somebody in a sweatsuit, I think. I don't think he had that outfit on. So it may not have been him.
All right. Would it be helpful to you if I were able to show you, what your statement was back in
Sure.
September 6, 1994?
Yes.
All right. May I put you on? I'd like to place this before you and ask you to, if you would, to read this to yourself, first of all, if you would. Read this paragraph.
Where?
From here to here, this paragraph.
The Garveys both stated no?
To yourself?
Oh, to myself? I'm sorry. Yes.
All right. You read that?
Yes.
Does that tend to refresh your recollection about what you indicated to Van Adder and Lang back on September 6, 1994?
Well, I didn't say that I saw him in conversation with Ron when he was seated in that last row.
The question is, did that refresh your recollection reading that?
Oh, sure, yes.
Okay, so listen to my question,
Okay.
please. And you indicated in that conversation that Mr. Simpson appeared to be deeply engrossed in a conversation with Dr. Ron Fishman at some time during the evening. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that's the same Ron Fishman we just saw in the video. Is that correct?
I guess so, yes.
What, is there two Ron Fishmans?
No, but I don't remember him wearing that outfit, so maybe I could have been wrong. Maybe I didn't maybe when I gave that statement, he may have been talking to somebody else and I may have just thought it was him. I don't know, because I don't remember him wearing that.
All right. Well, you also described to the district attorney's office he's wearing a gray cardigan sweater also. Isn't that correct?
OJ.
Yes, but he's wearing black, wasn't he?
Well, I told him it was a dark gray. I was very specific.
All right,
And I
well-
told him the belt, but that's not in there either.
When you, I presume they wrote down what you were saying, did they not?
Well, they didn't exactly write down everything I said.
I mean, they got it wrong?
Oh, maybe a little bit.
Okay. All right. Now, I want you to search your memory, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you recall that sometime when you came in that auditorium, you saw Mr. O.J. Simpson deeply engrossed in conversation with Dr. Ron Fishman that particular evening?
That, yes.
Okay. Now, you were there, as I understand it, to see your daughter, who was
Yes.
also performing. Is that correct? And because your daughter was toward the end of the program at some point, you left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And let's tell the court and jury, how long did this concert last, this recital last, from beginning to end?
I would say about 2 hours and 15 minutes approximately.
So when you first walked in, what time of evening was it?
It was 5 o'clock.
And so that your best recollection is that it lasted until about 7:15?
Yes.
And of that 2 hours and 15 minutes, ma'am, what time were you out of the auditorium? Did you leave and go back home?
I guess I left at about 5:30 and came back around 6:30.
So of the 2 hours and 15 minutes, you were gone perhaps an hour. And you can't tell us what went on during that hour, is that
No,
correct?
I cannot.
All right. Now, do you know how long this conversation lasted between Mr. O.J. Simpson and Dr. Ron Fishman?
No, sir.
Now, you described for the court and jury that at some point you came over and you addressed Mr. Simpson because you knew him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And would I be correct in assuming that you considered him a friend, is that correct?
An acquaintance.
All right, as an acquaintance, and so you came over to him, however, to speak, isn't that
I
correct?
did.
All right, so you spoke to this acquaintance, and he didn't seem to be very responsive to the time you were talking to him.
No.
Was there anyone else seated beside him at the time that you were talking to him?
As I was leaving? I'm
At
sorry.
the time when you came over to speak to him, and you said he seemed kind of non-responsive, was he seated with anybody else in that row?
I believe there was someone next to him.
And could that have been Dr. Ron Fishman?
I don't know.
Did he seem to you to be tired that evening, Mr. Simpson?
No,
Had you ever seen him tired before?
I don't know.
You don't know that,
I
do you?
don't remember. I guess not. I don't know.
You don't know, do you?
No, I don't know.
All right. So at any rate, and you can't tell us who he was seated next to when you were talking to him.
I cannot. It was dark.
It was dark inside the recital?
Yes, it was.
At this time, were children performing on the stage at this point?
Yes, it was. They were.
And so
Well,
let's,
it was in between, actually.
all right, well, let's see. You came over to him after the recital had started.
That's correct.
Someone is seated next to him. You can't tell us whom.
That's correct.
It's dark inside the place.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And when you say dark, I presume there's just some lighting enough so that you can see the stage. Is that right?
Yes.
And this conversation was, I presume, rather brief, was it not?
Very brief.
All right. And then you went on, I presume, to your seat. Is that correct?
No, I left.
Okay, this is about 5:30 when you were leaving.
No, yes, that's correct.
So as near as you could tell, was Mr. Simpson there when you arrived?
I did not look for him. No.
All right.
I
But
don't know.
when you first looked up, he was already there. Isn't that correct?
When I came back,
Oh, at any time. When you saw Mr. Simpson, he was inside the recital. Isn't that correct?
when I was leaving, I saw him inside the recital.
Okay. And you don't know what time he got there, do you?
Oh, yes. I mean, well, I don't know when he got there. I saw him at 5 o'clock when I arrived. He had arrived. He was in there.
Was he
waiting
there?
to sit down.
Or was he there already before you came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the question. All right.
Oh, it was?
Okay,
I'm
no
sorry.
problem. It's all right. So then you left at 5:30. He was still there, right?
That's correct.
You don't know what happened between 5:30 and 6:30, right?
No.
And you came back at 6:30,
Yes.
right? And when you came back, you saw your daughter perform, right?
That's correct.
And did you see Mr. Simpson at or near the end of that concert?
I
Around
did.
7:15.
That's right.
He was still there, right?
That's right.
All right. You described in response to one of Mr. Darden's questions that normally Mr. Simpson seemed to be a kind, happy person, very charismatic, and that's how he always seemed to you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And when you saw him at the end of that video there, he
Mhm.
seemed to you to be kind and happy. Did he
Yes.
not?
Yes, he did.
Like he always does. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And when you saw this up in the DA's office on Friday, didn't you think, gee, that O.J. Simpson looked pretty kind and happy at that point? Didn't you think that?
Well, what I really thought was that was an amazing change.
Is that what you thought?
I really did.
Now, do you see that's the exact same date? You
I
understand
know,
that?
that's right. It amazes me.
Have you ever been at a place and been in a conversation with someone, someone comes up and interrupts you and you don't give them full attention? Ever happened to you?
Sure.
And then after you finish that conversation, you go on and your usual happy-go-lucky self after that. Ever happened to you?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember. But
In your own life, isn't it true that it's difficult to take something out of context in somebody's life in a particular afternoon? Would you agree isn't that, let me finish, wouldn't you agree that's a little difficult?
It's argumentative.
Maybe I can rephrase it.
Please.
We now know that at some point during that recital that afternoon, Mr. Simpson seemed his normal self, don't we?
yes,
And you're telling us that inside, in the dark, while the recital was going on at some point, he seemed to you to be kind of vacant. Is that the word you used?
well, he was in the light when I originally spoke to him and had my first impression formed.
All right, but you said he seemed vacant at some point today, did you not?
Yes,
And when you describe this, would you agree with me that the events of June 12th were fresher in your mind back in September 6th than they are now?
no,
You're one of those people where your memory gets better the longer time goes by?
no,
Okay, well, let me ask you this. When you described Mr. Simpson to Ms. Clark and to Detectives Van Adder and Lang,
hmm
did you describe him, she described Simpson as appearing to be preoccupied and depressed? Did you describe it that way?
I think I felt that.
All right, and was that accurate?
I think that's probably Yeah, maybe.
You never said anything about him being angry, did you?
Oh, yes, I think I did.
Did you read the statement? Did you ever
I
see
did read
them?
it, yes.
Did they ever put that down?
I don't, well, now that I've just read it, it was not there.
Let me approach. Would you like to see it again?
Yes, please.
Okay, may I approach you?
You may.
And please read this to yourself.
Okay. Yes.
All right. And having read this particular, it's the third paragraph, well, fourth paragraph, page 123C, you see any place in there where Detectives Lang, Van Atter, or Ms. Clark have noted where you told them anything about Mr. Simpson being angry that afternoon?
No.
But you do see where you said he was preoccupied and depressed, right?
Yes.
And you also told them, did you not, that you never observed Mr. Simpson speak to anyone except Ron Fishman?
That's correct.
All right, and you saw the video, so you know he spoke to other people now, don't you?
That's correct.
And you described a period of time when you were leaving the recital, and so you were there at the end of the recital about 7:15. Did you see Mr. Simpson at that time also?
When I left?
Yes, when you were
Yes,
leaving.
I did.
Was he outside?
No.
Was he still inside?
Yes.
So you came out before he did?
That's correct.
Were you present when he presented those flowers to his daughter?
I was not.
You responded to, and strike that, in one of your bits of conversation, you said you'd had your baby. You'd had a baby at that time?
Yes.
And Mr. Simpson said Nick had told him that, and was that the name he referred to his ex-wife as, Nicole?
I don't know. I'd never heard him say that before.
When he said Nick, you didn't know what he was talking about?
Oh, I knew what he was talking about. But I'd never heard him call her Nick.
So when he said Nick, you knew he was talking about Nicole, did you
Oh,
know?
I did, yes.
Did you, by the way, speak with Dr. Ron Fishman that evening?
I don't believe so.
Do you know him?
I have met him, yes.
And you had met him prior to June 12th, 1994?
Yes.
All right. And you left then the Paul Revere Middle School at about 7:15 that afternoon, right?
That's correct.
And the last time you saw Mr. Simpson that evening when he was at Paul Revere, was it about that same time, 7:15, a little before?
Yes.
And did you ever see him outside, like you saw him in the video smiling?
No, I didn't.
I have nothing further this witness at this point, Your Honor.
Mr. Darden, any redirect?
Ms. Gardner, the photograph up on the screen now, can you see the defendant's left hand?
Yes.
Photograph up on the screen now, can you see the defendant's left hand?
Yes.
You don't see the cuts on his index finger, on any finger, do you?
No.
You were also interviewed by members of the DA's office in October of last year, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that interview tape recorded?
I believe so.
And was it a detailed interview?
Very.
Was it more detailed than the interview you had with the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
And that interview was transcribed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told the DA staff in October that the defendant appeared mad, didn't you?
About the further foundation.
What further foundation is necessary?
I'm not going to tell him, Your Honor. Maybe you coach.
Hold on. All right, with the court reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden?
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were interviewed by the DA staff on October 27, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you told us on that date, and I'm referring court and counsel to page 19 of the transcript of that interview. Shall I start on line 21?
Yes.
Page 19. Didn't you tell us at line 21? You ready, Mr. Cochran? Whoa, whoa.
Is there an objection?
Yes, an objection.
All right. Just hold on a second.
Do you recall being concerned about the defendant when you saw his demeanor?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you told that to the DA investigators back in October, didn't you?
I did.
And you wondered why he appeared the way he appeared at the time.
I did.
And in fact, you told the DA investigators, and I quote from line 22 of page 19, but then I thought, no, he's mad. I mean, he couldn't even answer some questions. Hi, how are you? Do you remember telling that to the DA investigators?
I do.
Okay. You concluded that he was mad when you saw him, didn't you?
Yes.
And were you concerned at all that maybe you did something to upset him?
Well, I think I initially personalized it, but knew that that couldn't be the case.
Did you ask the defendant if he was upset?
I didn't.
Didn't you tell the defendant to go outside and take a walk?
No.
Let me ask you about something you just told Mr. Cochran, but that he glossed over.
Mr. Darden. Mr. Darden,
I'm
please.
sorry, Your Honor. I apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Cochran. I apologize. May I proceed, Your Honor? Mrs. Garvey, a moment ago, did you indicate to us and to counsel that there was an amazing change between the defendant's demeanor at the recital or during the recital and his demeanor after the recital?
Yes.
And you used the word amazing, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us what you meant by that, please?
Is that an objection? Thank you. Overruled.
Thank you. You may answer the question.
Well, I mean, he was, in my opinion, completely different than I'd ever seen him, either as a fan or someone that knew him personally. And to see that videotape, it was amazing. I mean, amazing difference. But I guess that's why he's a spokesman. I mean, he's...
Thank you. Next. The conclusion, that's why he's a spokesman, is stricken as being non-responsive to the question. Juries to disregard that portion of the answer. Mr. Darden, next question.
Okay. You also indicated that the auditorium was dark once the program began.
Yes.
But was it so dark that you couldn't see the defendant or locate him in the crowd and walk over to him and talk with him?
Oh, no, I recognized him.
So you could see that well?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Madam Reporter, how's your paper supply? That's all you have, Mr. Cochran, 2 minutes.
Let's see, I'll speak faster than usual then, so we'll get it done. I'm only kidding.
I also have to change court reporters.
Certainly, Your Honor. How many times did you speak with the district attorney's office in connection with this case prior to your testimony here today?
I believe I was down here twice, and I think they sent a special investigator to my house once or twice.
And did you give statements each time they came out and talked with you?
I talked to them. Is that what, I mean, I see a formal statement that you showed me. I've never seen another one other than that.
All right. Now, you don't have any question in your mind, do you, ma'am, that the video that we showed you and showed the jury was O.J. Simpson at the conclusion of that particular recital?
That's correct, it was him.
Isn't it great we have video? Isn't that great?
That's correct.
And, you know, we can actually see how the person looked, can't we?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, anything more, Mr. Darden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mrs. Garvey, that concludes your testimony for this afternoon. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the attorneys till the trial is over. Do you understand the order?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. All right, you're excused. All right, counsel, I need to take a court reporter recess at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a 15-minute recess. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. We're still in session, ladies and gentlemen. Or allow anybody to talk to you about the case, and ask that you step back into the jury room, please.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the trial now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Cynthia, C-Y-N-T-H-I-A, Cheyenne, S-H-A-H-I-A-N.
Ms. Cheyenne, you were a close friend to Nicole Brown, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Please be seated and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Cynthia, C-Y-N-T-H-I-A, Cheyenne, S-H-A-H-I-A-N.
Ms. Cheyenne, you were a close friend to Nicole Brown, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Did you visit her on June 7, 1994?
Tuesday morning, yes, I did.
And why did you go to her home that day and at that time?
Nicole and I were going to jog, take a morning run.
Okay, you're going to have to raise your voice so everyone can hear you. Okay, but you're going over to go jogging?
Yes.
Is that something that you and Nicole did often?
Yes, we did.
Let me show you a single-page document dated June 6, 1994, and it is signed O.J. May it be marked Peoples 25 for identification?
All right, People's 25.
Okay, and I've shown this to defense counsel, Your Honor. Showing you Peoples 25 for identification. You recognize this letter?
Yes, I do.
When was the first time that you saw that letter?
On Tuesday morning, when I arrived at Nicole's condo on Bundy.
Can I put the letter up on the album, Your Honor?
Which letter is this?
Pardon?
Which letter is this? I'm sorry.
Just a moment, sir.
Which letter is this?
This is the letter from dated June 6, 1994, from O.J. Simpson Enterprises, where he mentions the change in their
Got it.
circumstances.
All right. Around your right hand there.
This is the letter that you saw at Nicole Brown's house on June 7?
Yes, I did.
And where physically was the letter located the first time you saw it?
When you entered Nicole's kitchen, on the left-hand side, there was a granite a counter, and she had it with some other pieces of paper, and she took it out to show me.
Nicole Brown showed you this letter?
Yes, she did.
And what was her demeanor when she showed you this letter?
She was devastated. She was angry. She was upset. She was horrified.
Can I ask you just pull the microphone a little bit closer to you? Great, thank you.
Okay. So she was devastated, angry, upset.
Ask another question.
Did she say anything at that time? Can we approach her?
Sure.
What was Nicole Brown's demeanor when you first saw her that morning?
Overruled.
What was Nicole Brown's demeanor the first time you saw her that morning?
When she spoke of the letter, normal, which is, you know, always greets nicely and pleased to see.
Okay. But at some point her demeanor changed, is that correct?
When we... Yes.
Who's the judge here?
I am. Next question.
And this change in Nicole Brown's demeanor, did that happen simultaneous with her retrieving that letter?
Yes, it did.
And did she say something to you at that time?
Sustain.
Did she say something to you at that time?
You can say yes or no. Did she say something to you?
Yes.
Next question.
And was she upset?
Yes.
And the comment she made to you, was it regarding the letter?
Sustain.
Can we reapproach sidebar, Your Honor?
Sure. Mr. Dart.
Mr. Fairlow, could you focus on the first 3 lines of the letter, the narrative portion of the letter?
Can you... It's too large.
A little wide here.
Bring it down.
Can you? Is that as good as you can do? Ms. Cheyenne, did you see where the letter indicates something about a change in circumstances?
Yes.
Did you discuss the content of the letter with Nicole Brown?
Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And was it during your discussion with her of the content of that letter that she seemed devastated, upset, and horrified?
Sustain. 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 You're arguing your objection as well, Mr. Carter. Sustain.
Looking down at the base or the bottom of the letter, you see the words OJ there?
Yes.
Okay. This is the letter you saw in Nicole Brown's possession on June 7. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
The jury have an opportunity to read the letter, Your Honor.
Let's give the jury an opportunity to finish reading the letter. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Good afternoon, Ms. Sheehan.
Afternoon.
With regard to this letter, the letter that's now on the board, did you read the letter that day, or have you read it since that time?
I read it that morning, yes.
Okay, and you've read it since that time also?
Just here.
Yes, you read it here?
Yes.
All right. And it starts off there in the first sentence there, on advice of legal counsel. Were you...
The letter speaks for itself.
I have a question I'm about to ask, if I can be permitted to ask it. Thank you, Your Honor. On advice of legal counsel, then he goes on to make a statement. Were you aware that Leroy B. Taft, the person who CC'd on this letter, Esquire, was Mr. Simpson's business lawyer back in June of 1994?
Yes, I was.
And you were aware he'd been his business lawyer for some 20-plus years before that time?
Yes, I knew that.
And, Cheyenne, were you also aware that Marvin Goodfriend was his CPA back at that time and had been for some time before?
No, I did not know who
you didn't know who
CPAs
that
was, no.
All right. But both of the names, Leroy B. Taft, Esquire, and Marvin Goodfriend, were at the bottom as having been CC'd?
I do remember.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you recall the third paragraph wherein there's an indication that Mr. Simpson cannot take part in any course of action that might intentionally or unintentionally be misleading to the Internal Revenue Service or the California Franchise Tax Board? You recall reading that at some point on that date? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Ms. Cheyenne, you see in line 2 where it says, I am compelled to put you on written notice?
Yes.
See that part?
Yes.
You see the part above that where it says, because of the change in our circumstances?
Yes.
Was there a change in the circumstances between Leroy Taft and Nicole Brown that you know of?
That question is vague, indefinite, uncertain, unintelligible.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there a change in the circumstances in the relationship between Nicole Brown and Leroy Taft?
No.
Was there a change in circumstances in terms of the relationship between the defendant and Nicole Brown?
Yes.
You saw Nicole Brown almost every day, is that correct?
Not every day. We at least once or twice a week in 1994.
What was the change in their relationship? That is, the defendants and Nicole's.
Without further accommodation after that. This is improper redirect examination further.
Overruled.
What was the change in their relationship?
The change was that they were not together as a couple.
And did that change occur a few weeks of Nicole Brown's death?
What's the date of the letter? I'm sorry.
June 6, 1994.
All right, objections overruled.
Did that change in their circumstances occur within a few weeks of Nicole's death?
Yes, it did.
That's all I have.
Cochran?
I have nothing further. If you excuse me.
All right. Ma'am, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the lawyers on the case. That order is in effect till the end of the trial. Do you understand the order? All right, thank you very much for coming in. All right, Mr. Darden, do you have any of the witnesses available this afternoon?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the hardest jobs of a trial attorney in any case is to determine how long a witness's testimony is going to take and how long the cross-examination will take by the other side. And oftentimes we miscalculate on those. Apparently the prosecution does not have any further witnesses to present this afternoon, so we're going to take our recess at this time. Sometimes we'll have more than enough witnesses, and sometimes we won't have enough. It all depends on the day. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. All right? Have a pleasant evening tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right.
she can go.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it worked quite well with my witness list, didn't it?
Well, you ran out.
Yeah, until I ran out, but they knew I was going to run out. The court earlier ordered the defense to take a look at the ESPN tape. Would the court order them to look at the tape before they leave today? The entire 30-minute tape, if that's what they want to do, so that I can finally perhaps play it in front of a jury in this case?
All right, Mr. Cochran, you'll take the opportunity this evening to look at it?
I had time to do that. Yes, I'll be more than happy to.
Said another thing, Judge. If Mr. Cochran keeps picking on me, okay.
You got a comment,
I know he loves me. I know he loves me like a son, but I'm getting tired of this stepdaddy.
Judge, I'm more than happy. I'll deal with him later on, Your Honor. But I'm glad to I'm glad to watch the video. I haven't had a chance yet, but if he has it, you have the entire tape here?
I gave you a copy this morning.
Okay, yeah, but I don't have a VCR in my briefcase. But I will watch it this evening, and I'll call Mr. Darden.
All right.
I'm playing it tomorrow. That's all I have to say.
Your Honor, I have some exhibits to show to counsel that I'd like to use tomorrow. And
All right,
I
this is
also...
in the nature of a show and tell.
That's right.
All right, why don't you show them to counsel?
I will. And I'm just surprised in court till we have it on the record that I'm doing that.
All right.
Also, I've asked counsel to permit me to add one witness to the list of witnesses that will be coming up tomorrow and the next day. She's a very brief witness. She is not really precipient to anything, but she does kind of explain how the officers got there, and counsel's aware of her statement. It's very, very brief. Her name is Elsie Tistaert, Tistaert. I believe counsel indicated that there would be no objection to her addition, if I haven't misstated.
I reminded Mr. Clark again that wouldn't object to that. I remind them this may come up on our side at some point, and I want to remember that.
And if it's a witness of this minor significance, then we won't.
All right.
Does the court want to see the exhibits?
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't you show them to counsel, and if there's any objection, then I'm available to rule on any objection.
We also have the telestrator that we wanted to show to the court and counsel.
It's a point maker.
It's a point maker.
All right, and what are those, Ms. Clark?
These are photographs. May I have a look now?
Sure.
Counsel that there will be, those are
Small. So the court can hear our
I'm sorry.
comments.
Those are the 8x10s that I've just shown to counsel. They will be in big boards. Yes. Yeah. That's just a small representation of them. And there will be icons on the map of the Bundy area. Icons showing where everybody lived.
Well, can I see those in the morning? I'm trying to visualize.
It's just little houses.
A spatial breakdown. See, can you show me?
Yeah, here's an example. This is, yeah, it's not too easy to see, but see, you just... Yeah, we're going to have, it'll be a hardboard. And then we're going to have a screen.
time, but what can I say?
But it won't say very much, and it'll be very brief. And the people that will identify these photographs, Your Honor, will be non-relatives. They will be people from the Mezzaluna restaurant who saw them on that night. And so these are the photographs that the people propose to use of the victims.
All right. Any comments, objections to these exhibits, Mr. Cochran?
No, not at this point, Your Honor. I'd like to reserve overnight. But we're willing to stipulate to the photographs. The problem we have with the photographs is there's been so much crying in this case that we've tried to minimize this so the issues, the case can be solved on the basis of the facts, not all the tears. But counsel assures me that these will be from some people who are not related, but we're willing to stipulate that those are the individuals in life, and there's no question that Nicole Brown Simpson, Mr. Ron Goldman are the victims in this case. No question about that. So that we're clear. And maybe Ms. Clark will think about that overnight and save some time.
But I think maybe perhaps there's some other use that they were at the Mezzaluna and they identify these persons as having been there. If that's the offer rather than the identity of the victims, that's a different purpose than the normal stipulation to the identity of the victims. So,
And
all
that's
right.
why they're being identified by those particular people. So.
All right.
I'm going to try and have everything, all of the exhibits that I intend to use, ready to show counsel tomorrow, and that should be the balance of the witnesses I'll be calling in for the next week or so.
All right. All right, Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, are we about to start examining the events of June the 12th in the mid-PM hours?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. We'll begin tomorrow with the witnesses from the Mezzaluna restaurant and proceed then through the witnesses who heard dogs barking and move into the first officers at the crime scene. Hard for me to know how long counsel will take on cross-examination of any of these particular witnesses. I can anticipate certain things, but it's real hard to know for sure. But it's probably a fair estimate that we would get to a jury view on Thursday. I have an itinerary that has been typed up, and I intend to submit it to the court with some ideas for directions to the jury so that they will be able to understand where the evidence was located. And we should probably broach that tomorrow.
I'd like a list, Your Honor. I think Ms. Clark said she'd give us a list.
Right, I had asked for an itinerary, and obviously because of the logistics involved in a jury scene view, I need a little more lead time than, oh, by the way, let's do it Thursday. All right, let me talk to counsel without the court report.
Okay.
Counsel, is there anything else we need to put on the record before we take our recess of the afternoon? Mr. Cochran? Ms. Clark?
Did you want to look at the television, Your Honor?
Oh, you want to, yeah, but also, we're going to take up the issue of tomorrow morning
I assume so, but that depends. Mr. Blazier indicated that he was going to file something with me either late this afternoon or first thing tomorrow morning. If it's first thing tomorrow morning, then I've got to obviously take some time to read what it is he submits. I don't know. So I hope to get this resolved, though, tomorrow, because we need to get this stuff on its way. Okay.
Your Honor, I stayed over the lunch hour while they were setting up this piece of equipment. I've inspected it. We don't have any objection to its use. It was introduced to America by John Madden and is generally used to second-guess the quarterback. I was wondering if that's what the prosecution is going to use it for in this case.
All right. All right, we'll stand in recess then. The court will observe a demonstration of that, and we'll see if there's any problem with it. All right, we're in recess. Thank you. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything else that we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us?
Yes, Your Honor. The court pleases.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this concerns the videotape that the defense was given a copy of only yesterday from the prosecution, which clearly turned out to be a piece of very favorable evidence to Mr. Simpson's defense. As the court is well aware,
Which videotape are we talking about here?
we're talking about the recital videotape, Your Honor.
All right.
As the court is well aware, the case of Brady versus Maryland obligates not only the district attorney's office,
All right. To answer your question, Anna, is that it's this. While in the 95 OJ trial was heavily televised, the jury site visit was not fully televised from inside the locations. The details of media coverage for the state visits were as follows. Restricted access. Judge Ito strictly limited the number of media members allowed to accompany the jury. 5 reporters, 1 pool camera, and 1 photographer were permitted on the tour. Yeah, exactly, Anna. Estate restrictions. Due to objections from both Simpson and Brown's families, the media was not allowed to set foot inside the Bundy or Rockingham estate while the jury was present. Reporters were forced to stand on vehicle fenders or peek over hedges to observe. Live broadcast of the motorcade. Television stations interrupted regular programming to carry live helicopter shots of the motorcade traveling between locations reminiscent of the famous Bronco case. No interior footage. Because the site visit was considered traveling court session intended, the jury's eyes only, there was no live television feed from inside the homes or onto specific crimes grounds. Jury inspections. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Locations visited during travel. Nicole Brown's condo in Bundy. O.J. Simpson's estate. And Mezzolana restaurant, where Goldman worked for Nicole Simpson and had dinner in the night of the murders. Passion says the jurors can't talk anyway. It's a silent tour. What a dull assignment for the reporters. Right. All right, so that is what happened.
but also its agents in the Los Angeles Police Department to immediately turn over information or evidence that is favorable to the accused. In this instance, Your Honor, we happened to learn from the person who created that tape, a Mr. Scott Kennedy, only last week of its existence, and were able to see it for the first time only last Friday when we were able to receive a copy directly from Mr. Kennedy. Your Honor, we had raised the issue of this tape in court on Thursday, and both Mr. Darden and Ms. Clark claimed to have had no knowledge of its existence, but that they would check into it. We learned from the testimony of Canvas Garvey that on Friday afternoon, this same copy of this tape was shown to her, and she had a chance to preview it in preparation for her testimony. Kennedy claimed, Your Honor, that he had sent a copy of the tape to the prosecution back in July, and since early July, we had repeatedly requested any Brady-type material and were assured that there was none, or that which was in their possession had been given over. Your Honor, 2 weeks ago, I stood before this court at this podium, and I was lambasted for conduct that was termed the most egregious in the history of jurisprudence. I choose not to reach into my bag of hyperbole and whack the prosecution over the head with it for their conduct, but my indignation is every bit as strong and severe. And I worry, Your Honor. I've practiced criminal law for 15 years, and this has indeed happened in other cases where there has been failure to turn over Brady type of material. So it's not new to me, Your Honor. But depending on the explanation that the people would offer for its nondisclosure until now, I think that there is the supreme risk for there to be due process violations of a constitutional dimension. And I urge the court to conduct an official inquiry into the circumstances of this tape's coming into the possession of the people, how it was that they were in possession of it for 7 months and did not either realize that it was Brady or failed to turn it over to the defense, and most importantly, what sorts of mechanisms have now been in place to make sure that the people have disgorged their files of all Brady-type material, and what sorts of new mechanisms are now in place to assure that there will not be a repeat occurrence of this problem. Your Honor, I am accepting of the notion that such an inquiry can be done in camera, but I do think it very important that there be certain explanations brought to this court's attention. When the tape was first received, who had possession of it, how did they learn of its existence only after we mentioned it in open court, and as I said earlier, what is going to be done to make sure that there are not other Brady-type materials in the people's possession, and what mechanisms will assure that there will not be a repeat occurrence of this. As the court is aware, Brady requires the people to turn over not only evidence that is favorable on the issue of guilt or punishment, but it also requires the turning over of evidence that may reflect on the credibility of material witnesses. Indeed, Your Honor, commentators have noted that as it relates to Brady material, the far better practice of the prosecution is to resolve any doubtful questions in favor of disclosure. There are, Your Honor, witnesses in this case that are very material, and I remember the words of Mr. Simpson as he returned back to lockup last night, which kind of echoed the words of Rodney King, "Thank goodness for videos." I wonder how Mr. Simpson's defense and his cross-examination of both Mrs. Garvey and Denise Brown would have been adversely affected had those tapes not been turned over to us when they were, because we would have been left with the image of a brooding, vacant O.J. Simpson rather than a smiling, happy-go-lucky man. And indeed, Your Honor, that tape was able to clearly illuminate the true facts of that day and are very central to our case. On those comments, Your Honor, I'll submit the matter.
Any comment from the people?
I can't believe that Mr. Douglas is still whining about the sanctions the court imposed a couple of weeks ago as a result of his own misconduct regarding the issue of discovery. I cannot speak to the issue of when the tape came into the possession of the prosecution because I was not a part of the prosecution team in this matter, apparently, when the tape came into our possession. But when Mr. Cochran brought it to our...
Rough idea when that was?
Do I have a rough idea when that was?
Yeah.
No. I'm sure it's been up there a while, though. But when it came into our possession, I don't know. When Mr. Cochran brought it to our attention, then we went in search of that particular tape. We have some 400 videotapes upstairs, and that happened to be one of them, unfortunately. I would simply like to point out that obviously we were not hiding the tape. The fact of the tape's existence apparently was known to others outside the DA's office, so why would we hide it? It's a mistake. Just another innocent mistake in a situation where you have 30,000 pages of discovery and hundreds of videotapes. It happens.
Is this videotape logged in any way, in any of the logs that was disclosed to the defense?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Right.
fact, it wasn't disclosed in any log provided to Deputy DA Christopher Darden, for that matter, Your Honor.
Well, then let's address Mr. Douglas's request that how are we assured that everything that is Brady versus Maryland type material has been identified and disgorged by the prosecution?
Well, I am confident that every piece of paper and every audio tape that we're required to turn over has been turned over. And I'm confident now that every videotape we're required to turn over has been turned over. As for Mr. Douglas's characterization of the tape as being somehow exculpatory, I disagree. I think that the demeanor and appearance of the defendant in that videotape is nothing like I've ever seen of the defendant. It doesn't even look like him. It looks like an entirely different person. And that, of course, is an issue for the jury to resolve. But I don't think there are any other problems with our discovery. I didn't have a chance to write out 5 or 6, pages of commentary for this morning's proceedings like Mr. Douglas did.
I'm just happy, Your Honor, that Mr. Darden is not sitting on this jury. I think, Your Honor, it's interesting how everything that they do is innocent and everything that we do is misconduct. But I'm not going to dwell on that. What I think the important thing is, Your Honor, is that there was a problem. Just how there was a problem with Marianne Gertjes and a statement, there was a problem apparently with the videotape in the people's possession since last July. And certainly I think that there has not been adequate explanation for the problem, and there needs to be in-camera and official inquiry. That's all that I ask.
Thank you, counsel. All right, just so it's clear, the court orders the prosecution to turn over any material that is defined by Brady versus Maryland. And I will conduct a later inquiry as to date and time as to the how this tape came into existence, when it was transmitted, and whether or not there was any failure to effectively evaluate.
And I should indicate that Mr. Hodgman may be the best person to convey that information to the court, and when he returns, we will inquire.
When will Mr. Hodgman be available again?
I'm not sure. I have no final word on that issue yet.
Okay.
Not on another issue, but for the record, we have asked the prosecution to return to us 12 videotapes taken from the defendant's home, and we'd like that done expeditiously. They may be useful in the case.
We have already assured Mr. Bailey that we will examine those videotapes, and this is now the 3rd time, and turn them over if they have no evidentiary value.
All right. Let me know if we need to take that up later. All right, anything else before we invite the jury to rejoin us? All right, let's have the jury, please. Along this morning, there were some very delicate matters that I had to inquire into this morning that took a significant period of time, and I appreciate your indulgence in this matter. It became necessary for me to excuse one of the jurors in this case, and we will now at this time ask Mrs. Robertson to draw the name of an alternate juror to replace that juror.
Juror number 1489, can you please have a seat in seat number 10?
All right, and let's ask 1492. All right, 1492, let me ask you to stay there, down there in the cheap seats, just until Mrs. Robertson has the time to readjust, and after the lunch hour, we'll change seats. All right. All right, are the people ready to call their next witness?
Yes, we are.
All right, you may proceed.
People call Ms. Tia Gavin.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat on the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Tia, T-I-A, Gavin, G-A-V-I-N.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
You comfortable?
Yes, Alice.
Ms. Gavin, directing your attention to the date of June the 12th, 1994. As of that date, where were you employed?
At the Mezzaluna Restaurant,
And where is that located?
11750 San Vicente Boulevard.
Your Honor, I have here a map of the area that I've shown to council. I'd ask to be marked People's next in order.
People's 26.
Thank you. And showing you this map, if you look at it for a minute comfortably.
You want me to point out the restaurant?
Just a minute, so the jury can see it. No. You could use the pointer and step down.
It's right here where the yellow dot is.
That's the Mezzaluna?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, as of June the 12th, 1994, can you tell us where approximately you were living in relation to the Mezzaluna?
Northeast on Gorham Avenue.
Can you point to that location roughly? Just give us an estimate.
Around this area?
Above where the map ends?
Yes.
Do you happen to know did you know back then someone by the name of Ron Goldman?
Yes.
And did you know where he lived?
Yes.
Can you show us on this map where that was?
On the same block, right over here.
Approximately where that brown house is?
Yes.
And could you point to that brown house for the jury? And that's the same as shown in the icon there, Ron Goldman?
Yes, it is.
All right, you can have a seat. Thank you. Now, from where you were living at that time, how long would it take you to walk to the Mezzaluna?
2 minutes.
And then Ron Goldman, did he live closer to the Mezzaluna than you?
Yes, he did.
And so, how much closer was it?
About a half a block closer. Probably take him under 2 minutes.
Now, we're referring to this person named Ron Goldman. I'm going to show you a photograph. That's to be marked People's next in order, People's 27, Your Honor.
People's 27.
Thank you. Showing you People's 27. Can you tell me if you recognize?
Yes. Yes,
that
that's
photograph, and who is that?
it's Ron Goldman.
When did you begin working at the Mezzaluna?
In late November of '93.
And when did you meet Ron Goldman?
When he began work there in late January of '94.
Do you recall when Ron Goldman began working at the Mezzaluna?
I believe it was in January of '94.
94. And is that when you met him?
Yes.
And in what capacity did he work there?
As a waiter,
And in what capacity did you work there?
as a waitress.
Directing your attention to the date of June the 12th, 1994, were you working at the Mezzaluna on that date?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what time you came in?
5 p.m., around then.
Now, when you work at the restaurant, when you come in, do you have to punch a time clock?
Yes, we do.
And do you have to punch out as well?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is that true for everyone who works in the restaurant?
Yes, everyone except I think the managers, but everyone else.
And you're familiar with your own time card and what that looks like?
Yes.
Your time card, council has seen. I'd ask that be marked Peoples 28.
All right, equals 28, copy of the time card.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gavin, there's a monitor right there. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, do you recognize what's being shown there, ma'am?
Yes, it's my time card.
I noticed that the name there is Tia Smith.
That's my maiden name.
Okay. That was before you changed it?
Yes.
Okay. And that's your time card for the week ending on June the 12th, 1994?
Yes.
Okay, Jonathan, if you can move it up a little bit and show Sunday on there. There we go. You see where it says Sunday, which would be June the 12th?
Mm-hmm, yes.
And does it show there where you clocked in?
Yes, it does.
And what time does it show?
5:02 p.m.
Okay, we can take it down for now. Now, on the night of June the 12th, did you happen to see Ron Goldman?
Yes.
Was he working there also?
Yes, he was.
And did you discuss who was going to take which table?
Yes. I noticed when I came into work that there was a party of 10 on the reservation book, and so we were trying to decide who would take the table, what stations we'd work. And at that point, Ron saw the name and said, "Oh, it's Nicole Brown. It's a friend of mine."
Okay. Did that seem to be something of big significance to him, or was it just...
No, he didn't know she was coming in, but he just said, "Oh, that's a friend of mine." It didn't seem like a big deal.
Okay. And so who took the table of, that was for the party of Nicole Brown?
I did.
Were there any other female waitresses, female servers there that night working in the Mezzaluna?
Yes, I think there was.
And who was that?
Heather Nygren. I think it's Nygren.
Thank you.
So it was you, were you two then the two female servers there that night?
Yes, there were three of us all together.
And so, oh, okay, it was
Ron, Heather, and myself.
Just the three of you?
Yes, as waiters.
Now, did you happen to see Nicole Brown and her party arrive that night?
Yes.
About what time did they get there?
They were late for their reservation, about 15 or 20 minutes, so I'd say 6:45 or 6:50.
How many people were in her party?
10.
Did it include any children?
Yes, there were 4, I think.
Now, had you ever met her before that night?
No, I had not.
That was the first time?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you recall what she was wearing?
Yes, a black dress, short black dress with a black blazer over it.
Was it like a halter dress?
Yes.
Do you recall whether there were any older people in the party with her?
Yes, there were. There was a older gentleman and a woman as well.
And were there some women of approximately her age as well?
Yes.
Did you happen to notice whether she had a date or an escort with her?
I think the only gentleman there was her father.
Do you recall what time Nicole and her party left?
Between 8:30 and 9, 8:45-ish.
I'm going to show you a photograph and ask you to just tell me if you recognize who it is, and ask that this photograph be marked Peoples 29.
People's 29. Yes.
Thank you. Showing you what is now Peoples 29. Can you tell us if you recognize who that is?
Yes, I can.
And who's that?
Nicole Simpson.
Nicole Brown?
Yes.
Now, do you call, you said between 8:30 and 9 that they left?
Yes.
Did you offer dessert to that party?
Yes, I did.
And did Nicole choose to have dessert?
No, they said that they were taking the children out for ice cream.
Do you recall seeing Ron Goldman leave before you did?
I don't remember seeing him leave through the door, walk out, no.
Did he get off or punch out his time card before you?
Yes, he was off at least a half hour before me.
Was he the first one to get off that night?
Yes, he was.
Can we bring it up again, please? It's showing you now, once again, the time card for Sunday, June the 12th, 1994. Can you tell us if it shows here on your time card what time you clocked out?
9:50?
9:50 or 9:58?
It's hard for me to tell on the monitor because that corner is...
Would it help if I showed you?
Yes, that's an 8, 9:58.
Thank you.
You blew it up, thanks.
Thanks, John. All right, when you clocked out at 9:58, was Ron Goldman still at the restaurant?
No, he wasn't.
Put up the map. All right, this is the same thing that you see in people's 26 up on the screen. You see the yellow dot you previously identified as the location of the Mezzaluna?
Yes?
Now, are you familiar with where the Mezzaluna is in relationship to 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Can you tell us approximately how far the Mezzaluna is from 875 South Bundy?
Too long, about 2.5, 3 blocks. They're longer blocks, but...
If you were to walk that distance, approximately how long would it take you from the Mezzaluna to 875 South Bundy?
Under 10 minutes.
And can you also, are there 2 entrances to the Mezzaluna restaurant?
Yes?
What are they?
There's the front door, which is on San Vicente, and then there's a back door on Gorham that most customers don't use, but it can be used by customers. Rarely.
Bless you. Why don't customers usually use that?
Because there's a patio outside and there's a little gate around it, and there is actually a door to the gate that opens, but most people don't even, it's hard to tell that there's a door there, so most people don't realize they can go in that way. Often, even the employees, when they're going in and out of there, will just step over the gate. So it's much more inconvenient than coming in through the front door.
So most of the customers use the front door for entry and exit?
Yes.
And that entry and exit would lead you out onto San Vicente?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, the street indicated right here, where I have the red dot, can you see that?
Yes, that's Gorham.
That's Gorham,
Mhm.
okay. And then this street here is San Vicente.
Yes.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mrs. Gavin.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Very good, thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to talk with Ms. Clark and Investigator Van Adder about this case?
Yes, I did.
And was that on September the 15th of this year?
Yes, that sounds right.
And during that conversation, did you inform both Ms. Clark and Mr. Van Adder that you believed the time clock was off 1 hour because of daylight savings time?
There was confusion over whether we were talking about there's a time on the NCR computer that we do our checks with and whatnot. There was confusing whether we were discussing the time on that, which is always off, or whether it was the time clock.
Have you ever seen a report that was written by Mr. Van Adder regarding your interview with them?
No. No.
Did you tell Ms. Clark and Mr. Van Adder that when you left, you did not know whether Ron Goldman had left or not?
No, I'd be surprised if I said that.
Did you say that you did not know if Ron Goldman was still there when you left?
No, I'd be surprised if I said that.
And let me show you. Did you see Mr. Goldman sitting with somebody at the time you left the restaurant?
At the time I left, no. Earlier in the evening, he was sitting with John DeBello and Richard Abellino, the managers at the time.
So you did not tell Mr. Van Adder that you remember seeing Ron Goldman after he got off work sitting at one of the tables with John DeBello at approximately 9:30 p.m.
Yes, after Ron got off work, yes. I thought you said after I left. As I left, I saw him sitting there. I did not, but I saw him sitting there before he left, yes.
And then the report continues, she stated she did not see him leave the restaurant.
That's correct.
So you did not see Ron leave the
That's
restaurant?
correct.
And she stated the time clock was off, she believed, 1 hour because of daylight savings time and would supply her time card for June 12th. Did you say that?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Do you know if the Nicole Brown Simpson party was seated immediately when they came in the restaurant?
I think they probably were because they were late, and I don't remember anybody milling around by the bar.
Do you have any independent recollection of whether they were seated immediately or not?
No, I don't.
And would you agree that in serving 10 people that you were the only wait person doing that job?
Yes.
And does it take some time to get the orders from the kids and to get organized for that larger group?
Certainly.
Do you have any independent recollection as to what Nicole Brown Simpson had for dinner that night?
No.
Excuse me.
No.
Do you have any way of refreshing your memory as to what she had for dinner?
Only discussions that happened after the event.
Discussions with whom?
People in the restaurant, employees, fellow employees.
And did that refresh your memory as to what she had for dinner?
Yes.
And, well, what did they tell you?
Rigatoni. So
Do you recall whether there was an appetizer or any starter?
I don't. I recall there was one bottle of wine ordered. I think it was a bottle of Chianti. And that's the only specific food item I remember.
You anticipated my next question.
Oh.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Do you recall how long the dinner took for the 10 people?
Believe about an hour and a half.
So your estimate is by no earlier than 8:30 and possibly 9 o'clock, the dinner was completed and the party left.
Yes.
And it was your understanding they were going out for dessert.
Yes, they told me as much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark?
Mr. Shapiro asked if you had read the statement. He offered to let you read it. He didn't let you read it, did he?
No.
I'm going to let you read it now. I want to let you first review it, and then I'm going to ask you a few questions about it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Shapiro asked you if you ever told Detective Van Adder that you did not know whether Ron Goldman was still there when you left. recall that question?
Just now? Yes.
Do you see anywhere in that report that you said any such thing?
No.
Mr. Shapiro also asked you if you told Detective Van Etter that at the time you left the restaurant, you saw Mr. Goldman sitting with somebody at a table at the time you left. Do you see that in the report anywhere?
No, it says she remembers seeing Ron Goldman after he got off work, sitting at one of the tables.
But not that you saw that at the time you left.
No.
With respect to the time clock, do you recall resolving that question in your mind as to whether or not it was off due to daylight savings?
Oh, yes.
And what did you discover?
That it was not off, and that there was confusion over whether we were talking about the time on the NCR machine or the time on the time clock.
Are you talking, when you say the NCR? When you say the NCR machine,
I think that's what it's called. I think that's the company that makes the computer. It's the computer that you put all your orders into when you're making orders and prints the checks that you deliver to the table.
kind of like the cash register,
Yes.
only
Except
fancier now.
Except it, yeah, it doesn't have cash in it.
And so that was the machine that was off in terms of time.
Yes.
So the receipts that are printed out for credit purchases or, I guess, cash purchases too, will show a time for the customer that is incorrect.
It could, yeah. I mean, it has been off quite a lot. I don't know who regulates that, but
So if a customer pays with a credit card, that machine is going to print out a time on it that is not reliable.
whether they pay by credit card or not, it's not, because it's not related to the credit card machine, which is a separate machine altogether. It's the check that you deliver to the table. So if they kept a receipt, it would. If they paid by credit card, it might be the credit card receipt. If they kept their check, then that would have a time on it, and that would most likely not be right, but it could be.
On the other hand, the time clock that you punch in and out of, the employees punch in and out of, that was accurate.
Yes.
So the times that you just told us about when you punched in and out on your time card, those are correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may we mark the witness's statement form as defendants, I believe it's 1004? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Does the last paragraph... I'm sorry.
I do, I'll give it to counsel right now.
Let me have Ms. Robertson run back and make a photocopy so you don't lose your copy. Mrs. Robertson?
There's actually two statements.
Tell me the latter one for a very simple question. Continue without showing her the report. In reading the report, did I accurately read to you those statements that you read to yourself?
Well, I thought I heard you say when you left, did you see Ron Goldman?
Perhaps I misspoke myself then. Other than that, did I accurately read that?
I believe so. Yes.
So there's no confusion. Do you have an independent knowledge as to when Ron Goldman left Mezzaluna on June the 12th?
But he left before I did, and that's as much as specific as I can be. That I am sure of. Exactly what time before me, I have no idea.
But you did see him leave the restaurant?
No, I didn't see him leave.
Well, how do you know he left before you?
Because I was in the restaurant for a good, there's at least, I have a memory of being around the restaurant doing my duties and whatnot for at least 20 minutes speaking with people. It's not that big a restaurant. And I didn't see him unless he was hiding somewhere.
Are there any restrooms in the restaurant?
Yes?
I take it you didn't check to see if he was in the restroom?
No, I didn't.
What about the kitchen area? Are there any back employees areas?
There's a kitchen, a small kitchen.
Did you check there?
I wasn't checking for him. I wasn't.
So you are surmising, are you not?
Yeah.
That he had
over
left.
the course of the half hour that I was there and I didn't see him, that he wasn't there.
But you don't have any independent recollection of actually seeing him leave the restaurant?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Clark? All right, Ms. Gavin, thank you very much for coming in. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else other than the lawyers in the case till the case has been concluded. Do you understand the order, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for coming in. Ms. Clark, your next witness, please.
Yes, thank you, Rob. Can you call Stuart Tanner? I need to inform counsel of something before.
Certainly.
Stand and state the truth, the whole truth, and you do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pleaded before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, it is.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Stuart Tanner, S-T-E-W-A-R-T.
Sure. With the report, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may proceed.
Thank you, Ron.
Mr. Tanner, can you tell us how you were employed as of June the 12th, 1994?
I was a bartender,
And where were you a bartender?
Mezzaluna.
You know where the Mezzaluna is located?
Yes, I do.
And what's the location?
11750 San Vicente.
Can I ask you to try and keep your voice up?
I'm sorry. Oops.
Talking to it like a
Okay.
telephone.
Okay.
Let you use a pointer. Can you show us on this map that's been marked with People's 26? What's the location of the Mezzaluna?
Right here.
Where the yellow dot is?
Correct.
Thank you. For the record, the witness has pointed to the yellow dot on that exhibit, Your Honor.
Noted.
Thank you. And how long have you been working at the Mezzaluna as of June the 12th, 1994?
I started employment there as of November of '93.
As of June of 1994, what were your duties there?
I was hired as a waiter and then moved into the bartending position, so at that particular point in time, I was bartending and waiting tables. On that particular evening, I was working as a bartender.
Okay. And so when did you work as a bartender? What nights?
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday evenings.
And June the 12th was a Sunday?
Sunday evening.
So you're working as a bartender?
Correct.
At the time, at some point, did you become acquainted with someone by the name of Ron Goldman?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you happened to meet him?
He was a co-worker at Mezzaluna.
We're going to show you a photograph that's been marked as People's 27?
Yes, 27.
People's 27, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That is Ron Goldman.
And when was it that you met him, sir?
I believe he started his employment in about January of '94.
Now, were you also acquainted with someone by the name of Nicole Brown?
Yes.
And was she a regular customer at the Mezzaluna?
Yes, she was.
Showing you the photograph that's been marked as People's 28, sir, if you can tell us if you recognize the person showing this photograph.
That is Nicole Brown.
Now, on the night of June the 12th, do you recall whether or not you saw Ron Goldman at the Mezzaluna restaurant?
Yes, I did.
And what was he doing there?
He was working
As a waiter?
as a waiter.
Did you also see Nicole Brown that night?
Yes, I saw her.
And did she come into the Mezzaluna alone?
No, she was with a party of about 10 people.
And do you recall what time she got there approximately?
6:30-ish.
Did you recognize some of the people that were with her in that big party?
Yeah, she was with a few of her sisters were there, her mom, and I believe her children were with her as well.
Did you make some plans with Ron Goldman for later on that evening?
Yes, I did.
What were those plans?
We were going to get together after work and meet at a bar in Marina del Rey.
Can you tell us, sir, in relationship to the Mezzaluna and 875 South Bundy and the restaurant you were going to meet him at that night, is 875 South Bundy, would that be on his way to that restaurant?
Yes.
And that restaurant was where?
It was in Marina del Rey, near the end of Washington, going west.
So if he was going to go from, were you familiar with where he lived?
General vicinity, not the exact location.
Very close to Mezzaluna, was it?
Within walking distance.
If he were to go from his house to the restaurant where he was supposed to meet you,
Mhm.
would he pass by 875 South Bundy?
He very well could, yes. That would be on the way.
And how did you plan to get together that night?
It wasn't a definite plan. Basically, Ron got off work before I did, and he was either going to call me later or I was going to call him.
So Ron got off work before you did?
Yes.
Did you happen to notice whether Nicole Brown left the restaurant?
Yes.
Did she leave before Ron did?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall approximately what time she left?
Somewhere in the vicinity of 8:30, give or take.
Now, how was Ron dressed when he was working in the restaurant?
The standard uniform is a black pants, a white shirt, a vest, and a tie.
And was he wearing it that night?
Yes, he was.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
bag containing some clothing. I'd ask that the bag and its contents be marked as People's 29.
30, I believe.
30?
30? People's 30. Bag and contents.
Thank you, Alan. Showing you People's 30, sir. First, I'm going to remove a shirt. Appears to be a white dress shirt and a pair of black dress slacks. Can you tell us if you recognize?
That would be our standard attire, correct?
The waiter's uniform that you described?
Correct.
Minus the tie and the vest.
Correct.
Do these appear to be the clothing that Ron was wearing that night when he left the restaurant?
They appear to be.
Rather, when he was working at the restaurant?
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it when you last saw Ron in the restaurant?
I think he left somewhere in the neighborhood of before 10 o'clock, 10 minutes to 10, somewhere in that neighborhood. I didn't ever see him, pardon me, I didn't ever see him leave the building. Ron walked past me going towards the front door of the restaurant and saying that he would talk to me later. But I never saw him exit out that front door. I never saw him exit out the back door either.
So the last time you saw him, he was going towards the front door area, but you did not see him leave?
Right.
And that was at approximately what time?
Quarter to 10, roughly. Quarter to 10, 10 minutes to 10, somewhere in that.
Okay. And what was the last thing he said to you?
He said he'd talk to me later.
What time did you get home, sir?
11:30ish.
Did you hear from Ron?
No, I did not.
Did you ever hear from him again?
No, I did not.
Did you attempt to make contact with him?
The following morning, we were supposed to work together, and I paged him because he was never late for work. And so I paged him shortly after 10:30. On Mondays, we usually got together a little early for coffee, but he didn't show.
Look at your monitor, Mr. Tanner, and tell us whether you recognize what is depicted as item 101, photo number 101 in this photograph.
It's a beeper.
Shall we mark?
People's exhibit number on this?
We had a discovery number that we were using previously to identify it for the opening statement, but for now, perhaps we ought to just mark it as the People's 31.
All right, People's 31.
And I'm sorry, did you, does that appear, did you ever see the beeper that was owned by Ron Goldman?
It's just your standard black beeper that when you looked at the digital printout just gave you a...
Ron, I have here a box that is presently sealed. I'm going to ask that it be unsealed on the record.
All right, you want to describe for the record what you're doing, Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, I think I need
Victorinox.
For the record, I am
cutting through Scotch tape and the Los Angeles Police Department seal. A small envelope marked with the DR number pertaining to this case, item number 36, photo ID number 101. Removing from this package appears to be a beeper that now has print dust on it. Counsel and I are familiar with. Let me show it to the witness if I may.
All right.
And this is People's 32.
Do you want to make that 31A so it corresponds to the photograph?
Yes, thank you.
All right, 31A will be the, what appears to be a Motorola Bravo pager.
Motorola, yes, thank you.
Bravo.
Yeah, that looks like his beeper.
And the same, the area screen for the digital printout, you see that?
Correct.
Can you describe the, you said there's an entrance on to San Vicente.
Yes.
Is there a public entrance also that leads out to Gorham?
There is, but it's not often used for, that's the entrance to our patio, for patio dining. And there is a short green wrought iron fence that encompasses the patio up to the building. And there's a gate that you can walk out of onto San Vicente. If you were to go onto Gorham, you would have to step over that fence.
And so would you, in order to exit onto Gorham, would you have to walk through the patio and step over that gate, that fence, I mean?
You would have to step over the fence, yes. You would have to walk out that door and step over that fence.
And otherwise, if you went out either the front door or you went out through the patio and through that gate, you'd go on to San Vicente?
Correct.
And that, are you familiar with approximately how far 875 South Bundy is from the Mezzaluna?
Yes, I am.
And how far is it?
2 blocks down Gorham. And Gorham runs into Bundy, and Bundy you would go left onto Bundy about a block.
About how long would it take you to walk from Mezzaluna to 875 South Bundy?
5 minutes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Your Honor, my examination is quite brief, if you like this.
Please.
Perhaps Ms. Clark can help us. I'm going to read a document that Maureen has underlined on it. It's in the homicide book, page 368.
And Mr. Darden, could I get you to just move this easel back about 1.5 feet?
I need a copy of it.
He wants you.
I just noticed that we're blocking 2 of our jurors here. There we go. Better. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shapiro.
How are you today?
Good.
Had you, on previous occasions, gone out with Ron Goldman after work?
Maybe one time. Maybe not, but not. Not. It wasn't like we went out on a regular basis. We were just starting to the point of becoming good friends.
And had you discussed where you were going to go in Marina Del Rey?
Yes, we had.
Where were you going to go?
We were going to go to the Baja Cantina.
What is that?
It's a Mexican bar and restaurant.
And you were going to touch bases about 11:30.
There was no set time. Like I said, it was he was going to either give me a call at the restaurant, or I was going to call him. And basically, what happened was we got busy, and I ended up staying later than I thought. And I got home and I hadn't received a call, so I just decided, you know what, I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed.
Would you find it a general habit of Ron that after he left work, if he was going to go out, that he was concerned about his physical appearance and that he would change his clothes?
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion as to whether or not Ron might take a shower after working all day and before going out to a bar in the evening?
Says he only went out with a guy once before. It's calling for speculation.
Thank you, Your Honor. You told us that you never actually saw Ron leave the Mezzaluna restaurant.
That is correct.
Do you know if he had anything to eat before he got off work?
I didn't see him eat after he was done with work. I don't know if he did or not. I mean, I was still working, so I
It's a
was busy.
small restaurant. Would you assume that if he sat down and ate with a manager that you would see it?
Objection, it calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Okay. He sat down with the manager after he was done with work. He didn't eat.
He did not eat.
He did not. He had a bottle of water in front of him.
Did you serve any wine to the Nicole Brown Simpson party?
I couldn't tell you. I didn't wait on the table. When a drink ticket comes up, I see the waiter's name. I don't look at the table number. If wine went to that table, I don't know.
Did you have an interview with two members of the Los Angeles Police Department, Investigator Carr and Investigator Tippin?
I don't remember the names, but I did. I was interviewed by two gentlemen on Monday, the Monday after the murders.
And did they write a report?
Yes, they did.
And in that report, have you seen that report?
I think we went over this the last time I was here.
So you have seen it?
Yes.
Okay. So you know what I'm referring to?
I know what you're referring to, yes.
And in that report, they indicated that you had a conversation about some glasses that had been left at the restaurant, and that their report indicates, quote, Ron volunteered to take the glasses to her house.
Correct.
Do you recall that being in the report?
I recall that being in the report, yes, I do.
And it's your recollection that you never said that to the officers?
Again, we got into this last time. I don't remember if I did or didn't say it to the officers, but I may have been told that day by Karen Crawford that he was taking those glasses, because I did speak to her before they got there.
Do you remember last time we talked about this, you said quite possibly I didn't say it?
Yes, I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect? All right, Mr. Tanner, thank you very much. You're excused. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else other than the attorneys until the matter has been concluded. Thank you very much, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our recess for the noon hour. I want you to listen very carefully to me, however, before I release you. If you recall, every time that I excuse you, I tell you not to discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, don't allow anybody to talk to you about the case, or allow yourself to be engaged in any type of inappropriate conduct. When I say not to discuss the case, I mean everything that goes on here in the courtroom is not to enter into, is not to be a topic of your discussion. That means you're not to discuss how long the case is taking, you're not to discuss what goes on at sidebar, you're not to discuss the apparel of the attorneys, you're not to discuss the personalities of the courtroom personnel. Anything that is connected with this case, you may not discuss amongst yourselves. You understand that? So the order is very clear. All right, have a very pleasant lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you, counsel. Present with counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to join us? What is that?
Can we approach it first and talk?
Sure.
What? I don't know why we need to approach. I want to mark the envelope with the glasses.
I just wanted to be able to have her open over there and take a look. So we'll approach them and come back on it.
Sure. We don't need the reporter.
No, unfortunately.
All right.
that was depicted in some of the crime scene photographs that was given to Ron Goldman. By Karen Crawford on the night of June the 12th. In the photographs, you're unable to see the glasses, you're unable to see her handwriting that she placed on the envelope, which I would like to ask her to identify, and that will help her to identify the fact that this is the envelope, and that she put the glasses in and that she gave to Ron Goldman that night, and this is the envelope that is depicted in the crime scene photographs. So, as soon as we get a plastic bag in which to enclose this item, I'd like to be able to present it to the witness.
All right, Mr. Darden, is there somebody from your lab upstairs who is bringing us some type of sealable container?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Clark, how do you propose we deal with the other problem with that? Any 352 objection to that?
This is evidence that was recovered from the crime scene, Your Honor, that was sampled by the criminalist. That is key evidence in terms of Ron Goldman's departure from the restaurant and the purpose for which he departed, and clearly the public value.
I understand the relevance of the matter down at Save-On.
Karen Crawford?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause not to leave before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your spelling first and last name for the record.
Karen Crawford, K-A-R-E-N-C-R-A-W-F-O-R-D.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Crawford, can you please tell us what you do for a living?
I work at Mezzaluna.
And what is that?
It's a restaurant in Brentwood.
Located at?
It's on San Vicente Boulevard.
Is it, can you tell us, is it at an intersection?
It's on the corner of Gorham and San Vicente.
Okay. Directly to your left is a great big chart that's been marked as People's 26. If you would, please point to the jury where the Mezzaluna is located on this. Use a pointer.
It's there, right on the corner.
Indicated in that yellow dot. Is that yes?
Yes.
Thank you. How long have you been working there?
How long have I been working there? For a year and a half now.
Back on June the 12th, what was your position at the Mezzaluna restaurant?
I was a manager on Sunday nights, and I bartended.
Now, on the date of June the 12th, 1994, that was a Sunday?
Yes.
And so what were your duties that night?
Well, I was managing that day, so I came in and I opened the restaurant. And through the course of the evening, I just oversaw the operations, and then I closed up. I did reports, things like that.
In the course of your employment at the Mezzaluna restaurant, did you meet Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
She was a regular customer there?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the photograph that has been marked as People's 28, can I ask you if you recognize her?
Yes.
Is that Nicole Brown?
Yes.
Were you also acquainted with someone by the name of Ron Goldman?
Yes.
Do you see his photograph there?
Yes.
People's 27?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you become acquainted with him?
I knew him through work.
Do you recall when he began working at the Mezzaluna?
He started working at Mezzaluna about 4 months before June 12th.
Early in 1994?
Yes.
When Nicole Brown had come to the restaurant on previous occasions, did you speak to her?
Yes.
Briefly exchange, hi,
Yeah,
how are
just
you?
niceties.
Do you recall seeing her in the restaurant on the night of June the 12th, 1994?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when she arrived?
I believe she arrived between 6:30 and 7.
Was she alone?
No, she was with a large group.
And do you recall who was in that large group?
There were several adults and some children.
Now, do you know what Ron Goldman did at the restaurant? What was his job?
Ron was a waiter.
And he was working there that night on June the 12th?
Yes, he was.
Did he wait on Nicole's party?
No, he didn't.
Now, do you happen to recall where Nicole and her party...
I'm sorry, Ms. Crawford, could you pull the microphone a little closer to you there, please, and angle it over towards yourself? It'll twist there. Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Ron. Do you recall where Nicole and her party were seated?
Yeah, they were seated across the front of the restaurant in front of the bar area.
Why there?
Well, we had to set up a table for their party. It was a large group, and that's normally where we set up a large table.
Okay. Do you happen to recall what she was wearing that night?
She had on a black halter dress.
Was it above the knee?
Yes.
And while we're preparing to show you an exhibit, let me ask you a few questions. Do you have a machine that the servers enter the orders into?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the way that machine operates?
Yes.
Have you yourself operated it?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the paper that it prints out indicating what a customer has ordered and the total
Yes.
amount of the food served?
Yes.
Can you tell us whether the server's name is indicated on that piece of paper?
It is on the paper.
Now, there's a timestamp that is created by that machine, is that right?
Yes.
Is it accurate?
No, it's never been accurate.
Does anyone use it or rely on it to fix a time as to when a particular party was served?
No.
And were you shown such an item today when you came into court?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that this blue receipt, at the top of which is handwritten Nicole Brown Simpson, Mezzaluna, June 12, 1994, be marked as People's 33, and a white receipt with the apparent signature of Nicole Brown be marked as People's 34, maybe 33A would be better.
It's a separate document,
34.
34. I think it's a credit card.
Credit card receipt.
Right, so it's separate from the...
First, I'd like to show you, I'll tell you what, put it on the envelope.
All right, Ms. Crawford, you see the monitor that's right there?
Yes.
Make that Can you see it on the monitor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is this the piece of paper we were just talking about that comes out of the machine that the server punches the order into?
Yes.
And does this...
Just a moment.
Oh. Does that help a little?
That's fine.
Can you tell by this document who was the server that night?
Yes, Tia was the server.
Okay. It indicates the number of guests as 9.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that? Is that an accurate, necessarily an accurate number of the people that were present in that party?
Not always. If there are a lot of children in the party, they may count 2 children as 1 guest.
And why is that?
Because they tend to eat less.
Now you can see on that piece of paper that it says June 13th at 7:04 a.m.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
No, that's incorrect.
Is that always, that time and date stamp always incorrect?
As far as I know, as long as I've worked there, yes.
Can you move that up? Just a little bit. Can you move it up a little bit? Now, does this show you what everybody ordered for dinner that night?
Yes, it does.
And it shows you the total amount that it came to, that it cost?
Yes.
$179.95?
Yes.
It also shows a phone number at the bottom of the receipt.
Yes.
See that?
Uh-huh.
You recognize that phone number?
I do, however, the area code's wrong.
It's now 310.
Right.
But that phone number, is that for the Mezzaluna restaurant?
Yes.
Could you pull it back down?
Printing right now, sir.
Okay. There was a time on the top of that, I believe it's indicated 7:04 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn it on? Okay, 7:04 a.m. Turn it over. Okay, we're showing you the other side of it now. At the top of this other side, it shows the time of 8:18 a.m. on June 13th.
Yes.
That's, of course, still incorrect.
That's still incorrect, yes.
But can you tell from this approximately when the check was opened and when it was closed in terms of how much time elapsed between the time the order was placed and the time that the check was paid?
Yeah, that would be a correct lapse of time.
So it's an hour and 14 minutes from the time that the order was placed to the time that the check was paid.
Yes.
And then that doesn't indicate that the party necessarily left, does it?
No, it doesn't.
They
It just
might-
indicates when the check was closed out by the server.
Now, in the top, as I face it, left-hand corner, you see cash.
Yes.
Does that mean that it was paid in cash?
No, it doesn't. It just means that the check was closed out.
30 seconds, Your Honor, in order to make the print.
That's okay. We can proceed with the testimony. At some point, did you see Nicole and her party leave?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I would say somewhere between 8:30 and 9.
Just backing up for a minute. You see what's on the monitor now?
Yes.
Okay, this is People's 34. Can you tell us what that is?
It's a credit card receipt.
And is that, does that reflect payment of the amount that was indicated in that blue piece of paper that the NCR machine printed out for $179.95?
Yes.
And it's a gratuity was added on 34
Yes.
for a total of $213.95.
Yes.
Did you look at that piece of paper when you came into court today?
I did, yes.
Did it appear to you to be the original?
Yes, it was the original.
Can you move it up? Signature on the bottom appears to be Nicole Brown.
Yes.
Is it your habit and custom in the restaurant to have the customer write in the gratuity and then fill in the total?
Yes.
And then sign?
Yes.
And it appears to have been done in this case as well?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Now, this shows a date of June the 12th
Yeah.
and a time of 7 p.m.
Yeah. 7:12.
7:12 p.m.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate either.
So neither your credit card machine nor the NCR that you punch the orders into has correct times in it?
That's right.
Is the date correct on your credit card machine?
The date is correct, yes.
The time is wrong?
The time's wrong.
Then this receipt, this credit card receipt reflects payment for the order shown in the previous document marked People's 33?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, after Nicole and her party left, did you happen to see Ron Goldman?
Yes, I did.
Were you familiar with the method of time stamping for to punch in and out the time card for the employees?
Yes.
And do you know where that time clock is kept?
Yes, I do.
Did you see him go in that direction at some point?
I didn't actually see him go punch out.
Did you see him go towards where he would have to go to punch out at the time clock?
Yes.
And does everybody have to punch in and out when they come to work and leave?
Yes.
Now, as manager, are you familiar with the method of computing the time cards? And do you have something to do with maintaining the hours?
Yes.
And what is that?
I would sign people out, and on Sundays I would add up everyone's time card for the week.
And did you do that on June the 12th as well?
Yes, I did.
Shortly after you saw Ron go to the area where the time clock is kept that evening, shortly after that, did you get a phone call?
Yes, I did.
Remember what time approximately that you got that phone call?
It's about 9:30, 9:35.
Mr. Escobar? This is another board, Your Honor, that's been shown to council. I'd ask that we mark pages 39, 35?
35.
35. It's entitled Judith Brown Phone Records, June 12, 1994.
Your Honor, in the interest of saving time, and since I don't think this witness is not going to give us phone records for the purpose of this witness's testimony, we would stipulate that
the records are accurate and depict the time that the call came in to the restaurant.
All right, is that stipulation agreeable to the people?
Yes, that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I told you during the course of our instructions that what the attorneys say during the course of the trial is not evidence. However, in a situation where the attorneys stipulate and agree to a certain fact, you were to accept that as evidence in the case. All right. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Do you recognize the phone number on the first line there where it says June the 12th, 9:37 p.m., West Los Angeles, and then there's a phone number, 310-447-8667?
Yes, I do.
And what phone number is that?
That's the phone number to Mezzaluna.
And the time that you received that call at 9:37, does that seem to be accurate based on your memory?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, and just before you got that call, you saw Ron go back to where the time clock was kept?
Yes,
Did you recognize the voice of the person that you spoke to?
I did, yes.
And what was that, who was that voice?
It was Mrs. Brown.
Nicole's mother?
Yes.
And did she ask you to do something?
She did.
And what was that?
She asked me to look for a pair of glasses she had lost at the restaurant.
Okay. And what did you do?
I looked around the restaurant, and when I didn't find them out there, I remembered I had seen them coming in from outside, so I looked outside.
Okay, now did you put her on hold or did you call her back?
I put her on hold.
And did you find the glasses?
Yes, I did.
Where did you find them?
I found them in the street by the gutter.
And what did you do with them?
I brought them back in, and I spoke to Mrs. Brown and told her I'd found them. I put them in an envelope.
What kind of envelope did you put them in?
I put it in a white business-sized envelope.
Did you write anything on it?
Yes, I wrote Nicole Simpson, prescription glasses.
Did you seal it?
Yes.
Did you ask her, did you ask Mrs. Brown what she wanted done with those glasses?
Yes, I did.
What'd she tell you?
She told me that she could not pick them up, she lived too far away, and that she would have her daughter pick them up.
And was it after that point that you sealed up the glasses?
Yes.
Did you agree to hold them there for her?
Yes, I told her I would have them behind the bar in our lost and found area.
And where did you put the glasses inside the envelope that you sealed up?
I put them behind the bar.
Your Honor, I have here a Ziploc bag in which there is an envelope. I can see glasses inside the envelope. I'd ask that this envelope and its contents be marked as People's 36.
People's 36.
Now, we would stipulate that this witness would identify this envelope and its contents as the glasses that she recovered that night and the envelope.
I wonder if we could do this in sidebar, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. Just so the record's clear, we did previously mark this in our discussions as People's 32.
Thank you, Your Honor, then.
All right.
People's 32. May we approach?
Yes, with the report. Proceed.
May I approach? You may. Besides the handwriting that marked as People's 32. May I approach?
You may.
Ms. Crawford, showing you what has been marked as People's 32. Do you recognize the handwriting on the front of this envelope?
Yeah, that's my handwriting.
Do you recognize, is this the handwriting that you put on this envelope on the night of June the 12th, 1994?
Yes.
And it says prescription glasses, Nicole Simpson, will pick up Monday?
Yes.
Now, looking inside the envelope, can you see the glasses that are inside?
Yes.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Well, they look like the glasses I picked up off the street.
And this is the envelope that you placed behind the bar?
Yes.
Now, after you had that conversation with Mrs. Brown, and you placed the envelope behind you at the bar, did you get another phone call?
Yes.
About how long after the first phone call did you get the second phone call?
About 5 minutes.
Would you estimate then about 9:45?
Yes.
Did you recognize the person who called you?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
It was Nicole.
Nicole?
Yes.
And where were you in the restaurant when you got that call?
I was standing near the bar. Both of our phones are on the bar, so I was at either one end or the other.
And you had a conversation with Nicole?
Yes.
Was it concerning the glasses?
Yes.
Did she ask you to do something with respect to those glasses?
She told me... Well, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Did she ask you to do something with those glasses?
No, she asked if she could speak to Ron, but she didn't tell me what to do with the glasses.
Okay. Ron Goldman?
Yes.
And did you then speak to Ron Goldman?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went over to where he was sitting and I told him that he had a phone call.
Did he speak on the phone?
He did, yes.
Could you hear what he was saying?
No, I didn't hear exactly what he was saying, no.
But you could tell he was speaking?
Yes.
Now, when he came over to take the phone, was he still wearing his waiter's uniform?
No, he wasn't.
How did he look different?
He had taken his vest and his tie off.
Other than that, what was he wearing?
He was wearing black pants and white up on top.
White dress shirt?
Yeah.
So he was still wearing that much of the uniform?
Yes.
Now, after he spoke for a while on the phone, what did he do?
He hung around for a couple of minutes, and then he asked me to give him the glasses, and I did.
When it's been marked as People's 30. White dress shirt. And what appears to be a black pair of dress pants. Do you recognize what we're showing you here?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Ron's shirt and pants. Yeah. No, okay.
After he hung up the phone, did Ron say something to you?
Yeah, he told me he was going to drop the glasses off at Nicole's.
Did he tell you he was on his way to somewhere?
He was on his way to meet a couple of guys from work at Baja Cantina.
And do you know where Baja Cantina is?
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's in Marina del Rey.
So did you give him the envelope with the glasses?
Yes.
Did you see him leave the restaurant at some point?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall about what time it was?
He left at about 10 minutes to 10.
Do you recall what exit he left through?
He left through the side exit that goes out onto Gorham.
Do you recall who was tending bar that night?
Stewart was tending bar.
Stuart Tanner?
Yes.
And you recall seeing Ron actually leave the restaurant at 10 minutes to 10?
Yeah, I saw him walk out the door.
And was that the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is a time card. I'd ask be marked People's 36.
All right, People's 36 time card.
You can see it on your monitor. Okay. Do you recognize what's being shown there?
Yes, it's a time card.
All right. And is that Ron Goldman's time card?
Yes.
And that's for the week ending June the 12th?
Yes.
Can you see Sunday, June the 12th indicated on that card?
Yes.
And it shows that he came in what time?
He came in at 4:30.
And that he clocked out at what time?
He clocked out at 9:33.
Then he was hanging around the restaurant for a while before he actually left when you saw him leave at about 9:50.
Yes.
Just going to show you one more picture.
Very Coach.
At this moment?
As soon as they fix this.
All right.
Okay, Ms. Crawford, do you recognize what's being depicted in this photograph?
It's an envelope.
Does it appear to be the same envelope that you placed the glasses of Mrs. Brown in on the night of June the 12th and that you gave to Ron Goldman to take to Nicole?
It looks like it, yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Yes. And All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, have you concluded your examination of Ms. Crawford?
Yes, Your Honor, I've concluded direct.
Mr. Shapiro?
Your Honor, I wonder if we're done with the exhibits, if we could just have Ms. Clark retrieve those. There are some
Yes.
photographs that I'm not going to need, and also the envelope that I will not need.
All right, why don't you retrieve that, Ms. Clark? Thank you.
Ms. Crawford.
Hi.
I have to ask you a few questions, and I will not ask you any questions that upset you. The documents that you were shown by Ms. Clark, specifically the check for dinner,
Yes.
when is the first time you've seen that?
When is the first time I've seen it?
Yes.
I believe today.
And where did you see it?
Where did I see it? I saw it here.
And the receipt for the payment of the bill, when is the first time you saw that?
Today.
And where did you see it?
Here.
And the time card, when is the first time you saw that?
I may have seen it earlier in the week of the week ending June 12th. I added them up on June 12th.
So that one you had seen before.
Yes.
In adding up that time card for Mr. Goldman, did you notice anything that was incorrect on the time card?
Well, I see where I had added it up in one section, and it had been re-added again.
Did you also see that on one date there was a time that there was a stamped in for work but no stamping out of work?
I don't remember noticing that.
You don't remember noticing that? May I borrow the exhibit for a moment, Your Honor? May I approach the witness?
You may.
This is People's 36.
Was there an indication as to whether or not Wednesday was a working day?
Wednesday. Well, there's a stamp in, and I don't know exactly whether or not he worked that day. Maybe someone accidentally punched in on his time card and realized that it was not their card. That's a possibility. Maybe he punched in and they didn't need him and he just left and he didn't punch out. Maybe he was just there for a few minutes. I can't tell you for sure what that is. He may have worked and forgotten to punch out.
Do you have any personal knowledge that the times on that time punch machine were accurate on June the 12th?
Can you repeat that? Do I have personal knowledge of what?
When you put that card in, it goes into a machine. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that machine indicates a time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any personal information as to whether or not that machine was accurately recording the times on June the 12th?
No.
When you got the phone call from Mrs. Judith Brown, had you ever talked to her on the phone before?
I don't believe I'd ever talked to her on the phone, no.
And Nicole Brown Simpson, had you ever talked to her on the phone before?
I don't remember if I had or not, no.
You say she was a regular at the restaurant.
Yes.
How often would she come in?
Well, in the course of a year, I'd seen her about 4 times. And I would consider that to be regular. I'd heard of other times she had been in on nights that I hadn't worked.
On this particular night when you were the manager, did you see her greet Ron Goldman when she and her party arrived at the Mezzaluna restaurant?
Yes.
And how did she greet him?
I just think she said hello. And I'm not sure exactly what she did.
Did they hug?
They may have.
Did they kiss?
I don't think so, no.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
When you went to get Ron Goldman, that was at the request of Nicole.
Yes.
And where was Ron when you went to get him?
He was sitting at the first table by the front door.
And what was he doing?
He was sitting talking to the two other managers,
Who are they?
John and Richard.
Did you previously testify that they were all having dinner together?
I don't think so. John and Richard were having dinner.
You indicated they were having dinner and Mr. Goldman was with them?
Yeah, I think he went over there just for a couple of minutes to hang out.
Did you see Mr. Goldman eat at all that evening?
No, I didn't.
May I just have one moment, Ron? Transcript of previous testimony by Karen Lee Crawford, cross-examination by myself. It's page 12. However, again, I have underlined it. I wonder if the district attorney would object to me showing this or would like another copy to be shown to the witness. No. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Thank you very much. Ms. Crawford, would you just take a moment to review your testimony previously given? And I want to direct you to line 22 through line 28, please.
Yes?
Do you recall being asked the following questions by me?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, let me give you the questions, okay?
Well, objection. The witness is being asked to refresh her memory. Counsel doesn't need to read the record. She just refreshed her memory, and now she can testify to what counsel wants.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes, were you asked the following question? When you went to call Ron Goldman to the phone, where was he? Answer, he was sitting at table 101, which is the very first table to the left of the front entrance. Question, who was he with, if anyone? Answer, he was sitting with John and Richard. John DeBello, the manager, and Richard Arbolino. Question, what were they doing? Answer, they were having dinner. Do you recall being asked those questions and giving those answers?
Yes.
Ms. Clark? Redirect.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Crawford, is yourself and the waiters, are they all paid by the hour?
Yes.
So the hours that you're paid for are measured by the time clock,
Yes.
the one you punch in and out of.
Yes.
And so minutes would be very important
Yes.
to be accurate on that, would they not?
That's right.
So is there an effort made to make sure that that time clock remains accurate for the purpose of measuring what everyone gets paid?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was that time clock accurate on the night of June the 12th?
Yes.
And were you able to see if Mr. Goldman was eating anything that night when you saw him sitting with Mr. DeBello and the other gentleman?
No, John and Richard were having dinner, but Ron wasn't.
Did you notice whether Ron was drinking anything?
I don't remember.
Did you know him to drink mineral water at the Mezzaluna frequently?
Yes.
Was that his pretty much drink of choice?
That was his drink of choice.
What was your understanding of the nature of the relationship between Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown?
My understanding of it was that it was very casual at most.
In other words, did you ever come to the understanding that they were lovers?
No.
Just knew each other?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not do you have any present recollection as to whether or not they hugged each other when they saw each other that night?
No.
Do you have any present recollection as to whether they exchanged a kiss on the cheek that night?
No, I wasn't paying attention to that.
Oh, one more thing. With respect to this time card, do you recognize any of the handwriting at the bottom of that card?
Yes.
And what is it you recognize?
I see my handwriting and someone else's handwriting.
Where's your handwriting?
My handwriting is in the bottom left. And
The bottom left as we
right.
face it, or the bottom?
It's at the bottom of the time card on the left side.
What number is that?
It's crossed out. And then there's a corrected number on the right-hand side on the bottom, 2650.
Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
Because you totaled that card.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any recross, Mr. Shapiro?
Just very, very briefly, did you ever
personally ask Nicole Brown Simpson what her relationship was with Ronald Goldman?
No.
Did you ever ask Ronald Goldman what his relationship was with Nicole Brown Simpson?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Crawford, just one quick question. You testified that Tia was the server reflected on the credit card receipt or on the dinner receipt. Was that Tia Gavin?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Crawford, I'm going to excuse you from further attendance today. I'm going to direct you not to discuss your testimony with anybody other than the lawyers in the case until the case is over. All right, thank you very much for coming in.
If you don't mind, before we excuse her, may I confer with counsel?
Certainly. Don't go away. Ms. Clark.
Identify and authenticate.
This is the counsel. And that's if you mark people's next letter, people's 37.
All right, People's 37.
All right, so the gray aliens. Physical appearance. Greys are usually depicted as being shorter than humans, with disproportionately large heads, thin limbs, and lack of external ears or noses. Primary source. They are from different depictions from alien encounters people have had. The Zeta Reticuli connection. The term Zeta Reticuli stems from a star map drawn by Betty Hill under the hypnosis, which researchers later identified as Zeta Reticuli binary star system. Roswell incident. Greys are central in the 1947 Roswell UFO crash. Witnesses claim the U.S. military recovered small, bald, large-eyed beings from a downed aircraft. Biomachines. Some theorists suggest the Greys are not natural biological organisms, but roboids, synthetic beings, or AI probes sent to study humanity, human evolution. Some psychological theories propose the Gray's features large head and eyes with small body represent an exaggerated version of what humans associate with high intelligence. All right, and Kim, the situations have been resolved. All right, and I understand. And we're in a the past is behind us, and now we're moving forward. All right, thank you. Cultural diffusion. Skeptics often argue that prevalence of grays and reported compromising over 70% of encounters U.S. as a result of cultural influence from movies and TV shows that a lot of people like to look at. All right, and the X-Files and comics, etc., have them, and the Greys are responsible for a lot of UFO abductions that occur in their flying saucers. Some people believe that they may be fallen angels or something like that, or connected with them, the Watchers. They could be aliens or something from another dimension that comes into our dimension. So those are what the gray aliens are exactly. So that is just a little fun fact about the Greys. And we're going to go back to the trial now. All right. Thank you, Anna. Understood.
Chart reflecting.
This is the time by Ron Golden.
All right.
Showing you equals 37 is property. You recognize what we're showing here?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And if I might ask you one additional question.
Yes.
Do you see these initials here, KC?
Yes.
Are those yours?
Those are mine.
You put those on there?
Yes.
Thank you, Ron.
Any questions as to the initials?
No, thank you very much, Ms. Crawford.
All right, Ms. Crawford, thank you very much. Next witness.
Thank you.
If you'd like to recall Tia Gavin briefly.
All right. Yes. All right, Ms. Gavin, we released you as a witness, so I have to have you resworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause of the to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat. Your witness stand. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Tia, T-I-A, Gavin, G-A-V-I-N.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Show me what has been marked as People's 33.
Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
It's a check from our restaurant.
Okay. And remember we talked about the NCR, or did we talk to you about that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a machine where you said you punched in the order and
Yeah.
then it would total up?
Yes.
And do you recognize that particular one?
It looks like it would be right for that table, for the Browns table. I don't remember ever having seen the check since that evening, so I wouldn't remember exactly, but it certainly looks very appropriate for 10 people, and it's got the bottle of Gatnar on it that I mentioned before. And so it looks right.
So that appears to be the piece of paper that NCR prints out for the night of June the 12th when you served Nicole Brown and her party.
Yes. Oh, and it's the right table number as well. I just noticed. yes.
So you're sure that's the one?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
see your name on it too?
Yes.
Indicating that you were the server?
Yes.
And so does that accurately indicate the food that was served to that party?
It would, yes.
You just told us that the number of people in the party numbered 10.
Yes.
But it shows there that the number of guests was 9. Can you explain to us why?
Often when we wait on children, since they don't order full orders of food, we'll count 2 little children as 1 adult.
Now, have I ever shown you this piece of paper before?
No.
Have we ever discussed this piece of paper before?
No.
Right now is the first time?
Yes.
By the way, do you happen to know whether or not the time and date stamp by that NCR machine on that piece of paper is accurate or not?
It says June 13th, 94, 7:04 a.m. So it couldn't be correct if it says a.m.
And the date that you served Nicole Brown and her party, the only time you ever served them, that was June the 12th, wasn't it?
That's correct.
So both the date and the time are wrong on that?
Yes.
Now, when you close out the bill, in other words, when you total it up, does it stamp again?
Yes.
Can you turn it over?
You see at the top of that bill? I think I'm going to put it on the monitor so I can follow along what you're saying. You don't mind?
You'll be able to see it on the monitor right by you. Okay. See at the top of that document where it says June 13th, 8:18 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated before that's not accurate. You did not complete serving them dinner at 8:18 a.m.?
No.
Okay. But that time indicates to you that that's when you rang up the total?
Up here where it says cash, at the very top.
Right.
I believe that would be the time that the check was cashed out, which would be after it would be paid, if the time were correct. But when the time prints up there, if the time were correct, it would be printing up the time that I was cashing out the bill, which would mean that the bill was paid and that they had presumably left.
Now, they may not have left right away.
No, or they just paid their bill and I had closed it out.
Now, the fact that you have cash up there, does that mean that they paid you in cash?
No, we close out all the checks to cash.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 34. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. It's a credit card receipt from our restaurant.
See the amount of $179.95?
Yes.
That was the same amount on People's 33 that you just saw?
Yes, it was.
So does this reflect the method of actual payment for the bill by Nicole Brown?
Yes, it would.
And what was the method of payment?
Credit card and American Express.
And the signature appears to be that of Nicole Brown?
It says Nicole Brown, yes.
Okay. Is it your habit and custom to give this receipt to the customer, have them fill in the gratuity, and total it, and then sign it?
Yes.
See the timestamp there? 7:12 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that in fact when Nicole and her party left or paid?
No, they couldn't have. They arrived at 6:45-ish, so.
So this time is also inaccurate?
Yes.
Now, you earlier indicated, with respect to your time card, been marked previously as People's 26, 36? Her time card? No, that's wrong. 28? Thanks, Steve. Your shit up Sunday? You indicated that is this your time card, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated earlier that you clocked in on Sunday, June the 12th at 5:02 and clocked out at 9:58. Is that time clock accurate?
Yes, it is.
And those times reflected on your time card are accurate?
Yes, and yeah, we came in at 4:30. I mean, the waiters were staggered. You're scheduled at 4:35 and 5:30. So besides the fact that this is the way my memory is, that's the way we were scheduled to
And so
arrive.
you know that it's accurate?
Yes, because I was scheduled to arrive then. So,
Thank you very much. I'd ask at this time, Your Honor, if I may substitute this original time card for the Xerox copy. According.
Resume at... All right.
With regard to the next witness, we'd like an offer of proof, and if that witness is present, I'd like for the witness to step out. And then we want to...
We may call the next witness.
We'll call Ms. Kim Goldman.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your son, your first and last name for the record.
Kimberly Goldman, Kimberly Goldman.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Goldman, are you the sister of Ron Goldman?
Yes, I am.
Did you visit his apartment on Gorham shortly after June the 12th?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us when?
The first time was on, I believe, Wednesday, January 15th, day before his funeral.
June 15th?
June 15th.
1994?
Correct.
And why did you go?
I needed to get a suit for his funeral.
Did you recover some clothing that you brought to court today?
Yes, I did.
And I'm showing you the bag in which we have previously marked as People's 30, the white shirt and the black pants.
Yes,
you
that's
recognize
correct.
those?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us where you found them?
They were draped over his bedroom door, the shirt and the pants.
Just draped over?
Obviously he'd taken them off and just swung them over the door.
Okay. Not on hangers?
No. My father and I put them on the hangers.
Did you see any other white dress shirt or black pants like that
No,
in
I
the
did not.
apartment? Only those?
Only those.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Carpin. All right. Ms. Goldman, thank you very much.
You're
for your
welcome.
views. Next witness.
We'll call Mr. Pablo Fenves.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Pablo Fenves. That's Pablofenves.
All right, Mr. Fenves, if you would, I'm sorry. There we go. Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Mr. Fenves, directing your attention to the date of June the 12th, 1994. As of that date, can you tell us approximately where you lived?
I lived,
Where is that in relationship to 875 South Bundy?
we share a common back alley, and I'm about 60 or 70 yards north.
Let me get you to speak into the microphone.
Thank you. We share a common back alley, and I'm about 60 or 70 yards north of the condo that Nicole Simpson ran.
Can you look at your monitor, sir? Thank you. Can you indicate to us on this photograph where your house would be?
It would be approximately where the police patrol car is parked, just to the left of that.
So just to the left as you face it?
Right, just to our left.
Okay. And Then would 875 South Bundy be this area here that I'm circling, if you can see?
Yes, it appears to me that there's a vehicle parked in the drive of 875.
Okay, thank you. And this is, should mark this photograph as People's next in order. People's 38? 38? People's 38.
Right, People's 38.
Now, what portion of your apartment faces that alley?
It's a three-story building, and the top floor is the master bedroom, which faces the alley. Then there's a kitchen, and then below that, I have my office, and that's pretty well sealed off, and you can't see out into the alley.
If you look out your master bedroom, are you able to see the back of 875 South Bundy?
I'm able to see what seems to be a porch area and a row of windows along the top floor, but that's about all I can see.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your last answer, sir?
I can see a sort of balcony area with a row of windows across what seems to be the top floor, or a stairwell leading to the top floor.
So your view is limited.
Yes, it is.
Can I get you to keep your voice up?
Yes, it is.
Showing you the map of the Bundy area that previously marked as People's 26. Can you point out the place where your home is shown?
I think if this is the alley here, this would be my home right here.
Did everybody hear that answer? The jury?
Can you try to say that
Yes.
again?
If this being the alley here, this is my home over here.
And can you show us where 875 South Bundy would be?
I imagine this would be 875 South Bundy.
That red square.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Did you know Nicole Brown, sir?
No, I did not.
Had you seen her before?
Just in the neighborhood, we had a similar jogging route, and I'd seen her in her car pulling into the alley once or twice. That was about it.
Did you did you know where she lived back in June of 1994?
No, I didn't know where she lived, and I didn't know who she was.
On June the 12th of 1994, sir, in the evening, where were you?
At 10 o'clock that evening, I was watching the news in the master bedroom on the third floor with my wife.
Okay, and that's the master bedroom that faces the alley that you share with 875 South Bundy?
That is correct.
You're watching the 10 o'clock news with your wife?
Yes.
And for how long did you watch the news?
Well, about 15 or 20 minutes into it, I became aware of a barking sound, and then I probably stopped watching the news shortly thereafter.
So it was approximately 15 minutes after the news began that you started to hear a dog barking?
Yes.
That mistakes what you just said.
Is that a bark?
20 minutes.
Tell us.
15 or 20 minutes into it, I heard a very distinctive barking coming from somewhere to the south of where I live. And I was aware of it for maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes, and at that point I stopped watching the news and I left the master bedroom.
Was there something unusual about that dog barking that drew your attention to it?
It was it was fairly persistent. It was at a significant pitch, and as you may recall, I described it at the time as a plaintive wail. It sounded like a, very unhappy animal.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
It sounded like a very unhappy animal.
And that's what drew your attention?
Yes, it did.
Had you ever heard dogs barking in the neighborhood before?
Yeah, there's plenty of dogs barking in the neighborhood, but this was, as I said, persistent and unusual and unhappy.
So did you stay and listen to the barking for a while before you went downstairs?
No, I don't recall whether I went and looked. I believe I may have gotten up and looked through the shutters and then I went downstairs to my office.
About what time was it when you went downstairs to your office?
I'd say around 10:20.
And by that time, you'd heard the dog barking for how long?
As I said, it could have been 5 minutes, it could have been 7, 8 minutes.
When you went downstairs to your office, was the dog still barking?
I don't recall at that point. I was going down the inner stairwell and I wasn't aware of it. And when I eventually got to my office is pretty soundproof. And I started working and I was focused on what I was doing. So whether the dog was barking or not, I can't tell you.
At the time that you first heard the dog barking, could you tell from what direction it seemed to be coming?
Yes, it seemed to be coming from basically the area south corner of Dorothy and Bundy.
From this area?
Yes, from that area.
Did you stay?
This picture, because the picture there was not marked, is from this area.
The objection is foundation.
No foundation.
Thank you,
Do you
sustained.
sorry. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is Nicole's house.
From the rear view?
Yes, from the alley view.
And is that where the barking seemed to be coming from, this area?
Objection, that's leading suggestion. Witness says
Sustained.
Dorothy and Bundy.
Where did the barking seem to be coming from?
It seemed to be coming from the general area of Dorothy and Bundy, and this particular unit was very much in the line of my view.
So that when you went out, well, strike that. You stayed down in your office for how long?
35 minutes, 40 minutes. I came back upstairs at 11 o'clock.
And when you came back upstairs at 11 o'clock, was the barking still audible?
Yes, it was.
Where did you go when you came upstairs at 11 o'clock?
I got in bed.
And when you got in bed, was the dog still barking?
Yes, he was.
What did you do at that point?
I was reading for a little while. I mentioned to my wife that I was concerned about the dog. Our own dog was on the bed and he was reacting to the barking by growling a little bit, and I think I went back and took another look through the shutters, and I noticed the line of windows at the residence, and there was a light on, and I assumed that somebody was home, and there were a lot of units, as you can see from the map, that were closer to the sound, so I thought somebody may have already done something about it.
So you felt that there might have been something wrong, but someone else may have reported it already?
It was hard to interpret what was going on. The dog didn't sound as if it was in pain or anything like that. It just sounded, as I said, unhappy.
And when you got up to go to the shutters in your master bedroom, you went to look in the direction of where the barking seemed to be coming from?
Yes, that is correct.
And where did you look?
I looked directly toward the condominium in question, and I noticed the row of lights, as I mentioned, and then I went back to bed.
So, and when you say the condominium in question, is that the one depicted in this photograph, which I'd ask be marked Peoples 39?
Yes, that is correct.
And when you went to look in that direction, you were looking there because it was where the dog barking seemed to be coming from?
Sustained, leading.
Why did you look in that direction?
I looked in that direction because that's where the barking sound was coming from.
Did you go to sleep immediately at 11 o'clock?
No, I read for a while, and I can't tell you how long I read, but obviously sometime before within the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I fell asleep.
When you fell asleep, could you still hear the dog barking?
I think I may have heard it sporadically, but I was basically trying to focus on what I was reading, and I can't answer that question.
Do you recall hearing it still barking while you were reading?
Yes, for a portion of the time I did hear it initially.
When you first heard the dog barking, after a few minutes, you said you went downstairs?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you came back upstairs, you could still hear it barking?
Yes, but of course there was that period of 30 to 40 minutes when I was away from the master bedroom, and I can't tell you whether it was barking continually.
Because you were in that office that's pretty soundproof, right?
That's correct.
When you came back up, though, and you heard the barking, did it sound like the same dog?
Yes, it was definitely the same dog.
And when you went into your bedroom and got into bed at about 11 o'clock and you could still hear the barking, was that still the same dog?
Yes, it was.
And it was one dog barking?
It was one dog barking distinctively, and if there were other dogs barking, I certainly didn't hear them.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fenves.
Good afternoon, sir.
Directing your attention back to the date of June 12th, 1994, in the evening hours. That was a Sunday evening, was it not, sir?
That is correct, sir.
And you were at home at your residence on Gretna Green, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as I understand your testimony, the 800 block of Gretna Green, you have a vantage point where if you look down this alley, south down the alley, you see the northernmost portion of the residence there on Bundy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at the time, on June 12, 1994, you did not know who lived at this particular residence.
No, I did not.
And on that particular evening, so you didn't know it was Nicole Brown Simpson or anyone else at that point, did you?
No, I did not.
All right. And on that evening, as I understand your testimony, you were watching what you believe to be the Channel 5 news at 10 o'clock. Is that right?
That is right.
And you had occasion, did you not, to speak with some members of the Los Angeles Police Department, to wit, Officers Tippin, Tippin, and Carr, Carr, along with your wife, whose name is it Jay or Jai?
Jay.
Jay Fenves, about 9:10 in the morning on June 13th. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
And when you first talked to these police officers, the events from the night before were fairly fresh in your mind. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, in addressing and talking to the police officers, you told them the truth about everything as best you knew, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's true, is it not, that you told the police officers that it was at about between 10:15 and 10:30 p.m. that you and your wife heard a dog barking uncontrollably to the rear of your residence? Is that the way you phrased it to the police officers?
No, first of all, I do not remember telling them 10:15 to 10:30. I remember telling them 10:15 to 10:20.
All right, let me stop you right there. Let me, you and I'd like to approach him with a statement form and have him take a look at it. And I want to have him read something. Counsel, this is page 10036.
All right, you may approach.
Thank you, Art. I want to ask you, first of all, to read a portion to yourself. And I want to ask you some questions about it. Have you read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I may be allowed to ask a couple of questions from here, Your Honor. So if there's an indication that you indicated to the police that you and your wife had lived at this location at 862 Gretna Green Way for about 2 years, would that be accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Would it be accurate that last night, that is June 12, 1994,
What is the purpose of this? Is it impeachment being offered? I'm not going to offer a proof sidebar.
Overruled. Overruled.
Last night, June 12, 1994, witness and his wife were watching the Channel 5 news at 10 o'clock p.m. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
At approximately 10:15 to 10:30 p.m., witnesses heard a dog barking uncontrollably to the rear of their residence. Do you recall so indicating to the police?
I recall actually pointing to the police the specific location that I heard the barking sound coming from.
Now, let me get back to my question. Okay, my question is, do you recall so indicating to the police that at about 10:15 to 10:30, witnesses, you and your wife, heard a dog barking uncontrollably to the rear of their residence? So indicate that to the police?
No, sir. As I told you, I told them that I heard the dog barking between 10:15 and 10:20.
All right, so if they have that wrong, they're wrong. Is that right?
That is possible because I did not say that.
Okay. Did you then tell the police, sir, that you went outside on your rear porch to look?
No, sir. I did not tell them that either.
You didn't tell the police that either?
No, sir.
That you looked to the south toward Nicole Simpson's residence. Is that correct?
That is correct. I did that from the master bedroom.
All right. Did you go out on the porch and do that?
No, I did not, sir.
All right. Do you have a porch that looks south?
I have a porch, and basically I just popped open the plantation shutters and looked out, and...
Can you listen to the question? Do you have a porch?
Yes, sir, I do have a porch.
Did you ever, on June 12th, in the late evening hours, go out on the porch and look south down that alleyway?
No, sir.
May I ask that counsel be instructed to go back to counsel table?
Well, I'm still not finished with the report.
Is there any other?
Yes, there is, Your Honor. So,
Well, why doesn't he leave the report with the witness?
No, let's,
gee, on this cross-examination, may I proceed?
you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, so in answer to the question, you never went out on this porch, actually, is that right, sir?
No, sir, I do not recall going out on the porch.
And also, at that time, at June 13th, 1994, in the early morning hours, you didn't know whose residence this was down there, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell the police that he observed a Jeep parked in the driveway but saw no suspects, vehicles, or activity? Did you tell the police that?
I think there was a little bit of misunderstanding, and if I can clarify that.
Okay,
No, I did not tell the police that.
That's the question.
Okay.
Hold on. He will. Mr. Cochran, I don't see there any need for you to be there at this point.
Just one more minute, and I'll be on my way.
All right. Well,
Okay.
do you need to show him something that's there?
Yes, I do.
All
I'd
right.
like for him, now, moving on. I'd like for you to read from this point to the end, to yourself. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Read that now? Yes. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Turn over there.
Yes, please, thank you.
Now, Mr. Fenves, sir, you never told the police that you observed a Jeep parked in the driveway but saw no suspects, vehicles, activity. You never told them that? Or did you tell them that?
A variation on that theme may have...
Variation on the theme?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's see. See if we can figure out what part you told them.
If I could be allowed to explain it.
You will be. You will be.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not the report is accurate first. And you can explain, sir. Okay? Did you, when you looked through your shutters, see a Jeep parked in the driveway that night?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see any suspects when you looked through your shutters that night?
No, I did not.
Did you see any vehicles when you looked through your shutters that night?
No, I did not.
Did you see any activity when you looked through your shutters that night?
Nothing at all unusual.
And then you also told the officers, did you not, that neither you nor your wife knew who lived in the house at that point. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you told the officers, did you not, that the dog continued to bark until you went to bed at approximately 11:30. Is that accurate?
I actually went to bed at 11. I may have gone to sleep by 11:30, but I did tell them that I heard the dog after I had returned to bed.
All right, so that's fairly accurate, 11:30?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, let's back up. You wanted to explain to us that you told the officers something that it was obviously not correct in the statement that I read you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did you tell them at some point, sir, that you'd seen a Jeep at that location on other occasions? A few days before?
I may have said that I'd seen a Jeep there, but I don't recall that.
All right, you don't recall that at all? All right. And the Jeep, if you saw that Jeep there, what color was it?
The Jeep in question was a green Jeep.
Dark green?
Yes, sir.
All right, and had you
I believe it was green.
Okay, your best recollection.
Right.
Okay, and this dark green Jeep, Had you seen that at times before June 12th, 1994?
I believe I may have seen that same Jeep in the alley.
Now, with regard to the timing of the evening this happened, you and your wife disagree as to the time that you first heard this barking, don't you?
Do we?
Yeah, do you? I'm asking you.
Not to my recollection.
And she was present during this interview that you had with the police on June 13th, is that correct? Next morning?
Well, she was present for part of it, but they basically focused their attention on me, and she went about some other business she had to take care of.
But she also talked to them also during that interview, did she not?
Very briefly, I believe she did, yes.
Now, sir, after a period of time, whether it was 10, 20, or whatever time, about 5 to 7 minutes after you first heard the barking, you then left from your bedroom area, and that's when you went downstairs to your office area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I understand your testimony, during this period of time, your office is fairly secure.
Yes, sir.
And so you couldn't hear what was going on at that point. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And as I understand further, so that if it's now close to 10:30, you stayed in your office for maybe a half hour thereabouts?
That is correct.
And so then it would be approximately 11 o'clock when you returned back upstairs to the bedroom area. Is that correct?
It was 11 o'clock.
It was 11 o'clock. And now with regard to, you were downstairs in your office somewhere around a half hour?
30 to 40 minutes.
Okay. And your wife, do you know, where was she when you left to go down to your office?
I believe she was, I believe she stayed in the master bedroom.
Okay.
I don't know whether she closed the balcony doors. I have no idea.
Okay. The question now relates to where she was when you left. She was in the master bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever see her during this 30 to 40 minute period downstairs in your office?
No, sir.
When you returned back upstairs to your office, was she still in the master bedroom?
Yes, she was.
All right. Was she still in the same general area where you had left her?
Yes, whatever she had been watching was just ending, so that's how I knew it was 11 o'clock.
So whatever was on television, was it Dynasty reunion or?
Yes, I think that's what it was, actually.
Dynasty reunion?
Yes.
And it was just about going off at about 11 o'clock, is that right?
That is correct.
When you came back up. All right. And you, as I understand your testimony, when you came back upstairs and now it's 11 o'clock, you know that because Dynasty reunion was going off, this dog was continuing to bark, is that correct?
That is correct.
You could now hear it again at any rate.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever, on nights before June 12th, 1994, heard that dog bark, so you could identify that particular bark?
No, you know, sir, not in that way. I mean, not in a way that would call attention to itself.
Okay. There are a lot of people who walk dogs in that area, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, including myself.
Including you. You walk dogs.
That's right.
And you indicated in your direct examination you felt this dog and the sound sounded like an unhappy dog, as you described it.
That is correct.
And you had not heard this unhappy dog sound before, right?
That is correct.
In that particular area.
Yes, sir.
That night, as you listened, especially either before you went downstairs to your office or when you came back up, did you hear other dogs barking who sound less unhappy?
Not that I can recall. I mean, certainly nothing that made me sit up and take note.
All right. So, with regard to when you looked out of your shutters, was that before you went down to the office or after you came back up?
I believe I looked out of my shutters both times.
All right, so you think you may have looked out twice?
Yes, sir.
You never went out on the porch, but you looked out of the shutters.
That is correct.
And so that you can help the court and jury, sir, when you looked out of this shutter, these shutters are in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're looking in a southerly direction, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've described for this court and jury that as you looked in the southerly direction and your belief that this sound of the unhappy dog was coming from near the area of Bundy and Dorothy, right?
That is correct.
And can you tell us the residence that you saw on the screen there, how far is that residence from the corner? How many houses is that from the corner?
I believe there's probably two houses between that. Well, there's actually one lot between that residence and the corner. That's
right.
it.
One lot, two houses?
No, one lot, one house, I believe.
Okay, so one lot and one house.
No, just one house on one lot.
All right, you sure about that?
I'm not positive, and obviously there's the unit that is part of the same condominium building. That was the unit next to the one that Nicole Brown Simpson lived in.
But at any rate, so that we're clear, the unit that you came to learn was Nicole Brown Simpson's unit was not on the corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
No, it was not on the corner.
There was at least one unit south of that particular residence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is right.
And so that we're clear, how far north did you live, your estimation, did you live at that point, north of the corner of Bundy and Dorothy, in yards or feet, sir?
I'd guess 150 yards.
150 yards?
Maybe 125 yards.
All right, and having in mind a football field, it would be about 25 yards over and above what would be a regular football field, right?
Right.
And with regard to that unit that you were shown by Ms. Clark, the lighting that you saw, maybe we have that photograph put back up, I'm not sure. We'll put that up. The number, I'm not sure this has the number right here. I think it's 39. With regard to that particular unit, the lighting that you see on 39 now, the lighting didn't look like that night, did it, sir?
No, it did not look like that.
Okay, now I want you to be as accurate as you can as you look down that alley. We understand you're looking from the north toward the south. Looking from the north to the south. Describe for the court and jury.
Objection, that's incorrect. Not
You're looking
north, south.
Well, let me see if I can show you. You're at north looking toward the south, right?
That's right.
And what I'm asking you to do now is to, describe for us the lighting that night with regard to that building.
Well, with regard to this photograph, I cannot see the windows. They're not included in this photograph, but on the left side of this building,
yes, sir,
moving toward Bundy, on the top floor, there's a row of windows.
Okay, you can't see what I'm doing. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
You're talking about on the left side or the north side of the building, there's some windows?
Right. That's exactly
Okay.
right.
You couldn't see this portion?
I could not see this portion.
So in other words, what's depicted here is not what you could see at all. Is that right?
That is correct.
Gee, okay. So you could see the north side of that
Objection,
building.
counsel's editorializing.
Why did you say G?
G.
G, okay, strike G.
Gosh.
Okay. Thank
Stop
you.
it.
Okay. Oh, yes, Your Honor. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Now, with regard to this then, sir, you could see the north side of the building, as I'm indicating there. Is that right? Look at this photograph, the left side?
That's right.
Okay, and tell us and describe for the court and jury what you could see with regard to that left side, any windows or anything.
There are maybe 3 or 4 windows up there that don't appear to open. I can't tell whether there's any rooms up there. It seems to me it may be some kind of stairwell leading to a deck. That's about all I can tell you.
And you've never been in there at that time, is that correct?
I beg your pardon?
You've never been in that place at that time?
In that
particular unit?
Yes, I have, actually. I was there when it was on the market.
Well, you had been there at the time?
Yes.
And this was before June 12th?
Long before, 2 years ago.
So in 1992?
Right.
Okay. And these windows that you believe where you saw these lights, do you recall seeing those when you were in there in 1992?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. So you just saw some lighting coming from the windows. Is that what you saw?
That is correct.
And did you see anything else with regard to that side of the building or anything else relating to that particular building at that time?
No, as I think I mentioned, there seems to be some deck area up there and an awning, an umbrella that had not been unfurled.
Anything else that you recall seeing at that time?
That's all I can tell you.
All right. How long did you look out of the shutter window on each occasion, if there were 2 occasions, sir?
Oh, 10, 15 seconds.
Very short, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, then, you went to bed and went to sleep sometime around 11:30 that particular night. Is that correct?
I got into bed around 11, and I read for a while. And I can't tell you I fell asleep immediately or in 40 minutes.
All right. And would it be correct that you perhaps fell asleep about 11:30 or 11:40?
It's a possibility, yes.
Did you so testify at the preliminary hearing?
I believe I did, yes.
11:30, 11:40. And at that time, that was fairly accurate as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
And as far as you know, the dog may have continued to bark later than that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you also indicate or testify that it is that it's not unusual to hear dogs barking in that particular neighborhood.
Yes, sir, I did say that.
And you never at any time went outside in an effort to see where that dog was barking or where that dog was, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you indicate at the preliminary hearing that you usually watch the first 20 minutes or so of the news, and it gets into areas that I'm not interested in?
Yes, I think I said the first 15 or 20 minutes of the news, and then it gets into areas I'm not interested in.
Well, would it be helpful for you to see what you actually said? Okay, may I page 27 of his testimony, Your Honor. Preliminary hearing, may I approach page 27, counsel? Well, let me ask you this. Did you just refresh your recollection? Question. Is that a 1-hour newscast? Answer, well, I don't know. I usually watch the first 20 minutes of the news, then I it gets into areas I'm not that interested in. Is that correct? Do you remember so testifying?
Yes, I do.
And then you went on to say, question, I see. So you regularly stop watching after about 20 minutes? Answer, about 20 to 25 minutes, yeah. You recall so testifying?
I believe so.
And then you went on to say, and it was about 20 or 25 minutes then into...
Objection, that was the question, not the answer. This witness did not go on to say, counsel went on to say. And it was about...
Let's be clear on the question and answer here.
Okay. May I finish, please? Okay. Let me read this question so we're clear. Question. I see. So you regularly stop watching after about 20 minutes. Answer, about 20 to 25 minutes, yeah. That was the answer. And is that how you so testified, sir?
I believe so.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel stopped short of the actual answer for that night.
If you would just sit and be patient, I'm going to get the rest of the transcript. I might be able to
Yes,
conduct
right
this.
here.
Counsel, hold on. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. And continuing on, do you recall being asked this question and giving this answer, sir?
Well,
And it was
I recall being asked that question, and I think I corrected the question when it was asked.
All right, let me read you the next question and
Okay.
answer. Question, and it was about 20 or 25 minutes then into the newscast that you first heard the dog. Answer, no, I think. And just like now, Your Honor, objection, Ms. Clark. The witness, it was about 15 or 20 minutes into the newscast that I first heard the dog. The court, excuse me for just one moment. And then goes on the judge. The judge admonished the lawyers then, just like now. Did you? And then the question, and I'll end it with this. The question was, did you hear the dog continue to bark as you were watching the news? Answer, yes, I did. Right?
Right.
Did you ever become aware of any members of the Los Angeles Police Department out and around in that alley south of where you lived that particular night?
No, I did not.
And you, when you awakened the next morning at or about 9 o'clock or whenever you awakened, you had this conversation with the two police officers I talked to you about that next morning on the 13th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you were talking to the police officers, you described for the jury, they were focusing in on you. Did they seem to be writing down what you were saying?
Yes, I believe they were taking notes.
And they would ask you questions and they would write something down on the tablet?
That is correct.
And it's true, is it not, that at some point, did the officers ask you to take a look from your house looking southerly down that alley there?
That's right, and I think that's where the confusion arose because we stepped out onto the balcony.
You've answered the question now. They asked you to look south, did they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when you looked south, did you say to them at some point that the Jeep was parked there a few days ago? Did you make that statement?
Yes, I believe I did.
And you were referring to the dark green Jeep that you talked about earlier, sir?
Yes, but as I think back on it now, that Jeep was actually there and it was being dusted as we were looking down the alley.
So it was being dusted at that time on June 13th?
Yes, so I was able to say right there where the Jeep is parked.
Okay. And then, but you had not seen that Jeep the night before. You may have
I
seen
had
it.
not seen that Jeep the night
Okay.
before.
And so that we're clear, when you said that Jeep was being dusted, what do you mean by that?
The police technicians were in the area and...
They were dusting the Jeep for fingerprints?
For fingerprints, yes, sir.
You saw some powder on the Jeep?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You are not, you're a dog owner, is that correct?
That's right.
And as such, I presume you've owned a dog for some number of years?
A couple of years, yeah.
You're not an expert in dogs barking as such, are you?
No, sir, I do not pretend to be.
And you can't tell a particular pedigree of a dog, one dog over another, when they bark, can you?
No, I cannot, sir.
And as I understand it, you never, at any time that night, saw a dog.
I did not see a dog.
We have just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. Statement that I read to you, written by the two officers, Tippin and Carr, you have seen that statement before today, have you not?
I believe it was shown to me during the preliminary hearing, yes.
Right. And have you seen it since that time at all?
No, I have not.
That's the only time you think you saw it?
Yes, sir.
And prior to testifying here, did you have occasion to review or read your preliminary hearing testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who gave you that?
It was supplied for me by the district attorney when I was subpoenaed.
Okay, and they gave you a copy of what you testified about before?
That is correct.
And you read that over, of course?
Yes, sir.
And then when you came down here, is this the first day you've been down?
Yes, sir.
When you came down here today, you talked to one of the district attorneys before you took the stand?
I did.
Which one did you talk to?
I believe I talked to Sherry Lewis.
And that's a very nice lady over there, right?
Yes, that is correct.
When did you talk to her?
When did I talk to her?
Yes.
This morning.
I have nothing further this morning, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you.
All right, sir, when you indicated that the barking seemed to come from the area of Bundy and Dorothy, did you mean that precisely that corner, the very corner where Bundy and Dorothy intersect?
Sustained. It's leading.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, well. You can answer the question.
Basically, that was the general area that the sound was coming from. It would be very hard to pinpoint the exact location, so that is the closest corner, and that's what I used as my, my geographical pinpoint.
As a reference point?
That's all it was, yes, ma'am.
And in your opinion, is the location of 875 South Bundy in the general area of Bundy and Dorothy?
Yes, it is.
Now, you asked for permission to explain to us that statement in the police report about seeing the Jeep.
Object to form this question. It's argumentative discovery.
Overruled.
And would you like a chance to explain that?
Yes, very briefly, what happened was the two officers asked me if we could go out on the deck and take a look at the house. And we did this, and I assume the confusion arose from the fact that we were out on the deck and that there was a green Jeep that was being dusted for fingerprints in front of the Nicole Brown Simpson residence. And in their report, they made a small mistake and assumed that I had gone out on the night in question.
Overruled.
And do you recall giving that explanation at the preliminary hearing when you were asked about this issue previously back in July?
I may have tried giving that explanation. I may not have made myself as clear as I would have liked to make myself.
Do you recall also being asked at the preliminary hearing back in July about the portion of the police report that indicates that you went out on the rear porch when you heard the barking? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember being shown that report also.
And did you explain the discrepancy there as well?
Yes, I attempted to.
And do you recall what you explained to counsel back in July of 1994 about that discrepancy?
Object to the use of the word counsel. I was not there.
Mr. Shapiro was.
Oh, well.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I thought we already explained that discrepancy.
No, Your Honor, what I'm trying to do is point out a prior consistent statement.
I'm sorry?
Prior consistent statement.
Ask and answer is already covered.
But not by me.
So that it's redundant, it's cumulative.
It's cumulative at this point.
May we approach?
Sure. Continue.
The objection overruled?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. And back in July, did you indicate what the explanation was for that minor discrepancy about the rear, going out on the rear porch?
Minor discrepancy, yeah, that's conclusionary in form.
It is conclusionary, the discrepancy.
The discrepancy.
Whether it's minor or major is for the jury to decide.
Yes, I did try to point it out.
And do you recall what the explanation was that you gave back in July at the preliminary hearing?
I believe I said something about a Jeep also, but I may have been confused and said it had been parked there a few days earlier. That's about all I remember.
Okay. Do you recall, I'm directing your attention now to the statement that counsel brought up about going out on the rear porch in response to hearing the barking.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated to us that you didn't actually go out on the rear porch.
That is right, I did not go out on the rear
Did
porch.
you indicate an explanation at the time of the preliminary hearing back in July for what that misunderstanding might have been?
Yes, I think I said that I believe they may have been confused because we went out on the porch, and we being the police and I, and looked toward the residence in question.
And did you point out a residence to them?
Yes, I did.
And what residence was that?
The one that we've seen photographs of.
Now, even though we can't see it from the angle of your apartment, nevertheless, that photograph People's 39 that you see now, that photograph, does it accurately depict the location that you looked in when you heard the barking?
Yes, it does.
Just one object before that question. You can't even see that part of the building. That's the proper question.
Overruled. She asked if it depicts the building, not the particular view you saw. Objection's overruled.
Now, the Jeep that you see in this photograph, sir, People's 39, does that appear to be the same Jeep that you saw being dusted for fingerprints by the police on the morning of June the 13th?
It appears to be the same Jeep, yes.
And that's the one that you describe as green?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you recall being questioned during the preliminary hearing about what time you heard the dog barking, what time you began to hear it bark?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to direct counsel's attention to page 27 at line 28, lines 24, question, and it was about 20 or 25 minutes then into the newscast.
Just hold on, Ms. Clark.
I'm sorry. This was the same page counsel just read from.
27, line 24.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
I mean, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You were being cross-examined then by Mr. Yulman, and he asked you, and it was about 20 or 25 minutes then into the newscast that you first heard the dog, and your answer was no. I think it was about 15 or 20 minutes into, where's 28? Into the newscast that I first heard the dog. And then question, did you hear the dog continue to bark as you were watching the news? Answer, yes, I did. And then you were asked for about how long? You answered, 5 to 7 minutes, and then I left. Do you recall those questions and answers at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, I do.
And directing counsel's attention to page 25. Now, you've indicated to us previously, sir, that you've heard dogs barking in that neighborhood before.
That's correct.
So that in itself was not unusual.
Not unusual at all.
But on this particular night, the sound of this particular dog did draw your attention.
Yes, it did.
It was an unusual sound.
Yes, ma'am.
Then,
Overruled.
and directing counsel's attention to page 25, and you were asked the following question at line 16. So it was an unusual sounding bark to you. You answer, right. Question, that was about 10:15 to 10:20, and your answer, yes. And then question, did the barking stop or did it continue? Your answer, well, about this time, I stopped watching the news and went down to my office, and I did a little work, and I didn't come back upstairs until about 11 o'clock. Do you recall those questions and answers at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, I do.
And that is still your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
And on page 26, counsel, with reference to the time when you went back up to your room at 11 o'clock, you were asked about the barking you heard at that time. Question at line 18, did it sound like the same dog that you had heard barking earlier at 10:15 or so? And your answer, yes, it was definitely the same dog. Do you recall that question and answer?
Yes, I do.
And that is accurate?
Yes, it is.
And so is it your testimony, sir, that on the night of June the 12th, 1994, between 10:15 and 10:20, you began to hear a dog barking in an unusual way?
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Mr. Garkin?
Thank you. Now, counsel referring to the transcript at page 26, line 6, leave the photograph on. Line 6 through 12. You have it, counsel? Question, and at 11 o'clock, can you tell us whether you still heard the dog barking? Answer, yes, the dog was still barking. I remember going over to the shutters and taking a look out toward Nicole's building, and I saw some lights on upstairs, but of course, I couldn't pinpoint, where exactly the dog was. Did you so testify at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, I did.
And, sir,
Objection, Your Honor, counsel didn't finish the passage. It goes on.
That was a question. It was a question and answer.
On page 31, counsel, beginning at the question at line 1 through the question at line 10. Question. Now, you indicate you went to bed at about 11:30. Answer, I went to bed a little after 11. Question, all right. Answer, and I read for a while. Question, and the dog continued to bark? Answer, yes, sir. Question, how long did that barking continue? Answer, until I fell asleep, which may have been 11:30 or 11:40 p.m. Now, I want you to take a look at that photograph of 39 again. I want you to look, can you see that clearly? It might, I don't know what your monitor has on it, but may I put this monitor you to see? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And then looking at that monitor, does that look like a dark green Jeep to you? Or look like a black Jeep?
Well, I'm colorblind, so.
Oh, well, then okay.
Mildly colorblind.
Mildly? Do you have trouble discerning dark greens and blacks?
Yes.
Okay. So it was a dark colored Jeep, is that right?
Yes.
Are you a journalist of some kind?
I was for many years.
Were you back on June 12th, 1994?
No, I was not.
Journalist, you were no longer a journalist at that point?
No, sir, I'm not.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you for coming today.
Clark?
Very briefly.
Mr. Pendas, you were just asked by counsel on page 26 that you went over to the shutters, you saw some lights upstairs, you couldn't pinpoint exactly where the dog was. And that was in response to questioning about what you did when you heard the barking, where you looked, what direction you looked in. You recall that?
Yes.
And then question, so you were looking out towards where you heard the sound coming from of the dog barking. Answer, that's correct. And you question, and you looked toward Nicole's house? Answer, that is correct. Do you recall giving those answers to those questions, sir?
Yes, I do, Mayor.
And is that still your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
I have another question.
One last question. When you said you looked toward Nicole's house, you didn't know it was Nicole's house at that time. Somebody told you that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Who told you that?
Well, obviously, in the course of the...
Who told you that?
I can't remember. I mean, it was basically international news.
Nothing further?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fenves, thank you very much for coming in today. I'm going to excuse you from further testimony at this time. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the lawyers until the case is over. Do you understand the order, sir? All right, thank you very much. All right, next witness. Or you want to call it a day? Who do you have next? Why don't you approach? The afternoon at this. All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon at this time. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Opinions, many deliberations. To the court.
Yes, just a passing and kind of a last comment for the day, Your Honor. Ms. Clark is wearing some jewelry today, which looks very, very similar to the jewelry worn by, or the pin worn by Ms. Denise Brown. She had two of them the other day, and I think that it's inappropriate for counsel to be wearing the same thing as the witnesses, as though this is like some kind of a I don't know how I might phrase it, but I think it's inappropriate. And I called it to Your Honor's attention earlier, and I'd just like to make the record. I think it's inappropriate, given the fact that certainly Ms. Brown can wear whatever she wants to wear, but when we see counsel coming into the courtroom wearing it, I think it's inappropriate.
All right,
so
just for the record, you made your objection when we were at a sidebar conference this afternoon without the court reporter, correct?
That's correct, so I wanted to indicate
About
that.
an hour ago.
That's correct, sir.
All right, well, what are you proposing?
She take it off and not wear it anymore. I don't think that's appropriate. I think you made it clear we're not to wear any badges or buttons or anything of any support. I would be if we came into court and I wore a big number 32 and go walking around here with this jury. I wouldn't do that. It's just like she's wearing this the day after Ms. Denise Brown gets on the stand. And they made some motion about some earring, which has this angel, and she had two angels on her shoulder. I don't think it's appropriate. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Clark?
Any human emotion...
Do you want to describe the item in question first so the record's clear?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. It's about maybe 3/4 of an inch big. It's a very small little angel.
Angel, gold angel with wings.
Angel with wings, with arms outstretched. Too small for any detail to be seen by the jury, certainly. I am really shocked at counsel's denunciation of nothing more than human emotion and sympathy. If sympathy is so shocking to counsel, then I wonder why he goes out and speaks of sympathy in such glorious tones when he's interviewed by the press every day on the steps of the courthouse. If obviously what Mr. Cochran thinks is that what's sauce for the goose is not sauce for the gander. This is a very small and very tasteful show of support, and compared to all of the jewelry and the pins Mr. Cochran wears every day, which he does and is visible to the jury, but not only that, but of all the constant barrage of publicity that he engages in, sympathetic to his client, sympathetic to his witnesses, denouncing the people's case and the people's witnesses and the victims in his own in insidious ways, I think it's very inappropriate for him, of all people, to come forward to this court and complain something as minor as showing support for the family of the victims in a symbolic way that is not proclaiming like wearing the number 32. It's a very small show of support that is very tasteful, very understated, and nothing nearly as prejudicial as the remarks he makes constantly to the press and the press conferences he tries to hold in court as well as outside of the court. I think that if anyone should come forward and make this argument, it should be one with clean hands, and we don't have one on that side of council table. So I would strongly urge the court to deny this ridiculous request, and yet another request to suppress any sympathy or human emotion that may be appropriately given to the side of the victims, who, after all, are two young people who were brutally murdered.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I join in the sympathy for the victims, but Your Honor said we were not to wear buttons, badges, or whatever. The next day she shows up with it. Now, she can say all she wants to say. Our jury is sequestered. Any statements that we're asked when we leave this courthouse, our jurors never see. But she's parading, walking back and forth, showing clothes 200 times today with that madam, that angel.
Mr. Cochran, those kinds of arguments about he did this and she did that and pointing fingers back and forth on all the other transgressions, real or imaginary, don't really persuade me one way or the other. The issue is the lapel pin that Ms. Clark has, whether or not it is identifiable with one side or the other. Ms. Clark concedes that it is. She says that it's an expression of support. So isn't it really a legal issue as to this pin and not about all these other things on one side or the other?
Focus. It's been a long day, and I appreciate the court focusing me back on this issue. The issue is your order to all of us to comply with, and she's violating that order. She can engage in all the self-serving rhetoric she wants to, but the issue is you told us not to do that, and nobody. She can be supportive, and I want her to be supportive. As a representative of the people, she represents all of us, so that's fine. She can do her job. She's a fine lawyer. But she doesn't have to wear this pin because it's inappropriate. Because you told us not to do it. That's pure and simple. And so I ask you to do something about it. It has nothing to do with any of the sympathy toward the victims. It's your order, and it was entirely and appropriately made. What happens in this courtroom is very appropriate, not outside, because our jury sees this as opposed to anything that happens outside the courtroom. That's why they're sequestered.
Your Honor, if this were a badge or a button that had the pictures of the victims on it, I could understand counsel's concern. But, you know, this is nothing but symbolic. I'm sure that the jurors don't have any idea what it means. Only it is something that is known within the families. It may be indeed known to the public now, but as Mr. Cochran said, the jury is sequestered. It is a symbolic gesture, but not one that is palpable to the jury. It's very small. I don't even know if the jury can tell it's an angel from the distance they're at from me. And I think the court can rest assured that there is no prejudice that's inuring to the defense as a result of this, and I even find counsel's concern in this regard remarkable. Some little pin that the jury can barely see me wear has got him all excited today. I just don't understand it, especially in view of the conduct of counsel. If there's anything that's inappropriate in this case, it's the conduct of counsel before this jury and the kind of speaking objections we're constantly getting and the press conferences that counsel's always trying to hold wherever he goes. So I really... And as my learned co-counsel points out accurately, Mr. Cochran is always coming into court wearing a cross. You know, I mean, these are all symbols and gestures. His symbol is even more explicit. You know, I mean, if we're going to take off pins, everybody take off pins.
What I'm wearing today, I wear pins.
Mr. Cochran, you have a wide assortment of lapel pins.
And my pins are not identified with O.J. Simpson, Your Honor. And so that they protest too much again, Your Honor. I point out, as an officer of the court, what you had told us not to do. And what she fails to understand is she's wearing this in court where the jurors can see it. And if you recall, She tried to elicit testimony from Miss Denise Brown about the earring, wearing the one earring and why we stopped that. She tried to elicit testimony why she was wearing this stuff right here in court. So this is an orchestrated thing. So we have an obligation to our client to bring this out. We brought it out, Your Honor. I'm not going to belabor it any further, and she can make these long speeches, but the fact remains she has it on. She shouldn't have it on. She knows she shouldn't have it on. And we ask you to rule on it.
Well, I don't know any such thing, but let me explain one thing to the court. The counsel's misrepresenting completely. We were asking Ms. Brown to testify to the fact that Nicole wore mismatched earrings, one dangly, one stud, not an angel at all. The counsel gets all excited and gets worried, about the fact that the jury, no. Counsel still has it wrong. All we wanted from Denise was to testify that she wore mismatched earrings because they found one dangle and one stud on Nicole. That's all. And because counsel's so worried about this jury, God forbid, feeling sympathetic to two young people who were murdered, they're jumping all over us before they even know what the answer to the question might be. But the truth of the matter is, we were not going to elicit any testimony about an angel. Rest assured of that. We were going to elicit only the testimony I've indicated, and it was an appropriate thing to do, given counsel's insistence on trying to portray this as a robbery or burglary murder. And that's all we were trying to do.
See, to my recollection, we've only had one member of the Brown family testify thus far, correct?
That's correct.
I saw a similar, although not identical, piece of jewelry that Denise Brown had.
Right.
I don't recall if the Goldman family wears the same jewelry. I did not notice anything on Kimberly Goldman.
No, I didn't either.
Although, to tell you the truth, jewelry is not my forte as somebody who wears plastic watches. I mean, this is not something I pay attention to. Ms. Clark, my concern, though, is your concession that it is a show of support. And if either family is wearing these as some symbol, then, and if it is possible for the jury to identify it as such, then it's probably not appropriate. And if the family members are going to further testify and wear these things in court, I agree with you, they are very subtle and they're very small, but I don't believe it's appropriate for counsel to wear one of these. All right.
Then, I don't know who's wearing it anymore, Your Honor. If we could ask the court to defer its ruling until we see what the families look like in the morning?
Well, counsel, I've told you, I feel it's inappropriate. I plan on doing another Lexis search on these types of things, but I think in the morning I'm going to reaffirm the ruling.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, so I know that's a wild way to view the situation with in the court with the angel pin. I'm sure there could be quite a debate about if he did the right thing or not in that situation, and it definitely would have good dialogue. Yeah. So she get different angel, then she can argue it further up in chain later, maybe. Okay, that's a good point, both of you. Yeah, that was an interesting showdown. It's almost like it's kind of like the YSL trial with the shenanigans that they had in YSL. That's what it reminds me of. And also, I want this stream to be archived in its in entirety. So I am going to be ending it before it reaches the 12-hour point. Because after that, it won't completely archive the whole thing. All right. So, also there's some other things I have to do. So this has been the longest stream we've done. Absolutely, Anna, a good point. And also Passion, thank you also. And at this point, we're going to be ending it. So I want to thank you all for being here, hanging out with me, the NPCs, and lurkers, people that were here earlier, etc. Everybody being here. Have a good evening, afternoon, day. See you all tomorrow, and peace.